ค right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are in for another day. In fact, we're in for the final day of the Chinese qualifiers for TI11. It's MLP Dota and John Xfire once again. Jonathan, we've got a lower bracket final on our hands tonight, or rather this morning, though. But how are you feeling, sir, before we get into it?
Feeling great, Mike. This should be a good one up against for Xtreme Gaming up against VG Gaming. Of course, should be a close one. On paper, it should be close. In the past, it has not been. It's all been 2-0s going the way of Xtreme Gaming. So chances are looking good that they get that rematch up against RNG in the grand finals. But who knows? This is Dota 2. This is the guaranteed TI slot on the line. And you would definitely want to go through that instead of going through the last chance qualifiers, which both of these teams are already in. So no matter what happens, and either team gets eliminated, they will be at TI for the wild cards. Again, that wild cards is a very spicy place to be in. You'd rather just go straight to the groups.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be a hype day, and naturally, like you said, you still got a chance. Even if you do lose today, any of these teams will still be at the wild cards. But, well, like you said, John, you'd rather just make sure you're at TI11. You make sure you've qualified all the way and, get there that way. Again, it's going to be a very, very hype day. I believe we've got two different series on today. Again, lower bracket final into the grand final. 3 teams is what I was meant to say, still available here in these qualifiers. I believe we can have a look at the tournament rules one more time before we do get into Game 1's draft very, very soon. Just have a bit of a recap as to what's going on. But John, would you like to talk about your favorites for today? In fact, hold that thought because we are going to look at the overview first. Obviously, teams are seeded into a double elimination bracket. We've already gone through this. Grand finals is a best of 5, but we are going to have a best of 3 lower bracket final. Second and third place, like you just mentioned, John, still get to the last chance qualifier, and first place goes straight to the International 2022. John, who's your favorite today? Like, out of the 3 teams, who do you think's going to make it?
I reckon RNG is going to make it straight. They broke the curse because they went 3 games up against Xtreme. So it's not a 2-0-2-0-2-0-0-3. It's now a 2-0-2-0-2-1, which makes the end of the grand finals going to be a little bit more interesting. I think Xtreme's got maybe a couple of things under their sleeve after having to run through RNG yesterday. If it is VG, though, chances are they should be able to do something different as well because RNG hasn't gotten the chance to play them at least in these qualifiers. But again, historically, RNG is probably still the favorite overall. So I think most people would assume RNG is definitely the hard favorites here. But again, we've seen upsets in those grand finals. Either team could kind of pull that off.
It certainly could. We'll have a look at the bracket here. We'll see exactly what's going on. We need a visual representation of today. And as you can see, VG Gaming against Xtreme Gaming. That's going to be the one we're casting here first up. Winner of that, of course, will go right through to the grand final against RNG, who you have decided are the favorites. Between VG Gaming and Xtreme Gaming, John, do you have a favorite there?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I think Xtreme Gaming historically has had a very phenomenal win streak over VG. The past year, 6-0 in terms of games, 3-0 in terms of series. So Xtreme Gaming has VG's number for the most part. And VG, they've had time to adapt. I think there's a couple of things they're going to have to watch out for. The big thing between both of these teams is, as you and I were having discussion off camera, Marcy is something that they both enjoy, right? And it's Marcy on 4 or Marcy on off lane. And I think that's something that they can shift around very nicely here. But I think that Marcy is going to be probably a priority pick or ban. Like, if you don't ban it in that first phase, whoever does have first pick will be able to try to sneak that Marcy away. And the Marcy has been on the up and up. It's probably one of the most winning heroes right now in terms of overall pick rate and win rate. And I'm checking right now, 48 picks with a 56% win rate. That is pretty atrociously high for how often it's picked. So it's likely going to be contested here, Mikey.
That is a rather disgusting win rate over that many games. I do agree with you, Jonathan. I mean, it goes back to the changes. This is something else you and I were just talking about. But originally, when the changes between Dispose and Rebound happened, most people thought it was a nerf to Marcy and it felt a bit clunky. And now, after a couple weeks, they're like, well, hold on a minute. It's actually pretty busted because you have an easy-to-land AoE stun. Dispose still, disposes you. Let's have a look at the schedule before we do continue with these Marcy discussions, Jonathan. But it's one of those things. The hero's completely busted. There's our schedule coming out. VG versus Xtreme Gaming and RNG against the winner of this series coming up straight after. So again, it's going to be a very, very hype kind of day. Very, very exciting. Not too many games left for the Chinese qualifiers, but we've got the best games left, Jonathan, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, we've cut through a lot of teams. We've called through a lot of hopefuls for TI, and now we're cutting off that direct path here. Again, you still have a shot in the wildcards in this series. Either team here, though, would not want to risk that. So Xtreme and Vici going to be going at it at the highest pace or the highest level of Dota that you could expect from both these teams before matching up potentially against RNG. And we do have the draft slowly on hand. We should be switching to that shortly. But back to our discussion a while ago. Marcy, top tier pick right now. And, sneaking, I'm taking a sneak peek at the draft while we wait. No Marcy ban yet. In fact, no Marcy ban at all, as Vici does opt to ban the Lina and Enigma instead. So first pick for Xtreme. I wouldn't be surprised if they just picked the Marcy. It doesn't feel like there's any direct counter, right? Like, there's no way to stop her when she comes in. Maybe some counters that we haven't seen really come out is stuff like Lion, stuff like Shadow Shaman, even the Bane could be one way to go about it, right? With a Hex, when you jump in, you can just cut the Marcy off pre-BKB. And they don't even go for the Marcy on Xtreme. They go for the DP first, which is also one of those heroes that have been on the up and up. And there's that Marcy we talked about. Vici will pick it up first, but they're dealing with the DP, which also has a pretty dumb win rate right now. So it's a very winning hero to play around. Great team fight. People were also mentioning the scaling being cut off, right? From Spirit Siphon, no more percent base damage on HP. But if you think about how little damage that was doing in the laning phase, you have so much more output in the first 20-25 minutes of the game. Like, if you actually try to run this DP down, it's a lot of damage.
It really is. It really is a lot of damage. And yeah, later on, it does get a little bit annoying that the percent base damage isn't there anymore with Spirit Siphon, but who cares? Yeah, you dominate the first early to mid game, and it's like by the late game, it doesn't even matter anymore because she becomes unkillable anyway. So it's one of those things. Death Prophet, still a very, very strong hero. And luckily, Vici Gaming do at least take the Marcy for themselves, because God only knows if you left it, Xtreme probably would have second picked it here. Suppose they just really want to, capitalize and take the DP, which is maybe something they feel a little bit stronger on here. So we'll see what they do go in for their second pick. Change it up a little bit. I believe yesterday against RNG, they were running some Earthshaker as well. We've seen Earthshaker proving to be very, very potent in this current meta as well. Naturally, TI is coming up, John, so Earthshaker has to make a reappearance, but it was banned out, I just realized, so never mind that. What other pos 4s would you like, or what other supports would you like here for Xtreme Game?
They go with the Omni Knight, which is something that they have gone for a couple of times on Xtreme's end. Combines pretty nicely with the DP. You've got some good protection on hand. You have a good way of mitigating that physical output of the Marcy with a Guardian Angel, so that's one way to answer that physical burst that Vici might bring out, because we've seen Marcy's, especially from the core off lane, right? You just go phase boots, you get your BKB up, and when you rebound in, someone is gonna die. Like, that is just so much output right now on that hero. It's ridiculous. So I like the counter, or kind of a soft counter here in the Omni Knight. It just gives you some protection to deal with that Marcy. And you still have really good ways of tying that up with your core pick. Like, you aren't just relying on this DP Omni Knight kind of combo to stay tanky. You have a lot of good pause ones that enjoy that as well. Although up against the Viper, there's really not much you can do to make that lane enjoyable. Even with an Omni Knight support, you're always just going to be annoyed by that guy's right click.
Yeah, absolutely.
5 seconds remaining.
Happy faces on both sides. Vici Gaming even looking happy, considering they are up against a pretty tough matchup here against Xtreme Gaming. To be fair, though, I suppose knowing you're at least going to last chance now, you probably do feel a lot more relaxed as Vici Gaming, even if the matchup does seem kind of difficult here against Xtreme. At least you know you are probably going to be at TI 11, at least in the last chance qualifiers. So we are going to wait out these final banouts to come before we can see these drafts continue. Of course, there's our legendary coach on the side of Xtreme Gaming in the bottom left corner. That's Blink, of course. We can't see most of his face, but good man. Obviously, won TI6 for the side of Wings, and then didn't have a chance to win again, sadly, John. But he's a legendary coach.
Yep, I miss that old Wings lineup. I remember watching Shadow quite a fair bit, playing Elsewhere, if you recall that time. That was a fun time. And I remember him getting slapped in the back of his head a couple of times as well. Very good times to watch, or assume, while we were watching those games, as we didn't have live cams, unfortunately. Still, I do appreciate Blink's shirts as well. Like, in the last time we saw him, he had some shirt that said "As You Do" or something. We couldn't see the full text, but hopefully someday we'll see some of his creative text on hand as the bans continue. You see a lot of respect banned towards PYW's pause force. Earth Spirit gone, Tusk gone, just preventing any of that playmaking here coming out from Xtreme Gaming. PYW is a beast on those kinds of heroes that have high mobility and a high ceiling to really achieve there. So I like seeing that respect coming out from VG. For their part, there's still this flex playing with Marcy. They do take the Rubik here as well, which is a great way to kind of destroy the Omni Knight, because every single spell the Omni has is something Rubik enjoys. Purification, Heavenly Grace, Guardian Angel are all great. Maybe the Hammer is not as good for the Rubik, although, to be fair, with your bonus cast range and spell amp, not the worst thing in the world to have that Hammer flying out from the Rubik as well. So it's a good way of Vici just having their own options, having their own defense coming out here. Just seeing the Omni Knight, you get a lot of value. This is what we used to see when Omni Knight was picked up, right? Omni Knight pick, instant Rubik counter pick, just because Guardian Angel and Heavenly Grace are really good.
They certainly are, John. Not very hard to steal either. So definitely a nice Rubik pick there. Because even against the DP, right? Like, Exorcism's not the hardest spell to steal in the world, assuming the DP forgets. Even the Crypt Swarm with Rubik, pretty busted. Very, very fun having Crypt Swarm if you are Rubik. You can just clear wave so easily with your Fade Bolt and Crypt Swarm combo. And it's very annoying in team fights as well, because you've got such low cooldowns with the Crypt Swarm. It's just so spammable. So nice Rubik pick indeed here for Vici Gaming. Batrider will come out here for the side of Xtreme. Right into the Primal Beast as well. No messing around here for Xtreme. They're going all in. A very strong style of draft already. And this is going to be a very hard one to deal with. Like, with the Omni Knight behind the Primal Beast, how are you going to control this guy?
Yeah, it's going to be tough to stop that Primal Beast from just trampling all over you if you're not careful, especially in that laning phase. I am curious to see what Xtreme does decide to do with the Primal Beast. It looks like it might slot in as a support. You could still do TP support, but I think it's just been prioritized on offlane or mid, and you already have the Batrider here for Xtreme to kind of run on that mid lane anyway. With a really a matchup you can just kind of ignore for Paparazzi, just play what you want. You go to Morphling here on Vici Gaming, which could be the way of facing against Primal Beast, you know, taking the Primal Beast for yourself. Maybe building up some stacks, letting off an uproar on Morphling. That sounds pretty good on paper. You turn on Trample and switch back to Morphling and waveform forward. That sounds pretty funny as well. So there's some excellent combinations coming out from VG. I don't know if it's a really good Morphling game. You know, into the Batrider, Lasso Blink is going to be a nice way to hold you down. You've got the DP Silence if they manage to jump you that way and just chain control you. And again, Guardian Angel cuts off your right click. Your Magical Burst isn't quite there with the changes to E-Blade. But it does look like a fun Morphling game, nonetheless.
It does look like a fun Morphling game, John, and that's all that matters sometimes, just having a bit of fun here between these two teams. As we are going to wait out this final ban stage between the two. See the side of Xtreme. Pango ban, I imagine, you know, just a bit of a mid and off-lane kind of ban here from Xtreme Gaming. Vici, kind of hard to know what to ban for themselves. Like, you could still go ahead and ban some supports, but it does look like a position 1 is what's necessary here for the side of Xtreme Gaming. So look, get rid of the Monkey King for now. Puck being removed from Xtreme, so they seem to believe that there's a mid pick missing here for Vici Gaming. And the mid, I mean, it's hard to know what to pick for Vici, because it's either going to be a Death Prophet or it's going to be a Batrider mid. Hell, you could even throw Primal Beast mid if you really wanted to. So you don't really know.
Yeah, it's open enough. We don't see the Primal Beast mid all too often, but I believe it is actually pretty feasible because, again, you have pretty good spells to work the lane. I'm curious to see what Vici covers. It does feel like they've got a little bit of flex with running the Viper mid or off, and they do have to watch out because, well, they've got last pick overall, so they don't need to watch out too badly, but they can kind of adjust. In Xtreme, if they keep their last pick flexible, can just juggle around these lanes as well. Like, I am still wondering whether or not they will run Primal Beast support or Primal Beast core and run something like the DP or Batrider support, which is just, it sounds pretty awkward, but again, has been done before. If I recall right, PYW used to run a Batrider 4 as well, although that was like several years ago, 2 years ago, I think last we saw that. out as even viable for Bad Rider. So wouldn't hedge my bets on
Radiant
that.
team
I
pick.
think
Right.
you can see that reflected in VG as well. They do ban out the safe lanes as they figured something still has to come out. And the Naga Siren comes out from Xtreme. So
Okie dokie.
yeah, that is pretty good because you don't have the best wave clear from VG. Like you get the illusion spam going, you get the diffusal build up to go against Morphling's strength
10
shifting.
seconds remaining.
You can just burn him down fast. The Ags build up is fantastic if you can manage to
5
work your way up there because
seconds remaining.
they actually buffed it. You know, you still have the netting through song, but you have additional bonuses there now as well. So I actually like that a lot here for Xtreme, for Low. You know, he should be able to just do whatever he wants. He's got protection coming out from his Omni Knight. My question is now for Xtreme is what their support is, because it feels like we're seeing the Primal Beast support, and this is where it might fall a little bit short for Xtreme. It doesn't feel like you have that much play from any sort of support combinations you
Now
bring out
select
here.
your heroes.
Well, they'll bring out the Timber, so they're going to try and dominate that safe lane against the Naga, and that's fair enough. Naga probably not going to have the best time here against BAB's Timber Sword, especially during the laning phase, but might just have to rely on just being able to head over to the jungle and farm up that way. Interesting drafts to come out. I look at VG Gaming's draft, and I don't think it's that bad. Sure, the Naga might be a little bit uncontrollable, you would argue, but I think the Timber does do a decent job of it. And especially considering that you're probably not going to have a very good landing stage here for low, unless you switch up the lanes and avoid the Timber. It should still be fine for VG. Hell, if you really wanted to, you could throw the Viper against the Naga as well, but XM is going to be playing the mid Viper against Paparazzi's DP. So I don't know if they want to lane switch here between the Timber Naga, like if you want to just keep lane switching till you get that lane that you want as BAB, and for low, of course. I suppose we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it can be a little bit awkward for Xtreme early on. I'm wondering how much PYW can get done with his Primal Beast as well. That's not something we have seen just yet. And the Primal Beast is still like a little bit awkward. We've seen it on core roles and support roles, and I do feel like as a hero it does enjoy the farm a little bit more than most flexes on support and core. So I can see how much PYW can kind of build up. Of course, when you're laning with Old 11's Bat Rider, one of his special heroes, it can get a little bit easier. You've got a lot of aggression coming out from Xtreme on the off lane as well. That doesn't sound like a very easy time for Erica to just sit back and farm up either.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting game number one, of course. We both think that Xtreme Gaming are looking to be the favorites going into this game number one. John, talk to me about drafts. I mean, if you had a draft you had to pick, forget about what the teams are, which draft do you think is better?
I would actually lean towards VG just slightly. I feel like with this kind of lineup, you should be able to just suppress the Naga Siren from getting the farm up. We've seen games where cores just have to farm forever, and that's easily punishable nowadays. So I think if VG plays to their pacing, you shouldn't have to really worry too much about what low will be able to get done. At the same time, Batrider and DP can get aggressive really early on to compensate for that. So there is still wiggle room here for Xtreme Gaming to handle this game on their own terms.
Well, John, give it to us very quickly. We need predictions. You got a minute to do it.
Xtreme Gaming, highest net worth by 10. I would probably say, gosh, that one's pretty hard. Usually mid, maybe Paparazzi. Physical damage a hero will do to another in a single hit. I don't think you go past 1,000 here. Breaching 750 is also a bit odd, but I'd say maybe 751 to 1,000. Player with the most D wards by 15.
30
Tricky one.
seconds to battle.
I think that has trended towards the dire side, actually just being more active on D ward, so I'd say probably Yang. That's my bets. I'm not that sure on that one this time around.
Well, bad news for me, Jonathan. Apparently my camera's messed up, so I'm gonna have to do a quick reconnection. But it's fine. We can keep going. It doesn't seem like there's gonna be a first blood anyway. I mean, you could have a level 1 team fight to break out here between these two. We are gonna see DY just go against Erica for a little bit on the Morphling. Only so much the Omni Knight can do, to be fair, but he will be able to take the bounty, and that is going to be a 3-for-1 trade in the favor of Xtreme, as now they try to punish DY. Looks like he should be just fine to back himself out.
Yeah, not much you can really do against each other there just yet. Gonna be interesting to see how that lane ships up. Still, we have a bit of a shift. Low is actually running the mid Naga Siren up against XM. So he chooses to go into the Viper lane. instead. And it can be a little bit annoying, but with illusion spam, it actually should be pretty playable. And they actually switched BAB over mid. And now Low looks like he might just walk bot. Like, they're just playing tag here. You are right. They are trying to match BAB to that lane matchup.
But that's very interesting, though. Like, is the Viper that much of a better matchup for Low? Right? Because you'd think Viper's still a very tough matchup for Naga, but it seems like they don't mind XM going against the Naga Siren of Low.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit more manageable for Low. Just because, again, you've got the illusions to spam. It's not as easy for a Viper to clear that out until you get the Nether Toxin out, which you don't really prioritize all too early on. Low is heading back to mid again. He sees the switch. He's just going... They are wasting so much time. This is very favorable, it feels like, for VG, because at least the supports are having a good time. The cores, not as much with all this switching around.
And that's the thing, right? Like, Eric is still going to be able to free farm on this Morphling this whole time. He is not lane switching whatsoever. So Low's the one really suffering here on the Naga Siren. BAB, is he going to keep switching? It seems like he may have accepted it. Like, Low doesn't look like he's going to give up on this lane switch. So, I suppose BAB says, screw it. Enjoy the Viper instead.
No, he's
Top
walking
lane.
up there.
Hold on a minute, John Paparazzi in trouble now. Erica, gonna go for a bit of a chase, gonna be just fine. In fact, Erica now copying too much damage. Will be fine to back off. And you are correct, BAB, he is running back towards the mid lane.
What is this? They're just chasing each other now. It's actually just, this is not something we ever see. Like, sometimes we'd see the TP and the walk around one cycle. This is like
Low?
3 cycles of lane swapping now.
Low's of support now, Johnny's chasing
They're
XM.
running dual mids. What is this?
Get him, Low. Don't let BAB win. You go get him, son. You go to whatever lane you want. Look at this. He's actually just, screw it. You want to go mid? I'll go mid. You know? BAB shows up. See ya. Low. No, he's gonna stick around this time. He'll stick around this time, surely.
Yeah, I mean, Timbersaw mid versus Naga, at least you don't have to deal with too many trees for the Whirling Death to kind of kick in. Old 11 is still playing tag with XM. He's not even heading back to any lane. So this is just straight up a dual mid. Like, they're not even bothering. Is this a pub game?
Top lane, there's a bit of damage being taken out. Mid lane's where all the action is. Look at this, Low and Old 11. They're just switching. BAB doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know what to do.
I mean, it is sacrificing the Naga and the Bat Riders farm by a good amount. Although, to be fair, Low is farming his farm just fine. He is still CSing. They are still building up decently. It does feel like they've shifted PYW to a core. Old 11's like a support bat now. So
How is he got 14 CS? How is Low actually farming? He's out farming the Morphling. How?
I mean, it's a Naga Siren, right? You've got the mirror images. He's been spamming that since level 1, and he doesn't have to commit his body, so they can't really harass him out. And why are they still dancing around here? I mean, they really are just camping Low.
You know what? At the end of the day, the thing is, you've got a DP off lane. Paparazzi's the one playing it, so maybe they're just like, this Naga's not even, this isn't the carry. Paparazzi's gonna carry for us. It's fine. You know? I'm just gonna press R when I need to, as this support Naga, as he is mid now as well. So Low's sticking around finally. BAB did not give up. He's a man of persistence. Meanwhile, bottom lane, XM in a bit of danger, but Old 11 in more trouble. He will go down. PYW trying with the trample is in trouble again, as XM will turn right back around, go after PYW. And this Primal Beast, he does not have the onslaught available, so he will die to the Viper.
Yeah, nice little chase down there from VG, just finding 2 kills off the back of that. Just a little bit of, and then those musical lanes not quite shaping up the way you want to, I guess, for Xtreme Gaming. PYW was getting free farm. He is working towards phase boots on a Primal Beast, so it does feel like he is going to get that priority.
Erica Paparazzi? He's going to turn around. Erica. It's going to be okay. What a game we've had so far. I love these lane switching kind of games, I'll tell you, John. It's just too much fun. Just watching them try to figure out what to do. Like, there's a reason for everything. And I think Low, the fact that he still was out farming Erica at one stage of the game while he was doing it is kind of hilarious. As top lane Paparazzi trying to man up against Erica. Purification is there, making sure he is going to be just fine. Meanwhile, bottom lane, XM in trouble. Does end up going down. Frisk, he'll try to fight back against Old 11 here with the sidekick and does barely manage to find the final right click. Just before he flies over the cliff. 1 for 1.
Yeah, and you're in a really awkward position where it does feel like your offlaners are now supports, your pause force are now the offlaners because they had a free lane. They're ahead in levels in comparison. Like Frisk is 6, while XM is 3. You know, that's a Viper who wants EXP, but because of the musical lanes, it's not quite there. Same thing goes for PYW in comparison to Old 11. He is getting a lot more. He's going to have his Pulverize ready at some point. Do you have room to kind of walk around? They bring Old 11 mid once more. And Low, I guess at this state, could just jungle if you really want to do that. He does have the double damage rune, and looks like he will just jungle. So, kind of forced away from any lane, doesn't want to dance around anymore, and will just kind of dig in and try to farm up.
Yeah. Now a tri-lane coming in at bot lane. I mean, I say tri-lane, it is a rotation from BAB, but he's only level 5 on the Timber here, John. Why is he rotating? What's BAB up to now? He's jungling at this point.
I think they figured that Low would head bot, so they immediately dragged the Timber down to try to match, but Low is just not even bothering. They almost ran into each other if you just walk further south in the jungle, but they don't, so Low is just fine. Could just start dipping back to mid because XM is heading back mid.
Oh, Paparazzi. He's going to drop Frisk, able to pick up a kill as DY, going to try and run, but is in big trouble. The Marcy proving to be so darn strong, and in the meantime, at least they do find the Viper. Old 11 able to take down XM in the mid lane, and Low is now back into the mid lane. Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, it's back to what we were seeing from these lanes. Frisk, early level 6, is playing like a core, has the phase boots up on the Marcy this time around, and it's just trying to make space on the map. Same thing goes with PYW, though. Early level 6 is up, Pulverize is ready. They could try to play off the back of that. I don't know. There are no words for this game because it's just so weird. Dispose out?
Gonna try into Low. Onslaught is gonna be there. PYW in with the trample. It's just so much damage. Lift up, try to stop him. XM, he's gonna cop the ulti from PYW and will drop. It's Frisk trying to fight back, but not while the Omni Knight's around. That's kind of what I was talking about. Like, as the game goes on, this Primal Beast is gonna be such a problem. Though Low in trouble. Oh, the chains! What? That looked like it connected. Hold on a minute. BAB, he's not going to find a kill. He's actually going to die for this.
Oh
PYW ripping right through them. I need a replay of that. How does that chains miss?
I think it was right on the edge of the AoE. It looked like a clean cut, but Low backed off right in the nick of time. This is just madness. They're rotating 4 heroes mid. They're forcing out all these issues. This is a lot of good space for Erica. So in the end, I don't think VG minds this too much, trading that many bodies out. And they might find it. One more.
Absolutely. Top lane Paparazzi again going to be in danger. Will drop. Nice pickup. Erica very happy with the rotations of Frisk, who's been doing a fantastic job on the Marcy. 3-0-3 on the Marcy, in fact, involved in every kill so far in this game. And that's why Marcy's such a dominant hero right now. That's why everyone wants her.
Yeah, but you think about it. They were supposed to run the pause for Marcy. Frisk is now number 3 in net worth. So I don't think this is a very good reflection of support Marcy. Neither is this a good reflection of support Primal Beast, because PYW is number 2 in net worth. So again, just back to how these musical lanes shaped out. Our pause fours are unintentionally getting farm priority. And they're the ones to set the pace in this game. I think for Xtreme Gaming, they will have to worry about Erica. And this Morphline's just getting way too much, but all the attention that's been brought to bot and mid. The top lane's just been left alone. And you can see in that replay just exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Try.
Let's have a look. There's your ulti from the Primal Beast. PYW gets that done. There's BAB. He'll show up soon. There's the TP coming in. This is what I want to see. Like the chains. I know with staircases it looks really like it gets really weird. He lands a chakram, rebounds it, and then the chains miss, and then the whirling death misses. Like how? In the meantime, DY he will take down Yang, and the mid tier 1 tower is in trouble here. Xtreme Gaming. They have popped the exorcism, but you tell me how that misses, John. I'm still confused about that.
He was right outside AoE. I think that is fairly accurate. It's an AoE of 225, and the Naga was far enough. The angle just wasn't that close from BAB, but it did make sense. It was a very sensible angle. It just Low was ready and walked back in the nick of time. Erica being jumped here.
Indeed he is. Meanwhile, Old 11 also being jumped, but Erica, he's the bigger target. Will wait for him away. Onslaught is there. The chase is on. Erica still in big danger. Is strength morphing? PYW, how far do you want to go? Far enough. Not enough strength here for the Morphling. He will drop. Old 11 in the meantime also going down bottom lane, but it's a much better trade for Xtreme Gaming as Yang has started.
I keep forgetting Yang loves to spam. Like, I'm like, ah, right. Then he starts spamming, and you're like, oh my god, here goes Yang again. They will lose their top, though, so VG losing a lot of map control. They did find a bot, but with the mid gone, Xtreme Gaming are in a much better position to just take over the map, invade the top jungle if they wish, although there are some defensive wards here from the side of VG. And they can kind of just buy space out for Low now, because this Naga is going to need a lot of farm. Manta, rush first, no defusal to kind of hold down or burn down the Morphling. But you are getting that early build-up you'd want to see from everyone else. Like this build-up from Paparazzi, Spirit Vessel fully up. You can just cut off the strength of Erica very nicely here, stop the lifesteal from Sidekick being too impactful, and just kind of work it out from there. I think the key differences are now still in those pause 4s. Because you are seeing Frisk take the back seat now and build up. PYW, already one part into the BKB, is going to have that sooner and charge around here.
Yeah, Onslaught is in onto the Viper. XM, he's just going to melt. So this is a support. Like, this is a support Primal Beast, right? Like, this is... It doesn't feel very fair, does it, John? I mean, 5-1 and 2, PYW now has a double damage rune. Sadly is short on mana, but luckily has a clarity anyway. And, guess what, John? Pulverize, 10 seconds away from being off cooldown again.
Yeah, it's going to be back up. You're going to be ready to go. You've got that protection via Omni Knight. Like you pointed out, Mike, this Omni Knight Primal Beast is...
Look at this, John.
It's really dumb with Heavenly Grace.
Look at this.
Smoke broken
Smoke on
instantly.
smoke. Whoopsie. Oh, he's got a double damage. Everyone run. Yang, we'll see you later, sir. Frisk. I mean, he can try. Nothing to rebound off here for him. PYW, go ahead and grab him. Come on. There you go. Lovely. What a hero.
Yeah, will just always get me. That was just unfortunate timing. You run into the Primal Beast. The double damage didn't even really count for much. It's Primal Beast with an Omni Knight. Like, you cannot stop that. All you can hope for is just to buy space to farm, and at the least you only lose your 2 supports. So you're not missing out on much. That is some space for Erica to keep building up. Although I do feel like the Naga's early timings are much more worrying than the Morphling's early timings. You will be able to still handle this morph until maybe further on towards the mid to late game. That's when Erica should have a little bit more play. Low is still going to have that durability. He's going to have that little ace up with a Song of the Siren that can cut off these fights as well. And just kind of line them up on XG's end to make a play.
The Timber's going to back off at the right moment there, John. Sensing something's wrong. PYW, you know he's waiting for an onslaught attempt. VAB will stick around. I think they might dive the tier 1 if they really wanted to, and they are. They're looking for it. Xtreme. They've got that damn Pulverize up again. Old 11, he's got a Blink Dagger up, so the lasso is going to be there before the Lotus Orb. In they go. Look at this Timber. He's gone. That's a Timber Saw. Bye-bye.
Yeah, that's a Tim. He doesn't have that much protection, though. Like, doesn't have, say, a Hood of Defiance. He only has that Lotus Orb, level 1 reactive armor as well. Not that he had any stacks at all to play with anyway. And it's another great move out from Xtreme. They just understand how durable their lineup is. They've got pretty damn good jump with PYW's Primal Beast. They've got the hold here with the early blink from Old 11. They can just easily jump someone and just dive if they want. Like, they are very hard to burst down with VG's lineup set up the way it is. And you do have that 2K lead up now for Xtreme Gaming. 11-7. BKB for PYW, only the recipe away. So, even more issues. Like, you will not stop PYW at all.
That's not fair, dude. It's not fair. Like, he's gonna have a BKB at 16 minutes, probably, like, maybe 17, and then you just can't do anything about him anymore. Nothing to pierce the BKB. They're gonna smoke up at least. Maybe they'll find the support Primal Beast. VG Gaming. Lines drawn out into the mid lane. So they do want to try and go after PYW. Keep in mind, he is a support. This is a 4-man rotation. 5-man, excuse me, for a support. But no, they're going to rotate into the Radiant Triangle instead. Nobody hanging around there, so they're still pinging out that mid-tier 1 tower. PYW, sensing something is wrong, does hang around, and there's a very nice scan out from Xtreme Gaming. They know the smoke's happening, so in come the rotations. BAB, he will get spotted. Not the target they want to start on. Erica, in the meantime, will focus down that mid-tier 1 tower and forces out the glyph. PYW not using the onslaught yet. Old 11 does make a blink in. Flame break is there. There's your onslaught. BAB, he's got the Lotus Sword, but look at the damage. That's just the support, man. Onto the Rubik. They found Yang. Yang's very quiet now, John. He'll drop. Low gets a double. What year is it? Timbersaul's getting taken down by support Primal Beast. They're the same level. PYW is basically going to start out farming him soon. He's only 400 gold behind in terms of net worth.
Yeah, that's the big issue right now for VG. It does feel like their farm distribution across your two courses not spectacular. At the least here on Xtreme Gaming, you know, Paparazzi has a little bit more. Old 11 and PYW are a bit closer together, but you've got this Death Prophet who has more output, has more durability because of the little extra she has from the Bracer and the Ogre X into BKB. You don't have these early spikes lining up for the Viper and the Timbersaw. Like, these are, maybe the Timbersaw not as much, but XM surely wants some earlier timings, and he just never had the lane. I mean, this is a Viper that rushed 4 staff. He's not able to go for any of his damage or durability items. Doesn't have Dragon Lance.
Yeah. Oh, XM. I don't know what you're trying to do there, sir. He'll go down. Frisk. He shows up. PYW luckily not feeling like onslaughting the Marcy. Leave him alone. I'll tell you what, John. This is what the new Jurassic Park should have looked like. PYW. Very, very good actor.
It is terrifying. That is a very scary dinosaur thing right there. And I will admit, like, this cooldown's way too low. Pulverizes 32 seconds. How? Why?
Too low?
I mean,
you mean too long, John? It's gonna go down soon. He'll level up again in just a moment.
Yeah, it's insane. At the least, you know, with that, VG can kind of group up. They know where Erica's going. It's just they don't have catch right now. Their best catch is Frisk with a rebound, but they might be able to. No.
Low's fine. Sad thing is as well, considering the first 5 minutes of the game was him running between the bottom mid lane, he's the highest net worth anyway. I mean, it is Nagasaran to be fair, but that's a little bit demoralizing if you're VG Gaming, just seeing Low farming that quickly. Is Xtreme Gaming, 4-man smoke up, they're going to head right in. PYW will have his smoke broken, but watered down. Erica, hey, he has been spotted. He'll waveform away. PYW unable to find him, but does put out PAB. They love going after the Timber, but the chains are going to be there. BAB, he'll be just fine.
Yeah, they back off. Really good ward here from VG to protect. Did spot that ramp run up from the side of Xtreme, so gonna want maybe a sentry ward here. VG does manage to run away. Going back to your point here about Low, I mean, think about this. Low didn't really have a lane, and he was still up in CS, as you pointed out as well in that laning phase. Somehow was still finding farm now, and is going to have a Scotty in very good timing, considering that musical lanes they were playing. So, VG Gaming, for whatever they wanted to achieve from those swaps, really didn't find it. And now they've just sacked their Viper. They've sort of sacked their Timbersaw. And they've gone all in on Erica's Morphling, which isn't that far ahead of those two heroes anyway, and is behind Naga. And now the rush just begins from Xtreme. They've got the durability to get this done and damage.
I was wrong, by the way. I mean, at least PYW on this Primal Beast, he can't solo Roshan. So maybe, you know, maybe add Fury swipes to Trample or something, and that way, you know, PYW won't feel like he's playing a weak hero or something, you know? It's just, it's not fair. He can't Roshan, John. How are you going to win the game? Add Fury swipes to Trample. Make it better.
That's true. That's true, Mikey. You do make it sound like that sounds like something you would want to try now in ability draft, or maybe some custom game like Custom Hero Clash. That sounds, or OMG 4+2. Yeah, there you go. Fury swipes on a Primal Beast. Wonder if that would even work, but you know, gotta find out somehow.
Sticky napalm stolen by Yang. It's not going to really help his cause here, though. Old 11 just going to chase him down, and Yang knows he's dead. In comes PYW.
Are they?
Trample. Old 11 will take it. See, you know
like...
PYW's having too much fun.
Yeah, no, it looked like Old 11 was trying to give the kill, and he's like, "Nah, you're not getting this kill, buddy. I just wasted your time. I want this." You know, he's like, come here, take the kill." It's like, no, I'm still the core. I'm the man here. I'm Old 11 with a Batrider. And, you know, he's farming decently well. I think all the cores now have managed to recover, or at least equalize. As you can see, a line of 4 here is for the same net worth. Just, again, a consequence of running it down mid. That's what happens when you run it down mid, kids.
Yep, absolutely. PYW currently the same level as the mid Viper and the offlane Timbersaw, by the way, in case anyone was wondering. Very good. Actually about to outlevel them with one more creep, John, so, you know, here you go. Just needs BKB, no problem. Erica, be very careful, sir. It's not safe up there right now. They can tell which one the real Morphling is, by the way, Erica, in case you were wondering. Illusions definitely won't help his cause. PYW will go ahead and clear out the creep wave. Very nice.
Yeah. You know what they would really need on PYW? Like a blink. He is going for Kai Assange, but a blink pulverize sounds pretty fun. That would be one way to kind of back up. Although, who needs blink when you have onslaught anyway? Maybe you really don't need it.
Well, blink does no damage, John.
Oh,
Onslaught does 470 damage. Here we go. Bye-bye. See you, Yang. Very, very fun. PYW finding another kill for himself now. 6-1 and 9. 470 damage. Why?
Why not? I guess. At the least, you know, maybe one way to balance that is because it pushes back your allies. Maybe if you damage your allies as well, that would be a nice nerf. I say nerf. If it counts as lethal damage on an ally, you get a deny mechanic. So maybe that would actually be a bit more overpowered than it is a nerf. It would be griefy, but it would make thematic sense, right? Because you push your allies away, you might as well do damage to your allies as well. Why not?
I mean, Xtreme Gaming, to be fair, John, 7k net worth. This team is just playing fantastic. All jokes aside, VG Gaming now, they're grouped up high ground, trying to defend that tier 3 tower. What do you do now, right? Like, if you're VG Gaming, the game's obviously extremely hard at this point. What would you recommend VG do to try and pull their way back into this game 1?
Try to hit these BKB timings. Like, get Erica to finish that item up first before committing. You've almost got it on XM as well. Just lacking the recipe, about 100 gold. And you already have yours on BAB. You might want it as well on Frisk, but that is the Sport Marcy. It's going to take a little bit longer. Frisk has been getting more space out. So just have this last BKB finish up on Erica and on... Yeah, there you go. The 2 BKBs up, you could play now.
Jump in. Lotus Orb was there in time for BAB this time around. Old 11, though, still going to BKB run away, and in comes the trample on Onslaught, though. Nice. Lasso has been stolen. The Rubik, he'll drag PYW back, but he's got the BKB anyway. They don't have the damage. So Low, he'll find Frisk. It's a 1-for-nothing trade. Xtreme Gaming probably wanting a little bit more than that, considering the commitment. They aren't going to find it. Even with the exorcism popped, it seems like they are going to be forced to back out of here.
They did force open 2 BKBs. That's BAB's BKB, Erica's BKB down, only XM kind of holding on to his BKB in the middle of that fight. So you're pretty happy enough. You managed to see the BKBs. They don't get that much from it for VG. They get nothing at all for it, actually. And you're kind of ready for it on Xtreme. You start to choose your targets a little bit more carefully. Big thing is, Old 11 has to be really careful with Flaming Lasso, because that's the one big play VG has. The Stolen Lasso to cut off the play here from Xtreme can just cause massive issues. Still, you've got the full eye and heart off on Low.
That's very far forward. He's going to try and BKB and run out of this. Low, Song will be popped. He'll put them to sleep. XM still just trying to kite out. Illusions are there. Low, he's going to lose that Aegis, so might need to back out of here. Meanwhile, XM, he's fine to back off. Unleash, it'll be popped. They'll try to get something done here on the side of Vici. Old 11, meanwhile, going to turn around as PYW. He'll charge in with the Onslaught right onto that Rubik. Yang dropping very low. Frisk also dropping extremely low. Will just drop. 2 supports down for the side of VG Gaming. Xtreme just running all over them here in this game 1. They don't really have Exorcism right now, so they might not be willing to try and push high ground, but they control the whole map. There's no real reason to try and rush this game. You've got a Naga as well, so you literally control the whole map. Like, she can farm everything.
Yeah, you have no issues here on the side of Xtreme. They're going to go for the last outer tower here down at bot tier 2. Bit of a process, but the damage will eventually come out. VG don't really have any angles for the defense. I think for VG's part, their best play is probably a pickoff. It looked like they were just trying to bait out with XM last time around, knowing that the Aegis was about to expire. But how do you deal with a Naga with 3.5k HP? I mean, that's a Heart and a Scotty up. You just do not have a way of killing them more often. They see BAB up top and TP up here.
Can he get the Lotus in time? He does. They'll hold him down anyway because PYW is charging in. You don't really need the damage out from the Batrider. BAB going to try for the TP out. PYW, can they get the damage? Not quite. Reactions there from BAB with the BKB TP out. It's going to be just fine. Xtreme Gaming, though, really just kind of reminding Vici that nowhere on the map is safe right now.
Yeah, it really isn't. They have some room now to farm down bot, so they're at least getting some build-up here on VG, playing in the triangle, playing in that bot lane, getting some much-needed build-up. Erica trying to go onto the Crystallis into the Daedalus, just recognizing that damage is a massive issue for VG right now, because they're unable to rip through just how much healing is on hand from Xtreme and how durable their front line is. Even with that damage, they still have to concern themselves with DY's Omni Knight. If you don't kill that hero off, Guardian Angel still removes all of the physical burst you're building up on Erica. So they have to find a way to go into that backline and just ensure DY won't be able to get the Guardian Angel off.
Sam, he's going to be spotted. Old 11. He'll turn back around, but his team is kind of pincering in from the north. Bit of a pincer maneuver. XM, he's still going to try and go after Old 11. BKBs are there. Lasso is not up, so they cannot cancel the TP of XM. It's going to be okay to back himself out. And VG Gaming, you know, considering the state of the game, John, they are doing a pretty darn good job of holding on to this game and just forcing out the lanes. Continuing to buy Erica just space on this Morphling to try and get to a point where he can actually contest this Naga Siren. And right now, he's kind of nowhere near it, but, you know, given enough time, he might get there.
Shouldn't be too long. I'm still going to take some time, but eventually he'll be at that point where he can be massive. I think the one concern is just that low is a bit too big. No matter how much you farm in that morph, the Naga is just... I mean, you're going into the butterfly now for low. There's still this Ags buildup that's a possibility to deal with BKB targets. So you're going to have the hold, and you also get the reel in, which honestly we haven't quite seen, but would be interesting to see just how effective that pull is as a source of crowd control. Could also massively improve the hold coming out from Xtreme Gaming. It does feel like they're just waiting for that next Roche now on Xtreme Gaming side, which is giving Vici some room to get some build-up. BKB's up now on Frisk. So I think this is the point where it starts to feel really good. You've got 4 BKBs up. You've got the Marcy who can just try to focus in and try to unleash, at least until you get the Guardian Angel off. And it's going to be really effective. However, Butterfly up for low. Butterfly Heart Scotty at 28 minutes. It's just maddening how much farm low has.
It really is. Smoke out, VG Gaming. They're going to try and get something done. Problem is, Smoke might be broken by Low and is onto Frisk. Low, he's going to Heart and Butterfly up. He's not really afraid. He's a very, very tanky boy. They'll dispose him up. Song is available. He might just have to pop it and does do so, but the BKBs is still going. Look at him just tank through all this damage, though. Low, he's taking no damage from VG Gaming. They're still trying, but they can't get it done. Frisk, he's going to drop to PYW. BAB has to be very cautious on the timber. He'll try to chain away, but there's no running. PYW right behind them. We'll take him out. Do they go high ground? I think they will, John. I think they will.
They've got the EXO running. They're fully healed up and low. And it goes back to the issues. Like, he managed to jump low, but the Guardian Angel flies off anyway. The Song looks useless up against the BKBs, but they couldn't burst down low. They are mainly right-click coming out here, especially from the Morph, and just cut them off completely, not being able to catch that Omni Knight first. Fortified does drag away Xtreme Gaming, but Roshan is up. They've got the numbers here to kind of deal with that. They did pop a lot of their ults, so it can be a little bit tougher for the follow-up fight, but VG are not quite in shape to dip outside, although they could give it a shot, considering they don't have many long cooldowns to wait for, but it's tricky.
Who do you give the shards over to?
Dire.
Like, is it worth on the Naga? Like, just having that that HB regen during the song? It's kind of nice, I guess, for a reset.
It's not kind of nice. That's really busted. Remember, old Naga Ags was the shard.
Well, they give it to the DP anyway. In fact, there goes a team fight. Vici, they're going to try and force a fight right after Roshan. Problem is, can you deal with a Naga with Aegis right now? Low, he's just going to rush them. No song available, but it may not matter. They'll just chase down Frisk, slowly but surely. Force out the BKB. Onslaught available again very soon. Frisk, he's going to try and force the fight. Old 11 does drop, but Frisk is gone. It's a 1-for-1 so far as Vici. They'll keep trying, but they really can't deal with Low at the moment on this Naga. Still trying to turn around, get some damage done. They do break him, but Low's still perfectly fine. He'll turn again. Song is up as well if he does want to try and commit it for a bit of a reset. But he doesn't need it. Not yet anyway. In they go again, onto PYW. Erica, he'll try, but he can't get it done. Song is there, onto the Morphling. Erica, he'll get put to sleep. Can they hold him down? It looks like they can. Onslaught is there, onto the Morph. Erica's gone. XM trying to run on the Viper, but really just can't. GG.
Whew.
I mean, we knew they were the favorites going into this match. Xtreme Gaming, considering the lane switching and they made this game look too easy. I'll be frank, John, they made it look way too easy.
Yeah, look, I have no idea how Low found all that farm from those lane switches. He was managing to build up really well. Like, geez, how many times have we seen that kind of lane swaps? I want to say twice, and it was in China that they were doing this a couple of times, but not like 3-4 times, not to the point where you're just running 4 heroes mid. Because let's face it, that's what happened in the first 5-6 minutes of that game. 4 heroes mid, and you had a Marcy and a Primal Beast that instead of supports, they became cores. And it just, what a game one. Like, very well played out from Xtreme, but Vici did have a good understanding. They try something very different. Doesn't quite work out, but I'm looking forward to what happens in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, this is the team that did take the first and only game of RNG throughout that upper bracket final, so it's not too surprising that they made this game 1 look rather easy. I'm not sure if we can have a look back at the scoreboard for that game number 1 and see exactly what happened here for a bit of a recap, but yeah, again, it was quite a disastrous kind of game here for Vici, who just felt like they never really took off. Xtreme Gaming just felt like they were always in control. Low, I believe, went 5-0-11 on the Naga, just completely unkilled, undefeated. It's not really BYW 7-1-17. I know I mentioned a billion times it's support, but really I guess he was a core considering he did have a lane because there were so many lane swaps going on, and there you go. There's your overlook, your recap of that game number 1. It was a pretty rough affair, John. I mean, there's not really much they could have done here, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, look, when your entire game plan just shifts down to we have to swap lanes or we're going to lose the laning phase, and it doesn't work out for you, it's pretty tough. I think they might have cornered themselves at a very early vibe up. That was just something that didn't manage to really help their cause, and I think this Naga pickup was just genius. It forced that movement out from Vici. It forced them to change their game plan drastically, and Paparazzi, for his part, him and Erica had the only stable lane, and Paparazzi just smashed that lane, made it really tough for Erica in the early part of the game.
He certainly did, John. We are going to head off to a very short break, though. Right after that break, we'll be back with our Game 2 draft to see what Vici Gaming are going to try and do to force this to a game number 3. We'll see you all again very soon.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into game number 2's draft here between Vici Gaming and, of course, Xtreme Gaming. It's MLP Dota and John Xfire once again. Jonathan, we do have a draft on our hands. I want to switch over to that ASAP if we can, but I want you to talk to me about this game too. Like, what do Vici Gaming need to change up before we show this draft?
Well, they've got to be careful about the musical lanes that can come out. I do like this shift in drafting already. We've already seen a couple of changes with the pickups, although not too much, as certain tanks are popping up once more. VG has decided to take the Primal Beast themselves. So they take it away from PYW. That should be Frisk on it. And in the exchange, Xtreme takes the Marcy. So we've got a switch in the hands here. I like that VG has banned out the Omni Knight from DY, as it did cause massive issues as that game went on. They had no backline jump to take care of something like that that saves them. I think those changes are enough to kind of give them a shot here up against Xtreme, but I worry that Xtreme with this kind of opening still have a lot of aggression. Like, they are up against Primal Beast. That is still highly annoying. They still have another saving support though in the Dazzle that's coming out here for DY more than likely. So you do have a good save from that jump in that the Quap and Primal Beast will want to do. You've got the Shallow Grave on hand, you've got some good healing, you've got minus armor, and you have this flexibility with the Batrider, because I think that tends to shift towards old 11, but if need be, I'm sure they can just shift lanes towards mid or the off lane if necessary. We've seen old 11 kind of juggle around in the last game as well. So you do have that flex on hand for Xtreme if you want to change the lanes up. And for Vici Gaming, they open up very early with a Quap. There aren't many lanes the Quap loses out to, but it's also not like a complete stop in mid with a Quap pick. So Xtreme still has room to adjust here for them to make that choice for the Paparazzi hero.
I mean, it's a question. It's the age-old question, John. Who would win? One Whistly girl or one Rory guy? It's what it feels like here between these two drafts. And well, last time it was the Raw. We'll see if the Whistle can do it this time. The Oracle comes out, one of my personal favorites, Jonathan. Love to see this hero. And you know what? We talked about it last game. Like, you have the Omni Primal Beast, which seems really annoying to play against. Now you have Oracle Primal Beast. And hold on a minute. Hold on. I've got a question, Jonathan. I don't know if you're going to have the answer to this question. If Primal Beast is trampling, and you apply Fate's Edict to Primal Beast, which does disarm you, can he still trample? Because if he can still trample throughout Fate's Edict, which blocks out all magic damage, that seems a little bit problematic. I'm pretty sure he's meant to be disarmed.
He is disarmed, but I don't think the trample counts as a right click.
Oh,
so
no.
it counts as spell damage coming out, so I believe that works as intended. In fact, when you trample, you can't right-click, right? Like, it actually does disarm you, so you can get Fate's Edict up. And I think the more intriguing combination is the charge plus the AoE route coming out from Oracle. That sounds like a really good way to initiate. You already have that combo with Quap as well, but it does feel easier with a Primal Beast charging up. So you do have a lot of ways of reaching out here in VG. I like this. This is much more aggressive coming out from them. They've got this Nyx out as well, which should be Frisk's hero, and it does look like they'll lean towards a BAB Primal Beast on the off lane. The laning duo of Nyx Primal Beast might not be the best double melee, but you can work it really well. Like, once you land that Impale out, you can just, if you've got the charges, trample and uproar, and you have a pretty good time in that lane. So much more play for VG early on in comparison to game 1. I think that's the shift out they need. Like, they aren't going to be gunning for musical lanes unless Xtreme Gaming pulls out something very weird. I think they should just be hammered in as a mid Lina for Paparazzi, which, again, the lane matchup up against Quap, Lina's probably the one here that really enjoys that lane, because Quap can't come up, just Shadow Strike and try to harass you out. Lina has very long range and very good wave clear.
10 seconds remaining.
Final banouts to come here between these
5
two.
seconds remaining.
Both sides just banning position 1s right now. Fair enough. Troll, Warlord, Lifestealer both being banned out. Seen a lot of PA been popping up throughout these qualifiers. That's still available unless it gets banned now. PA plus Oracle, very, very fun, let me tell you, Jonathan. That false promise with, giving you that extra, 7 seconds or so? Just to be able to go ham, always a great time if you are the PA. It is going to get banned out, though. Xtreme Gaming not wanting to see that, especially against the Lina. Just giving you a nice way to kind of jump the back lines, even against the Dazzle. Just not going to be very fun. They'll go ahead and get rid of it. Xtreme, what do you want to pick up as your POS one? Because you've got the Paparazzi Lina. We know how great this man is on this Lina. Generally speaking, you can kind of trust him to play POS 1 Lina in the game. So it does feel like you'd rather give Low something that just sets a tempo, perhaps, just can kind of fight early. Like, you can still go greedy if you want as the POS 1 of Xtreme. We're going to have to wait anyway, because VG Gaming are the ones to make their first pick anyway. But, John, do you have any ideas for him?
I think a Chug kind of slots in fine, although the core matchups don't feel great, but you can kind of dodge out what the Problem Beast will want to do in that lane. You can just kind of spin to win away from the damage, and I think that's all you want. It plays a little bit faster, so it does allow the Lina to kind of be that big farming core here for Xtreme Gaming if they do go that route. VG with Weaver, it does feel pretty good here. You don't have the best lockdown for the Weaver outside of, say, Lasso and maybe a rebound if you manage to catch this guy out in the wrong position. But otherwise, you have a lot of room to just dance around. Weaver plus Oracle, it's still a good combination. Lots of sustain there with a time lapse and with the saving grace of the Oracle right there as well. So you can kind of just stay alive in these fights very nicely and just last a lot longer in comparison to game 1. So I like the fixes that VG has brought out. It makes it a little bit awkward for... All right, maybe the Pudge. There you go. That's the tempo here they want. So it's going to be really fun to watch this from low. The Ags buildup is still great. You can maybe opt for an early Vanguard or Hood of Defiance if you feel the need for durability. But you've got Pudge, Dazzle lane, up against 2 melee heroes. Poison Touch and Rot, you should just be able to run them down if you're not careful.
Oh, that's a disgusting combination. The Dazzle Pudge, it's just so much slow and so much DPS over time. This is going to be a Primal Beast, to be fair, so he might not mind just turning around and trampling, and he could always just onslaught away as well if you are getting it prior to the level 6 mark of the Pudge. That being said, this is another interaction I haven't seen, John. If you onslaught and you get hooked, I imagine the hook will bring you back, even if you're mid-onslaught. Like, you won't just keep running. It does cancel it, right?
It should interrupt. It should interrupt. I don't think it stops. I don't think it keeps going. I think Pudge does interrupt everything that he hooks. So it should stop BAB from running away. The issue is you can kind of curve your onslaught. So you can kind of be sneaky. It's down to Low to kind of read just what exactly BAB will want to do. And this is going to be another fun game. The drafts are just very different from what we've seen throughout these qualifiers. I love that both teams are having to go left field with how well they know each other. And I mean, this is going to be fun, Mike. There's not much more to say beyond this is going to be fun.
It's been a very fun series already. Game number 1 was a real laugh. Let's get into game number 2. Jonathan, we've got predictions to make. You know how it is. I'm going to give you the minute to talk about it. What's your prediction, sir, going into this matchup?
Rough. First tower kill, I think that's Xtreme with Lina. Team with the most Roche kills, probably Xtreme. Player with the highest magic or pure damage done to heroes, that can be a bit tough to call between Quap and Lina, but I'm going to say with Lina, so Paparazzi. First time of Barracks destruction is even weirder. We didn't even have racks falling last time. I would say 20 to 30. Oh,
XM, he's forced to just
Level
get the blink
1
up level 1. You got to do what you got to do. I mean, it's one of those things, right? Like, it's either you give away First Blood or you level up Blink. Thing is, now VG Gaming, or at least XM, not going to have the greatest of times because he leveled up level 1 Blink. So Paparazzi, I mean, I suppose at least he can't die on the quad. That's kind of nice.
yeah. I mean, it still gives Paparazzi a big edge in that lane. Like, he knows he's not going to be harassed at all. He can walk up, right-click, use the Dragon Slave more aggressively. And it's not too long until you hit your level 2, although, again, level values were slightly prolonged. So some early spikes can get caught off. I think the you will have to be careful on XM. You cannot afford to give Paparazzi a very good lane, and at the least it looks like they'll be able to go for a 2-for-2 on bounties, no contestion out from VG. Wouldn't want to try anyway up against a level 1 hook Pudge, so they'll just cut their losses and kind of play it safe here.
We'll start off with that mid lane. I mean, we already saw XM leveling up that level 1 Blink, but he's going to be on the Quap, of course, against Paparazzi's Lina. I personally feel like with Paparazzi, his best hero, probably SF. Lina, definitely, in my opinion, I'd say top 3. I think Paparazzi is a fantastic Lina player.
Yeah, he should have a good time. Good blocks coming out from XM, though. Gives him a slightly better lane to play with, but he has level 1 Blink, so it's not going to be that amazing. And Paparazzi should still be all right to trade and harass. Overall, you are very happy in this Lina lane. You're not going to be under too much threat.
Oh, bot lane, Frisk gets caught out already. The Dispose level 1 was there from PYW, and well, you'd kind of expect the Dispose to not be leveled up and rather the Rebound, but I suppose with the Pudge matchup, they kind of catch him off guard, and yeah, it's pretty strong when you've got a Pudge to back you up with a hook.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised they lane swap as well. Like, they're running PYW down bot, they're not doing the Dazzle Pudge. Dazzle Marcy, Pudge Marcy can be really strong as we're seeing. Same thing goes for VG. They're not running Nyx plus Primal Beast. They are going with a pause 4 for Frisk on the Oracle. So you do have that combination of using that Fortune's End with the Onslaught if you want down line. Even just Trample with that does line up for BAB to really get some good damage off. That will take some levels. Once you got those levels up, you should be able to find some aggression here as well for VG.
It's actually very scary though, like with PYW and low, once you hit level 2, this lane starts to feel very, very intimidating for VG, I feel. Especially for Frisk, he's going to have to be very careful with his positioning because you've got so many disposing kind of skills available here, or rather just displacement kind of skills available from Xtreme. So how's that top lane going? We haven't really looked at that yet. You're going to have DY against Yang, you're going to have Erika there on that pos 1 Weaver. He'll be against Old 11, once again in the position 3 Bat Rider. What do you got to say about this lane, John?
This one's probably the more passive one. It is also interesting that this is a double bug lane, which we don't see too often, but I feel like that's worth pointing out. And so the most Australian lane on hand. Still, Old 11 shouldn't be able to dominate as much with the Sticky Napalm. You don't have hold for the Weaver. You do have a lot of slow. That would mean you'd probably want to jump Yang more than anyone else, and jumping Yang is a little bit trickier. Once he has the level in the Spike Carapace, he will have some way of defending himself, although his level gain isn't looking great. And you are at least getting farm on Erika, so that is some good news. And the Weaver does ramp up fast. You're looking at maybe a Falcon Blade and a Maelstrom timing, and you're pretty much set from there. Heck, usually just a Javelin rush into Maelstrom is good enough for the Weaver.
Yeah, plenty of damage once you get that Javelin up, as Yang going to miss a cheeky little Impel. Won't matter too much, he'll be alright with it. DY going to move back in as well as the Dazzle. Make sure to get that harassment out onto Erika. So you're going to be kind of hard to try and secure a kill in this top lane because you're going to have the stick charges, so you've really only got Yang to try and focus on the Nyx because, well, unless Erika misuses that Sakuchi, chances are he's not going to die in this laning phase. Of course, the mid lane is also just favoring Paparazzi as expected here against XM, and there's a very nice rebound. PYW. That's a perfect rotation. He sees XM way too far forward, immediate TP into the rebound. There's just no reaction time for the Quap.
PYW is just a beast. Showing up early, dominating the lane even more for Paparazzi. Nearly twice the CS on Paparazzi, and with that death, I mean, it's hard for XM. He was already forced to go for that level 1 Blink. He is at least at level parity, although not for too long up against Paparazzi, as he should hit 5 soon. And he's going to need his own rotations out, but the supports are so tied into their side lanes that they can't really get that done. And with an Oracle rotation, it doesn't feel like it's enough damage. You really want the Nyx around to help them. They're just held in. Yang just cannot leave that lane because he has to cop all the hits to enable Eric to farm.
That's going to be a lot of damage on Yang. He's going to be able to survive. One more right click may have brought him low enough, but DY unable to find it. He won't mind though. Like the Nyx, a little bit annoying for him sitting on this kind of low HP trying to support Erika. Luckily, Nyx Assassin naturally has a very high base regen. So he should be just fine to regen up eventually, but this lane's just not going to get any easier between the Bat and the Dazzle, especially with that level 2 poison touch up. Meanwhile, mid lane, XM trying to force Paparazzi back. He could try for the Blink Scream forward, but there is your TP rotation. Hoping for XM to make that aggressive jump in. PYW, he's in again. Light Strike Ray is going to land. XM this time around is going to be able to blink though. He's alright. The raindrops will save the day.
Yeah, and you were pretty low on mana for Paparazzi. I don't think he had enough for the back-to-back Light Strike Array into the Dragon Slave. So just a little bit on edge. XM's going to be pretty happy, but Paparazzi's still in the lead. You really don't mind too much. Rune control is going to be important, though. And that's where it might be a little bit better for VG as Frisk is making his way forward now. Might help to control that bot rune area for the power rune.
Frisk scanned out. That's a perfect scan. Vici, I mean, rather Xtreme. They are really just outplaying Vici in these little moments. It's Frisk doesn't realize he has been noticed. Meanwhile, top lane, Yang. He chased down here by old 11, but they aren't going to dive too deep. They're just more than happy making sure Eric and Yang do not feel comfortable in the top lane. There's really no need to secure the kill, because the Weaver's going to need quite a bit of time to farm anyway. In comparison against the Pudge Lina, you don't need quite as much. So just slowing Erica down just a little bit is always going to be nice. And for old 11, he's going to have a pretty quick blink timing on this Bat Rider. Like, I appreciate the fact that these offlane Bats, they don't waste their time going for Boots of Travel. They just pick up the Tranquils, right into the blink, and you can just get aggressive. There's just no need to get greedy as mid lane. XM's going to drop. Paparazzi able to get another. PYW, in case you didn't see, was the one to set up on the Marcy once again. He's just doing a fantastic job.
They've got the burst damage, they've got the control out from Xtreme. A straight 3-0 start already, feeling good from the laning phase. Getting aggressive top though.
They're going to try, but the Firefly's still going. Old 11, he will drop eventually. Nice little pick up there for Vici. They needed something to go their way. Problem is the mid-tier 1 tower's gone.
Jeez.
That's very problematic for Vici. That's a horrendous start for them.
I mean, 7 minutes, tier 1 gone. Map opens up a lot more. You aren't quite in a position to really invade on Xtreme Gaming's side, but you are pretty much shrinking the room for the Quap to farm. She hasn't even gotten any rotations out. XM has just been stuck in that mid lane, hoping for rotations from his own supports, and it just hasn't lined up all too much just yet. The side of Xtreme, I mean, they're off to a great start. Everything's lining up. They've gotten a great lane out for low. We haven't seen the aggression come out from BAB this time around in comparison to how PYW was using his Primal Beast in the earlier games. He's just sitting back and farming. They are getting aggressive top. I think that's where most of the resources from VG have been invested. As you pointed out, they are just building up for Erica. And he does divert his item build. He does go for power treads, just not rushing Naked Javelin. So that is throwing off some early power spikes the Weaver does have, but does make it easier for him to just focus on that farm.
Oh, mid lane, they've got to be careful. Yang, he's going to show up trying for the double damage. It does get taken. Paparazzi, he'll take it. Yang, at the very least, make sure XM doesn't die. So XM, had he gone for it, he would have definitely been dead. You had the Dismember up on the Pudge. At least it's only Yang on the Nyx that will drop. Meanwhile, top lane, speaking of dropping, they might find a Bat Rider as old 11. Getting caught out once again. This will be a favorable trade for Vici Gaming this time around. And you need a bit more of that, I think.
Yeah, you just got to drag the bodies up. Got hit by killing off one of these cores.
Look at them! Look at them dive him! XM, he's barely going to survive. PYW, maybe this time going a bit too far, will drop. Erica with the rotation, able to pick him up. My god, they're diving tier 2 towers prior to the 10-minute mark onto the mid-quap, and they almost got him.
Yeah, they're confident on Xtreme. That does cost them. It's a pretty nice kill to take on PYW, but that does drag like 3 more heroes towards mid. So you are opening up the side lanes, you're allowing this farm to come out. The big timing to watch out for is low Zags. Like, if he is allowed to free farm in the Pudge, I mean, the Ags timing's going to be devastating. You do have some save on hand with Fate's Edict on Frisk, but even then, it just feels like Low is going to be able to find what he wants. He is a bit low on the flesh heaps, you know, been a very inactive Pudge, so it's not the typical high tanky Pudge with, say, 5 stacks as a carry, which is pretty big. Not quite there. So that is a good point for VG.
We go onto the the Dazzle, DY gonna drop, and now, once again, with BAB, Primal Beast, that's a lot of damage, but not quite enough. In fact, now the turnaround, Fate's Edict is gonna buy some time here for BAB, but the Dismember is out from Low, and there's nothing to cancel. Low, he'll just keep going. Frisk, he's not out of the woods yet either. See ya later. Low, he'll take that one. 6-4, 2K advantage here for Xtreme. VG Gaming trying to really abuse this Primal Beast timing, but it's a bit too much when VG Gaming are grouped up together. So Erica's got to be very careful. Top lane now Low, he might look for a hook. Erica, he'll TP out. He's out of vision. They will not find him, but it won't matter. They've got a top tier 1 tower to go for. And sadly for VG Gaming, John, they are not finding any kind of tower trades while this is happening.
They're not able to play for the objectives. They might be able to find PYW at least as a kill.
They may. Pulverize is there. They will hold him down with the Root of the Oracle into the Impale, and it's something. PYW to drop now. Frisk, he'll be the one to take the kill on the Oracle.
Yeah, it's a nice kill. Doesn't quite compensate for the 2 towers lost. I think VG's going to have to try to go for a bit of pressure on the mid. They do find the bot tier 1, so that's a little bit of something. BAB with the Invis is trying to stalk, but doesn't want to fully commit by himself. And you still have this looming Ags timing lined up for Low. He's building into it. He already has this early Hood of Defiance. He has protection of DY at the back with a Shallow Grave as well. Low's output is just going to skyrocket. And you have a lot of pressure here on Frisk to perform. His timings on the Edict usage, on the Fortune's End usage is probably key to what VG will want to do in love these engagements. And they are getting some space out for Erica. Has the early Falcon Blade up, along with the Power Treads and Wraith Band, so he does decent enough damage. He isn't going for the Maelstrom though. He's just going full defensive, trying the Lincolns, wants to be protected from the Dismember or the Lasso, or even the Dispose, but even because of that, it's going to take a while for him to farm that up.
Yeah. 3K advantage now. Oh, jump in again, XM. He's been caught out. Can they hold him down? Not quite. Rushfield with the onslaught. BAB. Can he get something done? He'll go for the Pulverize. Back into Old 11, but the Shallow Grave is there. Sonic Wave is not going to be enough. Now the Lasso. They've got the Weaver. What? Oh, Dismember's out as well, XM. He's not safe. He'll blink away. Frisk will save the day, but PYW, he's right on target. There is no running. Nobody dying on the side of Xtreme. The Dazzle saving the day. VG Gaming, they are getting nothing for their trouble, John. In fact, Low, he's not done yet. No Dismember up, but they jump in. It's not going to be enough. Quick blink out from XM.
You can see just how much pressure Xtreme Gaming wants to run with this lineup, and that's an outstanding play from DY. Great timing in the Shallow Grave, had enough charges on the bad Juju to just get a good flash heal off, and they don't even sacrifice Old 11. Like, he has been comping all of these ganks out from VG. They managed to protect him. He gets the Lasso use on the Massive here. You can see why Erica wants that fast Lincolns, but again, without any farming items, this Lincoln's progress is just going to be pretty moderate at best, and that is a lot of time where Xtreme can just do what they want. Frisk was a bit too far for the saves, and again, all of these engagements rely on the Oracle to be at the right spot at the right time with the right spell use.
There we go again, BAB, top lane. He's going to be fine. There is going to be a jump in here. Just fine to back his way out. Let's keep that farm going, rather. Xtreme Gaming. They're just happy right now. Another scan out. They're going to spot out Yang on this Nyx assassin, so Paparazzi's well aware that he was being stalked by the Nyx. Sentry ward there anyway, so now they'll spot him out. Yang's going to be very cautious. Xtreme Gaming. 4K in the lead in terms of net worth. Yang going to show up. Power Rune. It's not going to spawn top. It will be down bottom side. Nice little Arcane Rune pick up there for XM. That'll certainly help the cause of VG Gaming. DP's into the mid lane, though. It does seem like a smoke rotation is set for Xtreme. Not committed. 4-man smoke up. They understand they're the much stronger team at the moment. That's for sure. Yang, he might be in a great position to break the smoke, though. Though he does narrowly avoid it, and oh no, not BAB. That's not the target you want to lose right now for Vici. They're going to try and go for low, but low, it's almost like he's baiting right now. The hook, it's not going to land, but they found the Oracle. Frisk is going to die. Yang, he'll try to run, but I don't think there's any running here.
Ooh.
The very nice impale out. It's just not going to make the difference. He will drop.
You have to appreciate that. Xtreme Gaming, they line up for that impale. They know it doesn't matter. They still find a kill. Still find a rundown they want. It's only the 2 supports they really kill off though. So it's not the biggest loss in the world for VG, but the moment you lose Frisk, you know you have no play. Like, you absolutely need that Oracle, as we've seen time and time again. And they get the right target jump. Like, just heads up play from Old11 to jump the Oracle first. And that does ensure that VG has no follow-up. Although Old11...
Mid lane, PYW, bottom lane, Old11, he's still alright. A lot of action happening across the map. Old11 still surviving as now. Frisk will go down mid lane. Erika, he's going to show up down bot. Old11 still proving to be a little bit too tanky though, as Yang is going to show up trying to onto DY, but they find nothing. They cannot dive the tier 2 bottom tower yet. And VG Gaming, it seems to be a bit of a damage problem now. Like, they just don't have the follow-up. Even as this Weaver, he didn't go for anything like a Javelin into a Maelstrom build-up. Johnny, he went for the Lincoln Sphere build.
Yeah, I mean, he does have to go defensive, but it is cutting their chances. You rely on XM for that burst. Okay.
In trouble. Light Strike Ray is going to land. Laguna out immediately, and they will get him. Another nice kill. Yang's still having a good time at least.
Yeah, he's got a span of about, you know, he's got the voice lines he wants to show off.
1 second, Jonathan. You can cast for a moment. My dog keeps barking. I'm just gonna ask her to stay a little bit more quiet if you don't mind. 1 moment.
No problem. Luna's a sweetheart as we get back into this game, of course. Still looking good for Xtreme Gaming. Vici having to catch up. 5k behind, but not completely unplayable. I think the massive issue is Low is gonna have his hags in 200 gold. This is a Pudge with 6 Flesh Heap stacks, not the highest in the world, but this timing into the axe is just going to be devastating. What Mike pointed out here for VG, the damage issues still remain. Does feel like XM's got to be able to land the perfect spell uses. The Sonic Wave has to be on point. They've got to be able to initiate properly with BAB, use this connection properly.
Yang's in trouble. False Promise going to be there from Frisk to try and save the day. The Nyx, it will survive a little bit longer, but the chase is still going. Yang, I don't think he makes it out of this one, and he won't. Another kill to go the way of Low. There's just nothing Vici can do right now, it feels like. They just can't fight back.
No, they have to connect as a team. I think you have to play off the back of the burst on XM, but he's not quite ready. Low has the Ags up, and he's been running around with the unupgraded Rod. Now he's got even more damage, even more of radius to go on. It's going to be easier to run down. This is the Pudge's big power spike, and VG just don't feel ready for that. They will have the BKB for BAB soonish, but it doesn't feel soon enough. And if Xtreme wants to, they can keep clumping up to just take more objectives. They've already gotten the outpost up top. Easy lineup for the Roshan. VG have no vision in the area to contest. They get the scan.
And a double damage for Xtreme as well. Well, I mean, of course they do. Roshan's up, John. You've got to have a double damage. They won't need it. He'll just keep it bottled up as the smoke is going to be there, but this is not the timing they want. Roshan's going to be gone way too quick, and if they force the fight into the double damage, I would highly advise against it if I was VG Gaming. It's Paparazzi. He'll move forward, but he's got the Aegis up, so he's happy to put his body on the line. Immediate smoke from Xtreme Gaming right behind him. You see how quick VG Gaming just dissipate. Erika, even in that triangle, needs to just back his way out. He is not feeling safe right now. Xtreme, they're going to head down towards the south instead, back towards that bottom lane. XM, he's a big target. Sticky Napalm, going to reveal Old11. So they will continue the chase. XM still in danger, but is going to get stunned by the spike. Carapace still XM. Running, 2 seconds away from the blink. Old11, oh, he's going to get the lasso in time. Still, they're going to try and save. It's not going to be enough. XM is gone. How unfortunate.
They got a good read in the smoke, but they went for the D ward on the sentry, and that gave them vision. That told them, all right, that's where they are. We'll swing around from the triangle, find that kill onto XM. It's a big kill to find, as again, they're relying a lot on that quap to pump out some damage in these fights. They do stall out long enough to get this Linken's up on Erica. There's some more defenses up. The Weaver's not going to be a sitting duck to, say, to dispose, the lasso to dismember. Going to be a little bit harder to pin down, especially as long as Frisk is behind already Oracle. It is still a tough game. Pushing onto the tier 1 bot. It's one more tower to go with no defense. Xtreme Gaming can just line up for the tier 2, and they will. And it just doesn't feel like VG has a good defense angle. All they can do is farm while their objectives fall.
Well, there goes that tier 2 bottom tower just so quickly to Paparazzi's damage output. Aegis up for another 3 minutes. They are feeling very confident on the side of Xtreme. AK ahead, nothing to stop them. You'll see the odds reflect that. The tier 3 tower now under siege. They will force the glyph, and that's going to be enough. No need to risk it. They won't be able to catch the Pudge either mid-TP. So Yang is going to go back into that dire triangle and try to find some straggler. He'll see DY and Paparazzi. If they can find either, it'd be a pretty big pick-off. Yang does pop the Spike Carapace, thinking he was scouted, but he was not. That'll be enough. Everyone else back. So VG Gaming just not finding a target they can actually go after, as Spike Carapace is there onto the Lina, but again, you really don't have the follow-up. You really can't afford to try and kill Paparazzi twice here. He's just not the target.
No. And they melt another tier 2. That's all outer towers gone for VG off the back of just one Aegis. The high ground's a very distinct possibility now for the side of VG, for the side of XG, and VG, and their defense just feels lacking.
Xtreme Gaming. Tier 3 tower, not going to last very long. VG, they're the ones that have got to try and answer Xtreme Gaming here, as the mid-tier 3 tower will drop. Paparazzi sticking around in that Shadow Blade. I believe was spotted underneath the sentry, so VG do stay on the high ground for a little bit longer. 9k advantage now. First tier 3 tower down. 21.5 minutes in, and once again, Xtreme Gaming, they know there's no rush. They understand that they're so far in the lead. They don't have to rush this. Just don't throw the game. That's what it's all about here.
Just play patiently. Understand that VG is still a strong team. They've still got some angles, especially if Frisk just finds an area at the back line to hold. They are grouped up, though. Looks like they could go for a bit of a smoke play. Try to find some more, and they will. Not spotted by any sort of ward. Have a good target down bot. Erica should be a bit careful here.
He's in the tree line. He might notice something is wrong. Problem is his TP is on cooldown for 20 seconds.
Oh, the scan.
Oh, the scan. Oh, they know he's there. Cooldown on the TP, about 12 seconds away. Can they see Erica? They're running right towards him. Paparazzi about to cut him off, Erica.
Oh,
Sakuchi, oh, they're gonna know. They know. Dust is there. Old 11. He'll break the Lincolns with the lasso. Erica, still on the run.
Oh.
Keep going, sir. You can
No.
make it. I believe in Erica. Run, Erica, run. Oh, it's not going to be enough. PYW is right on target. At least he bought some space for the rest of his team. Problem is, John, he's the one that needs the space.
Yeah, he's the hero who's supposed to carry through. He's their scaling hero here, and that was just unfortunate. The scan, he dipped outside of the tree line just for a moment to get into the scan, and that just allowed Xtreme Gaming to hone in. The smoke still had some time in it, so the moment he was close by, smoke faded, instant dust, instant Lincolns pop out from low. They did stall out long enough that the Aegis is gone, so the high ground defense might feel a little bit better here for the side of VG without having to worry about that secondary life. But guess what? Another double damage rune is on Paparazzi. Again.
I mean, of course. Jump in. Stun is there. Laguna. Damage is blocked. Nice Fate's Edict. It won't matter, though. They'll go for the lasso on Frisk instead. I don't think Paparazzi actually cares that he wasted that spell, as nice hook in onto Yang. Does get Spike Carapace stopped. The punch still a very tanky target. It's a Sonic Wave going to fly out low. He does get the Shallow Grape to make sure he does remain alive as Paparazzi with the double damage, and BKB keeps going. BAB does juke out the hook, but forces out his own BKB now as Xtreme. They will wait this one out and back off. But they will go right back in after the BKB wears out, I believe. Though never mind. Tier 3 tower is going to be enough. Xtreme not willing to risk it without their own BKB on Paparazzi. They hold the net worth lead. They still hold most of the map. They'll back off and wait for another day. Maybe even just wait for the next Roshan.
they can afford to. No rush here for the side of Xtreme. BKB is just finished up by PYW as well, working onto the Basher. So they're going to hit that point where the Marcy is going to feel very balanced. VG, for their part, instantly smoke up. They know they can't just afford to sit in the high ground, wait for Xtreme Gaming to make their move. They've got to catch them off guard. And Xtreme has split up just a bit here. So it is ample opportunity for that.
We go VG Gaming. Jump in, that Radiant Triangle. That's going to be where the fight happens. Rebound, PYW. He lands on
God.
2 heroes into the Light Strike Array. Paparazzi goes right to work. BAB barely surviving for now as XM's trying desperately to find Paparazzi. The leader, somehow still alive, gets his BKB off. XM's gone. PYW, you can't give this guy Marcy. Stop giving this guy Marcy. GG's called. They've seen enough, John. That's enough.
Can't fault them on the side of VG. Xtreme Gaming just run a clinic in this game and just managed to get everything done. Unfortunately, that means there is no Rax destroyed again on predictions. I'm reminded that there's never Rax. First game as well, VG just tap out before any Rax were really taken. Maybe a tier 3, but no Rax. Still, Xtreme, they play a spectacular game. I think in that last fight, something to point out, Low walks onto the ramp on the right side of the triangle, and he breaks the smoke of Frisk and one more hero down bot. So it cut off the angle of VG to even find that jump in. They didn't have their full force ready. Frisk didn't manage to get off the save onto Erica and just ruined that entire fight. So even just these micro plays coming out from Xtreme, they just have such a good read as to what happens. And VG, unfortunately, don't manage to get that shot for the last slot into TI. But they are in the last chance. So even if they're out here, they still have that long qualifier road to go, and you can see just how rough it was for Xtreme, for VG Gaming. I mean, XM was 0-4-0, not even an assist, Mike, on the mid-quap. That's how rough it was.
He had a very tough game. Like level 1 Blink being forced, getting PYW just ruined him. The whole laning stage. PYW, I think they got him minimum once, but I think maybe twice they got XM during the laning stage. At least if they didn't get him twice, they were very close to getting him the second time. Of course, Low having a perfect game, 5-0-11. Paparazzi naturally also having a perfect game, 5-0-9. I think Old 11 was the only one who didn't pick up a kill on the side of XG, but he just did such a fantastic job on the Batrider throughout that whole game, so who the hell cares? Xtreme Gaming, there you go, the grand finalists up against RNG. I think everyone kind of predicted that one to happen, so VG Gaming, at the very least, John, we pointed this out earlier, they aren't out of TI-11 yet. They do get to go to the last chance qualifiers, so they still have a chance to be able to qualify through to TI-11. But before all that, grand final coming up, Xtreme against RNG. My goodness, Jonathan, I can't wait to see how this one pans out.
Oh yeah, I mean, last time around it was a 2-1 in RNG's favor, so Xtreme can go the distance. This could be one of those series that goes all 5 games as we see that bracket again. RNG 2-1 over Xtreme Gaming had a very good ride in the winner's bracket there, and Xtreme Gaming a little bit of a bouncing back and forth, dropped down from RNG, still managed to beat out VG Gaming, and a best of 5 between these two teams. That is supposed to be Xtreme Gaming, not VG, and the grand finals, just to remind, but this should be 5 games. Like, I expect at least 4 games, probably 5. I think Xtreme Gaming has what it takes to pull it over RNG. I think RNG is still a really good team, but Xtreme has shown us they can get really creative, not just with the drafts, but with how they run these drafts as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Gotta give a shout out to one of our favorite coaches as well from the SEA region, John Clairvoyant. He's been doing a bit of draft analysis on Twitter, and he's actually said in one of his tweets that he believes Xtreme Gaming, while RNG are the favorites, he believes Xtreme Gaming have got this in the grand final. So, well, there you go. One of our favorite coaches, Jonathan, going the other way, thinking Xtreme might have it. I'll be frank, with the way they were playing these previous series, with that momentum behind them, John, we know that lower bracket momentum going into a grand final, it can swing against the actual grand finalists, the upper bracket boys, RNG. You kind of question, is the momentum going to work in favor of Xtreme now? Because they're looking fantastic, and those were 2 very dominant victories.
Oh yeah, and this is where that upper bracket curse is concerning. Mind you, I think RNG's broken it because they took that loss in the last in the upper bracket final. So, you know, not a 2-0, which means they're not going to be sitting on their high horses feeling all safe. They should be ready, and they should have prepared for what Xtreme Gaming might have.
Yeah. Well, with that, Jonathan, of course, we are going to head off to a break. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. There is a grand final coming up between RNG and Xtreme Gaming. We've got our new casting duo of B-Cop and Lizard taken over, and hopefully we have a 5-game grand final on our hands. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Radiant's turret has been killed.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
All right, and welcome back here to the final series, the last series of the Chinese qualifiers. It's the grand final. It's a rematch of the upper bracket final, something we kind of expected. It's RNG up against Xtreme Gaming in a BO5, and it's going to be a good one as, well, the last series went 3 games, so I might be expecting 5 games here. Although Xtreme Gaming, they just beat Vici 2-0, so they're on a quick little bit of momentum with 2 quick games. And we'll have to see how this series goes. But Lizard, before we get into any games, before we get into the series at all, what are you thinking? How many games? I don't know. I don't want to know how many.
I want to go all 5, all the stretch. Usually I say just 3-0, get it over with, you know, like let me go and do my bench press. I ain't got time for this. But this series, RNG versus XG, let's go to 5, please. Because do you remember the distant times when we were casting this game before B-Cup? It was yesterday. I don't know. It's so far away. I can remember only through fog. But these 2 teams, the way the series started, you would think XG has got them. Like, you would think that XG is much better, much stronger. They just dominated the lanes and won the game off of Lone Druid and Marcy. But then game 2, they just fell apart. Game 3, not even more so, but game 3, RNG was also very dominant. So I really think that it all comes down to the drafts and the execution playstyle. They're very similar when it comes to their strengths. Like, these 2 teams, they're the power levels are super close.
Yeah, I'd almost say, Xtreme won the first parts of games 1 and 3 because they were up a significant amount in game 3.
Yep.
Especially mid, where you had Paparazzi, who was dominating the Visage mid.
Oh yeah. You're right. I forgot about that. Even he crushed him. He had like
they all crushed.
Yeah.
Every lane had won in that game. It felt like for Xtreme Gaming, and yet still RNG resilient enough to find a way to win. It was really impressive.
Yeah, completely true. It also came down to the way their draft works, and it's also a little bit of a throw from XG. If you remember the Roche fights, I think that's something they can definitely improve on. Like, it's not a hard. At least it's simple. Even for us, it's simple to pinpoint what happened, right? Like, they went into the pit without prepping for it at all, without proper vision, without proper team fight before, without a pick-off, anything like that, and without heroes that do it fast as well. Like, 2 games in a row, they got pretty much punished for that heavily by RNG. But do you want to talk about the drafts a little bit, or should we just continue with the fluff?
We could get into the draft talk a little bit. We've got, for Xtreme Gaming, they're going to go back to that Lu Lone Druid, which we've seen do pretty well. Going back again to that series, the Lone Druid in Game 1 did really well for Lu and Xtreme Gaming. Game 2, it wasn't as great. I think that RNG certainly found their openings. They won in 27 minutes, so it was very one-sided there. But you've also got Lina, and you're going to have the PYW Earth Spirit, I believe. And then we'll see where this Marcy goes, because didn't they play offlane Marcy in that second game as well with the Shadow Shaman and Omni Knight? And it just felt like Old 11 might have been a little uncomfortable with the way that this hero was getting played, but he also...
But that was yesterday, B-Cop.
It was yesterday.
Yeah, these pro players, man, like, it takes them a day and they get the hero completely under their belt. Meanwhile, I spam 1,000 games and I still feel like, oh man, I don't know if I'm ready. But yeah, their draft is looking pretty solid. I'm not the biggest fan of Marcy plus Third Spirit on the offlane, but it definitely can work. Marcy plus Lone Druid does work. It's really good. It still can be that Marcy 5 with Lone Druid, Third Spirit 4, and then you get Elastic offlane. That also can work. And if you look at the bans, before I go over what RNG have picked, you can see that Extreme Gaming are definitely protecting the Lone Druid pick this time around. Like your Lifestealer is banned out, your Troll is banned out, your Tide Hunter is banned out. These are all very,
10
um,
seconds remaining.
Lone Druid protection
5
type
seconds remaining.
bans. Yeah. Pretty
Just
good.
Protect them.
Yeah, pretty good draft on the RNG as well, don't you think so? Like this Lich is, he's really getting some love in this Chinese region. He has Puck to work with as well. Like you have that Dream Coil with the ulti. Fissure follow up,
Radiant
Echo
team
follow up
back.
is always need to have. But Brewmaster, that's
Yeah,
a
that's
question
something
mark.
we see all too much, but I kind of like the Brewmaster pick, or at least I used to like Brewmaster in the 3. I'm wondering what RNG sees in it now
10
over
seconds remaining.
all the offlaners we've been seeing throughout the entirety of the
5
qualifier.
seconds remaining.
I'm not sure. Like, it depends. Even I've seen a couple of brewmasters. Some would still rush the Aghanim's. Some of them would go for complete utility items like Vessel and Crimson Guard if you're playing versus some right clickers such as PL or Visage, right? I've seen it all. But I'm still not jaded, B-Cop. I'm still looking
Dire
at this
team
brewmaster and his handsome long ears and thinking, what will you
Radiant team
bless us
back.
with this time around? What kind of item build will you go for?
Right. I wonder what the build ends up being these days.
They ban out the Darkseer, by the way, so that's a combo with the Earth
10
Spirit that you don't
seconds
want to play
remaining.
against. It's also well, with Marcy, it's quite
seconds.
decent. You have
Dire
2 melee
team.
cores that you can jump in with, and it does look like they're expecting a Marcy 5, and I don't blame them. Marcy 5 plus Lone Druid in the lane is really damn good. You can still go for a Marcy offlane, but I do believe that
10
5 is maybe a bit
seconds
better.
5 seconds
Got this
remaining.
last pick, so the final pick will go to RNG.
Final pick for RNG, they need a carry. One of the Lone Druid counters back in the day would, well, not necessarily a massive counter, but Razor was decent, right?
Let's see it go there.
They pick anything? No. Wait, it's Extreme Gaming that's picking right now.
Yeah, I said the final pick though goes to
The
RNG.
final. Okay, I see. Yeah. XG, they need either to decide is this Marcy a support or offlane and pick according to that. What would be good in your opinion on the offlane for them? I'm kind of basic. I wouldn't even mind to see a clock like yesterday, but only player that plays it on offlane still is General. You can buff up the bear with some minus armor like Slardar. They go with the Pango, of course. Like I didn't even see he's still in the pool.
Pretty standard pick. Pango is starting to feel like one of those picks where it's like when in doubt, just pick Pango. He does so much anyway.
Yeah, you are picking it into a
10
puck, right?
seconds
There's Dream
remaining.
Coil that you have to worry about, but it's not a terrible
5
counter. You
seconds
can still
remaining.
play against that, and you're a hero that Earth Spirit can leave and start roaming a bit. You're not super strong, but you can always swashbuckle yourself out of danger.
Mhm.
Yeah, we'll see. For RNG, I mentioned Razor earlier. There are different options as well. This is one of them.
Interesting. Okay. I
So-
mean, with heroes that kind of want to move a lot, this
It's-
feels like a really good pick.
Of course, you're completely now countering Gold 11. That's something, right? And also you get that shard eventually, and that shard for me should work pretty damn well versus the Lone Druid. built in very tanky, right? 1.8% of the target's HP. Delta's pure damage. It's not too shabby at all. So I do like the Bloodseeker pickup. At the same time, I kind of have the same feeling I had yesterday. This Xtreme Gaming's lineup can just roll over them really fast. Like on RNG, you need a lot of stuff on a lot of your heroes. Like even your position 4 is greedier than the enemy position 4. He needs a blink, right? Like Kaka needs something. Meanwhile,
Right.
PYW, he's always active. Lone Druid, all he needs is a Mask of Madness, and he's already hitting your towers.
Yeah, it does seem pretty similar to what we were seeing. At least from the series, right? Like it always felt like Gaming's lineups were coming online a little bit earlier, but RNG were able to find a way to like break through that, and they did that in those back 2 games in the last series. So I'm wondering if that's the idea. If we could just hold out and not be down too far, if our lanes just go decently, we should be able to hold on and win. Because like, I feel like this Bloodseeker does a lot in this game, and I feel like this lineup, our second item, starts to really show off. And if they get to that point, they might even just turn it on Xtreme pretty heavily.
Hasta luego. I agree with everything you said. I'm not just here for
You're
no
not just
reason.
giving me the hasta luego.
I'm just doing my predictions as well. Total number of player deaths at the game end, 41 to 55. Xnova, please go buff up my prediction. Player with highest magic or pure. That one is hard. I guess Somnus or Paparazzi. I'll go with Somnus. Total magic or done to heroes by 20. I'll go with Paparazzi. Actually, I'm gonna go with Paparazzi on everything. Team with the most kills. Xtreme Gaming, let's go. One difference, like yesterday, Somnus just completely destroyed them with that puck, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. That he like single-handedly won that game.
Pretty much. This time around, however, the matchup isn't that easy for him. He's playing into Alina, and there's an Earth Spirit that can silence him at all times early on, so might be a bit more difficult for Somnus. We'll see.
The battle begins.
Both of these balloons are here, and Fissure on 2. Ghost is around, and he's got some help to go after PYW and Old 11. PYW looking like he might just be that first blood in will for Ghost, and then they're going to start to chase this Pangolier, who went Shield Crash level 1. He'll use it to get onto the high ground, but they still have 3 heroes. Try to at least swipe a bounty rune, which he will, but he'll fall and be the second death.
I love how
As RNG get 2 kills before the game even really gets going.
Yeah, and it kind of spills over in other lanes as well, right? Like, because of that, on top lane, Chalice has been zoned out a little bit. There is no one to fissure block. There is no one to go and get the creep wave. So, like, for Xtreme Gaming, not everything is super grim, but you probably don't want to die on your 4 and 3
Dyer's turret
as the game
has
is
been
about to
killed.
start. Usually, that's not the greatest thing to
You're
happen.
losing your courier as well. See how Paparazzi attacks this against Somnus too. Like this is, I said it yesterday. This feels like such a classic lane in terms of the players, and it could go one way or the other, no matter the matchup. Even if it feels like a hero matchup that's 80-20, I feel like these guys know each other so much.
Old 11 bot lane again.
Oh, shield crash and blood right down.
Has been
That
killed.
hits, he'll be pretty low. Ghost has the opportunity to do something if he wanted to dive in, but Old 11, that stick, he popped it. There's one more tango as well, going for the early ring of health.
Yeah, they're just being completely zoned out by the Lich and Bloodseeker on bot lane. It's not a simple lane to play against, right? Like, Xnova is using Trust Nova all the time on you, and then you get Ghost with bonus movement speed with Thirst. With that kill early on as well, that netted him boots of speed, so chase you down easily.
Bratzi just constantly throwing out the Dragon Slave. Being Somnus, he hasn't phase shifted it once from when I've been watching.
You can't really, like, this is the matchup. This is how it goes. If you want to phase shift the Dragon Slave, you're never gonna phase shift the Dragon Slave because he's gonna right click you until you phase shift, and then he's gonna Dragon Slave you. You know, it's a. That's why I said that the matchup is definitely a bit better for Paparazzi than it was yesterday. Yesterday, after the laning stage, he just completely got dominated on that quad.
It's 6 for Paparazzi already, and all things considered, the fact that they gave up first blood and a +1, they're still down 1,000 net worth. Like, it just switched over to less than 1,000, but Xtreme in every lane again. Like, that's probably
Dire's structures are
the
fortified.
biggest thing here that I've been seeing for Xtreme Gaming is their laning seems to be just perfect.
That's pretty much all on top of on account of this Lina. He's got like 600 gold more than the puck, or had 600 now, a bit less. But
Radiant's courier has been killed.
the other lanes are also doing fine. Like Lu, once again, just free farming, nothing different. Pretty much the same like yesterday.
All right, down Old 11 in some trouble. PYW is going to roll and needs one more right click. Going to chase him under the tower. Shield crash, Ghost in trouble. And he's going to fall to the tower. Old 11 just surviving after throwing down the shield crash and getting some help from PYW.
Nice.
Chase was on from Ghost, and that's a big death.
A nice couple of blocks from PYW, and then the shield crash just came off cooldown. Plus, you get to buy yourself a ring of health after all of that. Straight back into the lane. Straight back into battle as Ghost TP'd on top of Old 11.
That really feels detrimental.
Yeah, that brings Old 11 completely back into the game. It was... they were kind of getting stomped in the lane. Lich constantly spamming, Bloodseeker getting thirst from other lanes as well, obviously. But now they can breathe again. It's fine. It's not great. Bloodseeker is still, what, 700 gold ahead, more or less, but...
You said at the same time, like, Lou's doing just as well as this Bloodseeker, just a little bit better, too. Ooh, X-Nova a bit out of position after the boulder smash on him, but ended up trying to get that kill. They had shield crash on cooldown. I thought maybe they'd swashbuckle forward, but that would risk Old 11 pretty heavily. Put them in an odd spot.
I feel like Lone Druid had to be ahead in this game. If you look at the laning stage, like Shaker, Shaker was never the greatest laner, right? He's a decent laner if he starts on the lane. By the way, there's a rotation mid PYW.
Yeah, for both teams. Both teams, Kaka looking for the fissure, lands it. And now Somnus moving in. He's got the waning rift. The roll comes out. That's going to land. They also have the Marcy. DY's in. The right clicks on a Kaka. Both supports come over for Xtreme Gaming to make sure that they can keep Paparazzi not only alive, but supplement that with getting him a kill.
Look at that.
They're going after Somnus, waning rift. Paparazzi, he's level 6. He's got the Laguna Blade, and they'll get the kill on the Somnus. So they end up supplementing him 2 kills.
Yeah.
And Xtreme mid feels amazing now.
They supplemented them 2 kills, and one of them was on the puck, even on the enemy mid laner. He didn't get the region in the end. But look, Somnus had 2 options. He had the option to take the region, to not take the region, leave it to Lina and lose the lane, or he had an option to go for the region and maybe get out afterwards, right? If he jukes them well enough. He took the riskier option. It didn't work out, but I can respect it as well. You just don't want to see that Lina pick up a region after killing your teammate and then just constantly continue spamming you. And that
They're going to look now top lane for Chalice. Body blocks from DY. They've got the Dispose, and the right clicks from Lou and the Bear. We'll finish off this Brewmaster. They continue to get kills around the map. They've got 4 after giving up 2 early before the horn. RNG haven't had anything in the laning phase since then, but they're going to try and go after Old 11. A Fissure comes in, the shield crash comes out, and PYW, they're going to look to maybe even turn this gank around for a second. Ghost is at half health, and they've got DY coming in, but the rebound doesn't catch up to these RNG heroes.
Yeah, the rebound was like just, hey guys, I'm here, you know? There was... It was so far away, it was never going to connect.
You need to be aware of that, though, that Marcy's still here, but doesn't have a lot of mana to work with anyway. DY doesn't have enough for rebound or dispose. Omnis over to the side with Paparazzi as well. Both supports coming in and potentially looking for a kill on Somnus again. Now they're going to turn around.
They were just fighting for the rune. Lina got the arcane rune in the end. A little bit faster on the clicks. But bot lane it's very interesting. Like they're
going
going
for Ghost. They land the rebound, and with the dispose, Ghost is going to try and run. Doesn't have a lot of extra movement speed. Nobody's really sitting low, and they get the shield crash. They'll get the kill. 3-man Fissure just not in time, but the TP comes in afterwards. It's a 3-man Dream Coil. It'll snap on PYW. They look over at Old 11. They've got the silence with the geomagnetic grip on Akaka. The Laguna Blade comes in under the Earthshaker. They get the kill on Old 11. They'll look to get Kaka out, but the LSA lands, and Paparazzi has himself another. He's on a killing spree. Somnus needs to be careful of a potential rebound dispose combo from DY. If he were to get caught again, I think Paparazzi certainly had the damage there, but they back off, and Xtreme aren't going to go for anything more. They lost Old 11 down bottom.
Lina is caught. They still might go for it.
Paparazzi wasn't going, but staying too long. LSA never lands. Ghost comes back into the lane. They'll rebound and give him the movement speed, but the right clicks come through, and Paparazzi ends up going down. He stayed too long. Rupture onto Old 11, who just came back into the lane. They get the kill on the DY. They'll take out a second. It's a double kill for Ghost with the blood right, the damage, and another one. Kaka, they'll finish off this Pango, and PYW drops.
I'm not sure why they decided to play it the way they did. Paparazzi, he blundered there. It's as simple as that. You could see it. While you were questioning the shield crashes, the plays from all the other heroes, Paparazzi was just sitting there with his arcane rune, hitting creeps right next to the tier 1 tower. And yeah, there is no Dream Coil. It's understandable, but there's still enough control. And let's be real, he just got caught on by the clip of that Sinister Gaze. The range on it is definitely deceiving. Like, it's higher than you expect. And because of that Sinister Gaze, he actually falls in the end.
He was just standing a bit far forward, considering the fact that the rest of his team had backed off and gone left into the jungle a little bit. Not there to really help him if he got into a spot like that immediately.
They kind of threw all the advantage that they got off of a couple of really nice rotations early on. And the game is even back again.
It's similar to what we've been seeing from Xtreme in some of these losses, where it's just like, okay, we take a lead, we know we're confident, we overplay our hand, and then the game falls back to even. That being said, it is even just about in net worth. There's still Lu free farming, and that's something they've done in every game, is giving Lu a chance.
You must
Always
give
open
Lu
up the
a
map
chance.
for him. Yeah.
Give Lu a chance. That should be his party's logo, you know, motto.
Rolling Thunder, Old 11. Oof.
Barely.
Yeah, TPing with the Rolling Thunder and the Rupture on him. That's a little bit scary.
It's a ballsy one, definitely. Puck going for the same build like yesterday. We will see that Witchblade on him very soon. I think it's super standard. For the Lina, I feel it's the same, right? Like your Power Treads and Falcon Blade into BKB. There are some players that still go for travels, but I think this is the new standard.
Is it the gold standard?
It is the gold standard, exactly.
Good job there, getting the Waning Rift off and stopping the dispose coming in.
I should
Really well done by Somnus. I'm wondering if we're gonna see part 2 of him just controlling and carrying the side of RNG.
one of these like TI winners, such as Seb, should make like certified by Seb on guides, and then he should ask money from Immortal Fate and Tortellini and all these guide makers, you know, like please put a stamp on my guide, Lich.
X-Nova hit with the roll. They'll get the kill. The rebound came in first. So PYW again. When PYW gets these heroes that have this long reach, he really knows how to utilize that extension.
I feel like when
his team.
PYW gets anything ever, he makes it work. Is it PYW
Yeah.
Weaver? He's gonna dominate. Is it the Shadow Shaman? He's gonna dominate. Is it Nerd Spirit? It doesn't matter. He's like one of those super complete position 4s.
He really knows how to do quite a lot with the hero pool he's got. And he's got a legitimate hero pool. It's not a bucket. It's not a puddle. But it is a complete hero pool. Rebounding off the bear, and Kaka gonna be disposed, then rooted. He throws down an Echo Slam that really does nothing. Chain Frost is gonna bounce around, going back and forth from the bear over to the Earth Spirit. They get the kill on a Kaka. They'll end up trading PYW. Lou's getting low. He's been ruptured. He needs to be careful. Or no, he hasn't been ruptured yet. My mistake. But now they'll go to the Dream Coil. That will catch Lou, and he's still somehow alive. Bloodright's down. The Rolling Thunder comes in. The Bloodright is what finally finishes off Lou. Now the Rupture's out. It's on to Old 11. They've got 3 dead on the side of Xtreme Gaming, and somehow RNG, it feels like they've kind of salvaged this fight a little bit when it started with a whiffed Echo Slam.
It's insane that they even managed to keep that lone druid alive for such a long time. I felt like, okay, he's dead. He's dead. Is he alive? And then he dies in the end to the blood right now. PYW. Oh, they messed up their stuns.
Yeah. I think PYW and DY might even be next. Somnus is going for this with the double damage. Just needs one more right click. But throws the illusory orb out. LSA just on the edge hit the puck. And he jaunts over to the side. A rebound again, but DY clicked down by Somnus. He's really starting to get out of control. They need to be careful. Sinister Gaze on Alou, who just came back alive, and he'll fall too. RNG, they're really moving up, moving forward, and getting themselves into the lead, and they've got themselves a fissure that lands on a 2. They got the blood right down. They get the kill on the paparazzi. Old 11 on the run, but he's got nowhere to go, and they will lose everybody on the side of Xtreme Gaming. And I know Earth Spirit's alive, but he died first. So
Damn, this
technically a
is
full team wipe for RNG.
This is a repeat of game 2 from yesterday. Like the fight starts off kinda alright for Xtreme Gaming in the river. They miss a couple of spells, and then they just fall apart one after another. Like, I don't know, RNG, they possess this power, this strength to bait Xtreme Gaming into these skirmishes that they're just much better equipped to fight, right? Like, you have Somnus with the double damage. Like, he wants to continue fighting for as long as possible. And Lou, he just respawned the bear. I think even when he gets back to life, he's not gonna have it for quite some time. So his farming speed is going to be, yeah, severely diminished.
Something they've done a good job at that I was saying earlier is that Lou always seems to find his farm, but he was involved maybe a little bit earlier than I thought he would be. As PYW dies again, and they've got the Dream Coil down, but it won't matter. Paparazzi will trade for Kaka, and it seems to be a battle of who can hit harder, who can do more in the mid lane and carry this game.
Yeah, but Delina is definitely still ahead, a little bit in net worth, right? But Somnus, he caught up, considering that he definitely did have a rougher start. And only a triple kill this time around. It wasn't an ultra.
RNG, they're doing what we've seen them do multiple times, and did it yesterday a bunch, is really pull back games towards that 15-minute mark.
Yep.
And look at where Ghost is. Like, even though he had that blunder, he's come back online. He's top of the net worth. He's almost got the BKB. The BKB's finally finished for Paparazzi, but RNG feeling like this is a moment where they can fight. Dream Coil on cooldown for another 10 seconds,
You
but
don't-
by the time they get there, it should be available.
Yeah, even if you don't have it, you have a blink on Kaka, so
Radiant's bottom tower
you really want to utilize that as much as possible.
On the run, Waning Rift catching up. DUI will fall, and Somnus now unstoppable.
It's very nice the way he doesn't use the fissure to initiate. He's just waiting to jump in, use the totem, and perhaps if someone is around, he can double fissure them, right? Like, or if Marcio rebounds, he can catch both of them with a fissure. When it comes to the item builds, though, there is a clear advantage on one side. On one side, you have old 11. This guy right here, he's building Lincolns because he has to, right?
Might end up going down again. Ruptured Dream Coil. It's a certainty at that point.
Yeah,
Somnus getting another kill on old 11.
he needs to get this Lincolns. It's understandable. You're playing into you're an offlane Pango and you're playing into a Bloodseeker. But at the same time, he doesn't contribute to your teammates at all. It's no utility, right? It doesn't really help. On the other hand, you have Chalice on the Brewmaster, and he's rocking himself a nice little Vladimir's offering together with a Blink. Actually, Blink, not something we've seen way too often on the Brew recently, right? Usually it was just the Axe Rush into Refresher. But it used to be, like long time ago, the most standard item build for the Brew.
How do you feel about the Primal Companion, the new Ag Scepter?
It's just interesting, I guess. I don't know. I've seen it.
Dyer's
I've seen players try and go for that, but it just looks wonky. I don't know, because when you kill it, it's dead for quite a long time as well. It's not like. You know, it's not like it respawns very quickly or anything like that. What is it? It's like 70 seconds, if I remember correctly.
is under attack.
Yeah, something like that. It is 70 seconds. They're going to get Roche here, get the Aegis into the hands of Ghost. RNG making an easy movement there. No contest from Xtreme Gaming. They're over bottom trying to take a tier 2. They're going to start to DP from RNG. They're nearby PYW with the Geomagnetic Grip as well as Boulder Smash. They've got the BKB being popped by Ghost. They'll try to get the damage out onto the Bloodseeker, but he's able to run away. They get the kill next over a start. So the Lich is out of the equation. Does have buyback if they choose to use it. The rollout from PYW would get him to safety. They take the Aegis on Ghost. Somnus from behind them. Echo Slam dropped on a 2, but it's not enough damage. The Fissure, though, it locked down Paparazzi enough for Somnus to take out the Lina. They got the Dream Coil down on a 1. It's only on old 11. He's going to snap it. Uh-oh, Waning Rift. Silence on a 3. They end up losing Chalice, but old 11 falls in return. The offlaners are gone. DY is going to drop 2. 4 heroes down on the side of Xtreme Gaming is the look over at Lou, the last remaining hero on the side of Xtreme. They'll look for the high 5. They will get it. They'll continue to high 5 as it's Somnus, who's beyond godlike, and finishes off the team wipe.
I love the friendly banter and the BMs between these two teams. RNG is definitely winning that battle with the tick-tock, tick-tock. I mean, the chat line memes, right? Like the...
Yeah, the OG chat line memes.
They're definitely winning that battle, but it's just so important for Xtreme Gaming to kill, well, PYW this time.
Again.
Yeah, this time.
You know, we were praising him. I think we've jinxed him. He's now 2-7-6.
Dyer's
It
middle tower
happens.
is under attack.
You know, it's not only him. His whole team started feeding, and he's a team player. You know, if everyone feeds, he's not gonna stand aside and look at that happening. No, if you roll in mud, I roll in mud. That's PYW. But one important thing for XG, which was shown in that last teamfight as well, is the necessity to kill the Lich. Like, you actually need to get rid of this Lich. He does so much. Sinister Gaze is a problem. Frost Shield is a problem for the Lone Druid. But that Nova, that ultimate as well, is just... It does so much damage to the Lone Druid. He doesn't build a BKB early on, and it bounces between him and the bear. He can't move out of it. So just an additional issue that they have, and an issue provided by a position 5.
It might even get worse if he drops an Ice Spire between the bear and
Which will
Blue.
happen, yeah.
Eventually he'll get that shard, and it will be Even worse time for Lu on this bear, trying to get away from the Lich. Dallas moving forward and kind of wants to go here. Taka. He's about to have Echo Slam back off cooldown. Lose silence for the moment. The Fisher comes in. They'll get the kill on the PYW. The Rolling Thunder comes out from Old 11. The Chain Frost is now over to the side, bouncing on Lou as well as the bear, doing some damage. Oh, the Rolling Thunder! Somnis got hit as he blinked in. He's going to end up going down. 10 times spree now over into the hands of Paparazzi with the BKB being popped by Ghost. DY to get so much damage. The right clicks are quick from Ghost. Turns DY into a ghost. He can only watch from the grave as the rest of the team is trying to run after Kaka as well as Xnova to get a couple of more kills. They've got the root onto the Lich. They'll take him out. And Kaka getting over and escaping into the trees while the rest of the team has already made their escape as well.
And that's a nice little dieback that they got on Lich. Paparazzi just got so much gold off of that kill. Puck being a little bit too
Overzealous.
overzealous. Yeah, he got clipped by that Rolling Thunder. The first Rolling Thunder that actually mattered, I feel like, even in this game, because he didn't get, I believe he didn't get ruptured, right? So he could actually roll around for a little while. And off of that one fight, I'm not saying that they're in the best position, but the game is still even. You're getting that Blink Dagger soon on Pangolier, and you'll be able to initiate on other heroes besides PYW. Like, I know you said he went from, what, 2-0 or something to 2-6. That's also because he's the only one that goes in. Like, he was the only one that can go in first. Because of that, he just gets initiated on and killed off.
And now, though, that they've got the Lincolns and the Blink Dagger from Old 11, he might be able to be the one that initiates as well if they set up properly and have the vision.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
MKB finished for Paparazzi. Going Satanic next to try and sustain through these long fights. Let's looking at Ghost. He's going for the Scotty. And he's got both the ulti orbs, just waiting to get the point booster. Not too far off of that. He still sits top of the net worth. He was swinging like a madman in that last fight.
Yeah, he just hits super hard every single fight. He's keeping on top of the net worth charts for a long time, and he's just dishing out all kinds of damages. But Old 11...
Thunder started early. There's the blink. Finally showing it off. Ghost just on the edge of it. They finally catch up to him. But it's the other way and over to the side where Taka gets taken out. Going Thunder was just a distraction.
A good distraction. If you saw Pangolier rolling by your side, holding guns and swords, you'd probably watch that too.
Yeah. It felt like a cat chasing a ball of yarn. Everybody was like, ooh. Meanwhile, Kaka dies.
What are we waiting for?
Scotty.
Yeah, the Scotty on Bloodseeker.
500 gold.
Yeah, it's coming shortly. On the other side, his colleague on position 1, Lou, he's going for a basher, it seems like. Top lane.
Magnetized, top lane, over on Xnova.
Oh, the dodge.
By himself, dodging the roll like a matador. And Xnova into the trees, going to try and hide out.
It's a nice spot, but they saw it.
Yeah. Yeah, caught it for a second. There's the kill.
Love how both of these teams have the cliff ward on top lane, but in the upmost Tinker ward. But the Dire Sentry just does not clip the Observer, at least by Xnova.
It's all the way over on the right side of that cliff. Roche potentially in 50 seconds, and see, both teams are probably going to start to posture towards that area. Especially once Xnova comes back up. I wouldn't be surprised if they start heading that way. They're starting to sit together, almost like they're going to smoke out towards that direction. They've got the Aeon Disc, I believe, available.
Yeah. The Puck can just disassemble it.
Puck, yeah.
Exactly. And
He's holding that.
they will smoke up, like you said, most likely. With the Lich. There you
There it
go.
is.
It's a standard move, right? And as they're dire on XG, they can do the same, and they will. I was thinking maybe they'll just stick around on the high ground and ward it up, but
Radiant are scared.
it's smoke's
Samus'
broken.
smoke breaks, and he's gonna just jump in. They've got the roll, they have the root, phase shift away. But on the backside of the fight, they've got the BKB already being popped by Paparazzi. They'll cyclone the bear up into the air. They'll look over at DY. DY's going to be stunned by the Brewing. They've got the Rolling Thunder that's landing on the Somnus. He needs to be careful. The right click's coming in from Ghost. They get the Coda Paparazzi with a fissure from Gaga. There's the Chain Frost bouncing around, but it goes over to the creep. So a little bit of luck coming out.
the Echo!
Gaming. The Echo Slam is massive coming through from Kaka. Can they follow it up with more? They'll take it all of them, and they get the Coda PYW. Another fissure from Kaka locks him down. DY's gone, and again, Lou, the last one alive. Will they look for the high five as they try to kill him? No, they'll be savage roared away. The rest of the team still trying to catch up. They'll at least look at the bear. They've got the waning rift. The fissure slams at his feet, and they will finish off the team wipe as Roche is respawned and RNG put themselves primed to take it.
They're not giving them the clock or anything. Okay, now they're becoming really damn serious.
It's serious.
It's so interesting how this game works. It's just so insane. Like, one of the main reasons why they even win the fight is because of the Blink Dagger on Brewmaster, which, like, at first it doesn't look like it did a lot, but he blinked in, he used his ulti right next to Lina, and he forced him to pop his BKB, 8-second BKB instantly, right? And by the time Lina got into position to actually start fighting with the Bloodseeker, he didn't have to do anything, he didn't have to use his own BKB, right? So he clipped it somewhere in the middle of the fight, and then they started brawling. Because of that BKB, there's no control for the Bloodseeker, so he kills the Lina, right? Everyone else waits for the Bloodseeker's BKB to end, to jump him, but because they wait so long, Kaka is in the right position to blink in and just use the Echo. It's just all follows, like it's just a domino effect of one Brewmaster having a blink and jumping in first.
It was the Dream Coil and the Echo at the same time, and good damage coming in from Somnus. TP, Fissure bouncing back, and he'll go all the way back to base. It's 4 seconds on the Waning Rift. 14, 2, and 11. It's starting to feel like you can't give Somnus puck ever.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's becoming that copy pasta, right? You're playing against RNG. You don't ban puck because you think you can beat it. RNG picks puck, you lose.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
After yesterday, I definitely can see that meme being used for Somnus and his puck. And yeah, today he's proving a point too. I think this game might even be more so of that meme, right? Top lane. Cool.
Feels like an Echo Slam, and Old 11 will drop. Really using that Echo Slam, a little bit surprising, but maybe they don't feel like they're going to be fighting.
Oh, the fissure missed. That's why. He missed the fissure. If he doesn't echo, Pango just uses Shield Crash or Swashbuckle. Earth Spirit as well, bottom lane.
Omnis, yeah, found him. Fissure to follow it up. Totem, he's got the shard, roll blocked, and then Kaka with the right click after the totem to get the kill on a PYW caught out again.
Here we go. There's the clock.
He's probably got it on a key that it'd be a little bit harder to get to while you're fighting.
I don't think so, because I've seen those clocks triggered in team fights as well.
Dire's
And
middle tower is under attack.
Okay, so the Bloodseeker...
Almost finished for Paparazzi.
Panic? Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower
Big one.
is under
Like,
attack.
if he can get to it, like, perhaps the next time he
Dire's bottom tower
just
has fallen.
brawls against the Bloodseeker, he actually can do it. And he can stand his ground.
Yeah, he needs to be careful, though. It's been Kaka time and time again that gets Ghost that little bit of extra
Hold 11.
lockdown. 11 again. Fissure on the edge, and he's silenced. There's the totem, and he's close, but they'll go to the Laguna Blade and get the kill on a Ghost. took him out pretty quickly. They're going to look to follow this up potentially with the Rolling Thunder, but the Dream Coil comes out with a Waning Rift that stops Old 11 from going in, actually stops him from surviving.
He was priming.
Fissure will block them from timing this out going forward.
So, first, why Old 11 even survived was Kaka. He wasn't truly in the best position to use his Fissure and block him in the Blood, right? Could have been a little bit faster there, perhaps, but still, Old 11 survives with a glimmer of his HP, right? Like, he was very low. He tries to pop that Rolling Thunder to control Ghost after the Aegis. But Somnus, again, on point, jumps in, kills him off before that even happens.
Don't attack the high ground after that. Asher picked up for the Lone Druid Bear. So he's got Nullifier, Deso, Mask of Madness, Basher, and now looking as well. He's already got the Shard. Savage Roar upgrade. Why he still has it queued up.
All into that damage. No BKB, nothing like that. What's happening with the other carry of the game, the Bloodseeker? He actually finished the Shard, so Skadi Shard and the Basher. The game is becoming super explosive, right? Like, up to this point, you see a fight, you can kind of guess who's gonna win according to the initiation, like, depending that is on the initiation. But right now, it's anyone's game. You can just kill off a puck in a single stun. Same goes for Lina. Same goes for the Bloodseeker, which we have just witnessed.
And smoke. See if they've got the reach. And this is in the lane. They'll go to the Rolling Thunder, going the opposite direction. They don't really see anybody. X-Nova's going to be the one who ends up getting caught by the Rolling Thunder, but they have Ghost nearby. They need to be careful. Fire on X-Nova as well. Blood right down. Chain Frost bouncing. That goes over to the Bear. They've got the Sinister Gaze. They're going to try and focus their attention onto the Bear, but the Unleash comes up from DY. Now the Rupture. That's on a Paparazzi, so he has to stand still. It's going to be followed up by Kaka going into the Echo Slam, and Paparazzi never gets anything off. Just did for 75 seconds without buyback. Flew over to the side all alone. They've split them up and picked them off one by one, and they will get 4 kills as the only one to escape is Old 11. They really split them up perfectly on this one.
Yeah, the only one that the one that started all of that mess is also Old 11. He went in so damn deep with the Rolling Thunder, with the smoke. They went on to the high ground with that chase, and that chase might be just game losing. Top lane is being pushed in, mid lane is being pushed in by Somnus. They have what, 30 seconds before a core is up, before Alina is up, so
gotta be sets in my eyes. I don't want to step in too close because that'll happen. You're from a distance, followed up by way more.
By the way,
actually don't get the mid set of racks.
Before I forget that last fight when they over-chased, it's the first time that I've seen Ogre Seal Totem used to put to good use. Like after Marcy killed Lich, he couldn't get out, so he used the totem to get off the cliff and actually run away a little bit. So that was nice. I feel like if you're XG, you just have to make sure that your Lina isn't completely controlled in these fights. Like the last fight, they jumped her, they echoed her, totemed, fissured, everything went on Paparazzi. If you could somehow make sure that Lina can at least pop the BKB and Satanic, you might have a shot of winning a team fight.
Yeah, but now you're just so far behind that it feels almost improbable. They've really fallen like terribly behind where Lou and Paparazzi were at least catching up. That being said, like Paparazzi can still output damage. You were saying as long as they just give him a chance.
Just give this man a chance. Just give him the opportunity. He wants to do God honest work. Just let him. Why don't you let him be cop? It's all the caster's fault, everyone knows.
I know, it's because I'm speaking.
PYW.
High ground, PYW, roll away. Dream Coil down on a 2 in the bear. Old 11 will get caught again. He'll fall. BKB popped very early from Paparazzi afterwards, and I believe this is to try and leave. But as I say that, well, now Chain Frost bouncing over to the side, heals up into the air. The overwhelming blink from Somnus going over and trying to continue it on to DY. Chalice will be there instead. They've got the rebound. It doesn't land with the old 11 Rolling Thunder coming in. The LSA as well as the right click damage coming through onto the Brewmaster. They get the kill with the Echo Slam again. Kaka, he's in with it one more time. And Ghost is going to take out Paparazzi as well as DY. They'll finish off Lou. These heroes buy back on the side of Xtreme Gaming, but it's not looking like it's going to matter at all. They'll get the totem and the fissures in between them both. They'll take out old 11 again.
GG.
They'll kill off PYW. And GG is called by Xtreme Gaming as RNG will take game number 1 in this BO5 Grand Final.
Radiant
Really, really well played by the boys of RNG. Once again, every single prediction that I made was incorrect, by the way.
Same. I did not get one prediction right, but it's okay. For our prediction of 5 games, we're still on pace because there's no way to tell if it's not going to be 5 games yet.
Yep.
And RNG, and that was the same script, it seems like, from them. Lanes are a little shaky. We get to a point where we're comfortable and confident, and then we win the game. Maybe I'm oversimplifying it a little bit, but
No, you
that's
aren't.
what we've seen a lot.
It was literally okay. The draft of XG had some issues, right? Like the Pangolier got heavily countered.
Right.
They picked, and it was their last pick. It still got countered by not 1 but 2 heroes, the Puck, sort of, and obviously the Bloodseeker last pick. Bloodseeker last pick was on point. Not only does it deal with the bear, it also dealt with the Pangolier really well. But those mid-game engagements, those were the ones that, again, broke XG. And I'm not sure just how are they getting so outplayed in these little skirmishes and these little team fights. Because that's what it is. It's not like some strategical brilliance from the guys on RNG. No, it's literally... They make you miss a couple of stuns. Puck gets a double damage. They get an ultra or a triple kill on him, and they play off of that. They come back completely in the match.
This is something I kind of want to attribute to Kaka a little bit because that's where the change really came in, right? Like RNG, before they had Kaka, it felt like maybe things were a little bit less communicated and a little bit sloppier. Maybe I don't really want to be too rude to the players past, but Kaka, we know is a big time shot caller. He knows what the team wants to do, and he's been the guy for Keen Gaming. He's been the guy for IG. He's been the guy for Newbie, who you want to listen to make sure that everything goes according to plan. And it feels like he's drawing out plays 10 minutes before they happen because they've been perfect. Like, not only his performance been really good, but it looks like they all know what they want to do in these fights. Like, here are the goals. Here's how we're going to accomplish them. A, B, C, D. Check, 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 check. That's what we've got, and we're going to set the pins up and knock them down and get a strike. It feels like RNG are just on a whole nother level at the moment, and it really is really impressive. So we're going to go to a quick break as we'll set up for game number 2. We'll see you guys in a moment, so stay tuned. We'll be back in a second.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
And welcome back for the grand finals of Chinese Dota, as it's the TI qualifiers for TI 11, and it's going to be a fun series. It's a 1-0 lead for RNG over Xtreme Gaming, and it is always a close series between these two. We went 3 games yesterday. We'll see if we go 5 games tonight, or this morning, or this afternoon, depending on where you are. For me, it's the morning. For Lizard, I think it's midday. But for you guys at home, yeah, it's 8 a.m. Okay, so a little early morning wake up. You're only 6 hours ahead of me. I didn't really do the math correctly, but yeah, 6 hours ahead of me for you guys.
So that means you're 9 p.m. right?
No. You're doing your math backwards, and that wasn't even the right numbers. That was 13 hours. I can't even. PGL, can you fire me so I don't have to listen to this math? Please.
Quick maths.
That was some NA math if I've ever heard it, but you are working with someone from NA, so I guess it works out.
It shrugged off.
10 seconds.
Oh, sorry.
That's it. Enigma and the Shadow Fiend. Look at them.
They have banned the puck. First phase, they have finally banned it.
They also banned the Rubik to protect the Enigma a little bit.
Radiant team ban.
Very peculiar.
Do they
very
ban
interesting.
Beastmaster now? Like, if they're really just specifically trying to ban the Enigma, because so many teams I feel like are so like they're so fine with just allowing
10 seconds remaining.
the Enigma to kind of the black hole part to get countered,
5
because
seconds remaining.
they're okay with having a utility Enigma in the game.
Utility. What kind of utility would you like to see? Is it still the Raid Pact, or is it different now?
I guess Wraith Pact would be all right. I don't know if you really want sustainability, like what was I gonna say? Like Guardian Greaves or anything like that. When was the last time you saw Guardian Greaves?
What is that?
Yeah, exactly. It feels like an item that just doesn't get picked up.
You mean Greaves of the Bearing?
Boots of Bearing? No, I don't mean that.
No, you don't mean that. Then I don't know what you're even talking about. I've never seen it in my life. But I also haven't seen Bristleback in the first stage for a really long time.
Yeah.
It's a Bristleback and Undying. This screams, please pick me a Timber Saw. I just want to play Timber Saw. Just please. Someone, somewhere. We've seen some Undying on the offlane even. We've seen some position 5 Undying. We've seen some offlane Undying. That offlane was so legit. I actually want to play that. I want to try that. Omni Knight and Undying. That game, when Undying minute, 20 had 5,000 HP plus.
Earlier, it was 15.
Minute 15, 5,000 HP. Yeah. He looked invincible. Like, no, he was getting... No one was dealing any damage to him because... He was just too big.
Well, if you want to do that lane, you want to boost my MMR a little bit. Raise my MMR a little bit, not boost.
How dare you say boost?
We'll never
get
imply
on it.
that.
Banish this guy from the community. He wants to get boosted. How dare you?
No, I want to learn and gain MMR in the same time. So we could do that lane together.
We can. It's fun to get boosted, you know. People get boosted, then they drop down and lose like 1,000 MMR within a week.
Truthfully, I wouldn't mind being put in harder Dota games. That may be out of my MMR, but I don't want to like ruin the experience for everybody. But I think getting thrown into scenarios like that, I could learn a little bit more.
I'm always down for that. I actually think it's a good thing. I think it's good to be put out of your comfort zone, but by a slight margin. The problem is when you're a toddler playing in a professional
5
game,
seconds remaining.
then
Yeah.
that slight margin is just your ego is gonna be shattered. It's gonna, like, the mountain that you need to cross is gonna feel much taller, much higher than it actually is if you took step by step. You know, you're trying to jump over some of those steps, and you're gonna fall flat on your face and roll down the hill and go even lower because of the emotional damage that you will get along the way. Same like this Vengeful Spirit, she got a lot of emotional damage in Dota, I've heard. That's why she's so vengeful. But you can play with her against the SF, right? Like there's that swap potential, and obviously it's not for the SF. I'm just baiting you, Bcop. It's for the Enigma as well. You need to invest into some sort of a Linkens if you really want to have your black hole be uncancelable.
Sure.
Do you think it's like an offlane Venge? Because it could be Undying offlane as well, and then Venge makes sense as a 5. But Undying plus Vengeful Spirit both as supports, for me, it feels like such a waste of potential and talent on RNG.
Well, both these supports could be offlaners, right? I wonder which one they would choose. If you had to choose one of them, which one would you rather have in the offlane position? I feel like Venge is a little bit underwhelming these days.
5 seconds remaining.
Hear it again.
Team ban. Queen.
I will say it seems like such a foreign thing to me that you could be so confident going onto a hero 2 games in a row, the previous one being a game where you kind of get slapped.
And then you do it again? Are you talking about SF?
Yeah.
Or
I'm
Spirit?
talking about Earth Spirit.
Because SF also, they picked him yesterday versus RNG. He did well in the lane. He actually quite dominated, but then fell off hard. And it's something, it's kind of a reoccurring story with SFs,
10
right?
seconds
Like,
remaining.
there are some lanes that you dominate and then you get ganked a couple of times and you're a
5
big
seconds
gold
remaining.
piñata. You just give everything back. But this time around, he shouldn't even be able to dominate as hard because he's playing into a quap.
Dire team ban.
You say that, but we'll see what PYW can do. I feel like he always opens it up for paparazzi. We've
That's-
seen paparazzi do well on lane a couple times.
No, that's a really good point because he has PYW on Earth Spirit that can rotate, that can leave the Enigma. Like, Enigma loves being left alone because he can mess with the equilibrium
10
anyway, right?
seconds remaining.
Meanwhile, Queen of Pain, if these are the 2
5
supports,
seconds
which it
remaining.
definitely seems like, Venge and Undying, I guess with Venge, there is some rotation potential. Like, you have that stun, you can tank the tower a little bit, but they're not nearly as good, nearly as strong as an Earth Spirit.
Trying to think about what they might want. Safe lane position for Xtreme. I'm wondering if they go to like PA or something like that.
Well, they will not go for PA. I can guarantee that because it's banned. They will also not go for a troll. The final last pick is for RNG, right? For XG, what do they get that's decent with the snap as well? The Weaver has been banned out. Like, you need a hero that's decent versus Bristle too. Let's go with the Ursa. Okay. Not too shabby. I think it's solid because he's a tank breaker as well, right? Like, you get Fury swipes versus Undying versus Bristleback. The kite potential is there from RNG, but it's not something that the Nursa can't
10
deal with.
seconds remaining.
And you get those Fury swipes on top of Bristle. You don't care about his back being turned eventually. Meanwhile, RNG now, they have to... Is Venom a hero? He isn't really, right? Like, yeah, Venom is not a hero. I'm just thinking about some of these offlaners that can deal with Ursa well. Beast is probably a much more valid option.
I said they should have banned Beastmaster first phase into the draft after the ending. They didn't listen to me.
Man, I heard you say, even before the game, you said Old 11 is going to play Enigma, Kaka will be on Vengeful Spirit, and Paparazzi will play SF. Like, you have like the crystal ball Like you see it all. Like you've been casting the Chinese region for so long that you know, like by the shirts that they wear, you know what they're gonna pick. And I'm actually just so honored to be working with you.
All right, all right. I appreciate it. You're hired. You got the job. Welcome
Yeah.
to the company.
Nice.
I appreciate it.
Nice.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. The Beastmaster seemed like it was the same thing as like the Venge, right? Like just trying to stop the black hole. Also gives you pushing potential. It felt like it checked a lot of boxes. It's some vision that they would love with the Hawk.
Yeah.
I still kind of like Xtreme Gaming's lineup a little bit more. I think this respect is still very strong. We just don't see it as much anymore, and I wonder if maybe Xtreme have answers for that they can put together. But again, I don't know. I want to favor Xtreme, but I keep getting burned. I'm gonna do it one last time.
One last
If they don't win this game, it's RNG for the rest of my life.
It's your one
whenever they
last
play each other.
ride. One last ride with XG. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I can see your point as well, because when you look at their heroes, it's a complete comfort zone too. Like Lu on this Ursa, you have Paparazzi on SF. These are the heroes that you want to give them if you're down on the ropes, right? And you're just trying to hold on and stay in the game. But at the same time, I think the Beastmaster last pick was really brilliant. It's not only that that it gives you another way of dealing with the black hole, like it synergizes extremely well with the Vengeful Spirit, buffs up that Bristleback even more, because what does he need? He needs attack speed. He gets that Aghanim's, he gets like 500 damage just from the Warpath stacks, right? But he doesn't necessarily have a lot of attack speed. He gets that from the Beast. He gets a ton of control from the Beast, from the Wild Boars, from the Roar. The vision game as well is also important. With the Hawk scouting out Rosh, Bristle was just a very damn solid of a pickup.
I like the what we've seen so far from Bristle in the past. I wonder if we'll get those same performances where it's just like, okay, well, I have like 8,000 damage. And fun.
The battle begins.
You all to die.
Undying with the triple
Magic
decay.
missile. Scatter blast hitting a couple, and the chase is on to kill PYW, but he's got the boulder smash, another decay. PYW low, but not falling. No first blood for the side of Royal Never Give Up, the same way they got it in previous game.
In the previous game, they got 2 kills even at the beginning, right? Like the first blood and an additional kill. This time around, their Spirit needed to go for the boulder smash, but it's the standard. It's nothing too weird. Plus, one big thing is he can go back to the base and then TP in. Old 11 should not suffer at least, but I say that.
Yeah, magic missile immediately.
Yeah, he's fine.
There's a little bit of harassment damage.
Just a tiny little bit, because he can move back, right? Like he already denied 1 creep, so the lane will push him.
I was gonna say, it's crazy to me that Xtreme, they've won the laning phase, or they've won so many lanes. They're yet to put it together, it feels like, against RNG consistently. Like, what do you think is the biggest factor in what's going wrong when they get to about the 10-minute mark? Because it feels like at 10 to 15 is where RNG, the lane may not have gone well for them, but they turn it up and Xtreme kind of crumble. Is it overconfidence? Is it something that they're doing specifically in one of the lanes or one of the players?
I feel like, look, these players, they know each other inside and out, right? Like multiple teams and squads before, but there's definitely some tiltage happening with all the TikToks and whatnot. Like I was joking before, but I really feel that's the case. Is you should never brawl so hard and lose so many games on just brawling in that mid game. Somnus, every single game I watch between these two teams, Somnus gets like an ultra kill in that mid game, right? Like in that one brawl, you're just waiting for it. Like Paparazzi wins the lane, and then Somnus just comes back off of a good fight or two.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that the lane's gone that way a couple times. Where it just feels like Paparazzi rotations from his supports. They end up getting a couple of kills on Somnus, and then Somnus still finds a way to come back into the game. And not even like come back into the game, he comes back in and leads the game by a heavy margin.
The impact that he has is ridiculous every single matchup. What do you think about the impact that Old 11 will have? Like, he's already going into Vlad's, right? Like, he's rushing it. It's not going to be a Blink BKB because it can't be really in this match. Did I even do my predictions? I didn't do my predictions. Damn it, P-Cop, I forgot. Anyway, back to more important matters. Even though like he will not have the Black Hole, the Midnight Pulse should be quite good. Versus the Bristleback. A lot of damage.
It should be good. And this is one of Old 11's like better heroes. You've known him for like playing Brood, getting the microing down pat. Like, we'll see how Old 11 plays this, but I feel like Enigma's certainly up there in his top 5.
Do you actually think that Enigma is a micro hero?
A little bit.
Yeah. Early on, I
You
guess.
you can do a lot of damage with those Eidolons given the right control.
Yeah, and
I want to say
balance.
yeah.
It's just not really like you don't micro them usually. You know, it's like as long as you figure out a way to keep them alive until they split, you're golden. But I can see your point. He's not really succeeding at that so far on top lane.
Kaka caught. PYW's here. This is another sense of the rotation that they use to try and get Paparazzi a kill. He gets first blood.
Deny.
He's going to eventually drop. Ooh,
He didn't get the
didn't get
deny.
the deny. I thought he had it for a second.
He regened a bit too much on SF. Like he had too much HP. So the hit from PYW actually secured the kill for Queen of Pain. I'm surprised he even went for that right click because it was noticeable that he will not have enough damage.
It also felt as though Paparazzi, he was regenning a little bit. That might work out for him. Top. Ghost caught. PYW's come back. The Midnight Pulse doing a lot of damage. The Eidolons with the Malefice, and if they can stick with them,
He's got to ring.
got the roll in a second, so he should be able to stick right on the Ghost and then eventually get the kill. So that's exactly what they do. Old 11's got another for the team. And down towards bottom, DY. Low, down, but not out.
Yeah, down towards bottom where Chalice is just completely dominating, having the freest lane of his life. He's on top of the network charts as well, by the way. Chalice, that is.
Having a really good game.
It's like you have these boards, you just constantly control Ursa. You don't have to be worried that he will jump on top of you. The moment you get level 2 board, right? You don't have to worry about him killing you ever again because you just slow him too much. DY? It looks like they want to dive him.
Well, first their attention was on Lou, but they're also making the lane very uncomfortable.
Honestly, I think it was just a
So I
bait.
just died.
Yeah. Felt like it was just a bait, like they're going on Ursa, so the DY steps in a little bit closer, and then they go on him instead. The DY just quick enough, fast enough, moves back.
By the way, I know you didn't do your predictions, but you'll be happy to know I already lost the last player to be killed.
Nice.
I
I'm
had
happy.
Paparazzi.
I thrived through your misery, if nothing else.
Fair enough.
I mean, I was
Always
only
fair.
predicting to see if you're gonna predict the same or not. By the way, what are your predictions when it comes to Tombstone and how effective it will be in this game?
They have Snapfire, so I guess it comes down to like, and they have the Ursa, like it comes down to the placement of the Tombstone.
So are we looking at cliffs only, or
Yeah, or behind the fight.
yeah.
We'll see if X Nova really gets the ability to make that decision.
See
It's Somnus, and there's the blink. Ooh. They were trying to potentially line up getting Boulder Smash into the Requiem to hit the Fear. If they had Geomagnetic Grip, Silence on Somnus might have been able to secure that because he blinked away immediately.
Are fortified.
You can see that Xnova even went for Soul Rip. Usually we see 202, but he went for Soul Rip earlier. Perhaps won't even max out the Tombstone. We'll see.
11. He's level 6, so he's got Black Hole ready to go. He's got the same amount of gold as Bristleback and Kaka falling to PYW. Is Kaka going down again? I believe that's the second time he's died already. You know, he's
Dire's middle tower
kind of tanking a little bit of the pressure coming out from Xtreme in this laning phase.
YW,
Oh.
Xnova. Yep.
Now they find Xnova. That's going to be one. And they got to essentially go after Ghost here to stop them from getting these stacks. The Requiem comes out, lands on a 3. The Scatterblast hits on a Ghost. 1 raise, 2 raises, Ghost! Oh, just surviving. And now Paparazzi, he's looking like he's just going to die here. They've got the dagger. They have the Sonic Wave. Can they get the deny? Do they even want to go to the deny? Blink and Scatterblast. Paparazzi falls. PYW's out. Kaka dead again with Primal Roar being used out onto the Snapfire as DY uses the cookie. Old 11's in. And Somnus drops. DY's dead. They've got the Malefice on a Chalice. It's a full fight in the river.
He can't. He
They do
could.
have Black Hole.
Yeah, he could if he wanted to, because Earth Spirit is coming. But
Yeah, but he could still use it if they kick him back into the Black Hole. Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do.
nicely done.
So Black Hole used, and eventually Chalice should just drop to Old 11.
I love those axes to get one, perhaps one more last hit before the fight completes. And look at this SF. He respawned instantly, going back towards the stacks. Are they truly that worth it? How many are there? 4? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 5. I see 4. I guess they are. But
Yeah.
you might die again here, sir. Centaur Stomp.
Ghost. I'm worried also about Paparazzi. He's in pretty far. Magic Missile on the PYW. He's taking a lot of damage from the Quill Spray coming out from Ghost, and Somnus back in. I mean, the fight that doesn't end. It's kind of like this is the song that never ends. Fire Snap Cookie, the raises on a Somnus. Magic Missile onto Paparazzi. They'll take out DY, looking like Paparazzi's going to be next because the Tombstone's on the high ground. They'll take out the Shadow Fiend. 3 heroes dead again on the side of Xtreme Gaming. And Old 11 with no Black Hole, no health, no life, and no pressure to keep him alive. So RNG will get another one.
Lo is just on the safe lane singing. I think I've seen this song before, and I didn't like the ending. Like, he's just farming on the safe lane. Meanwhile, his teammates are feeding one after another, going for some crazy invasion missions. Like, I get it. You're playing into a bristleback. You want to contest the stacks, but isn't this literally how Xtreme Gaming loses to RNG every time they lose to RNG? It's like they
Yeah, it does feel like that.
they try to outplay in these mid-game skirmishes. This isn't even mid-game. This is still the laning stage, but they're really going ham. I love it. I mean, it's fun for us, right? Like, it's best Dota to watch, but it's definitely not working out for XG at the moment, at least.
Radiant's bottom tower
So the
is under attack.
traumatization is just, you were talking about how lose over bottom,
Is under attack.
but yet, ooh, hold on. I was going to talk about Lou, but I could still talk about him because they came over and they got a kill on the Chalice.
Talk about
As
it.
he's still in the bottom lane, but I was going to say, like, you know, everybody's fighting and Xtreme's giving up kill after kill and Lou's just down there like, guys, I don't think this is a good idea, but since he's the rookie, everybody's like, wow, come on, Lou.
Fortified.
This is exactly how we like to play Dota. Well, you know, maybe back up a little bit.
Kaka.
Nobody listens to
Kaka
the
with a
rookie.
swap. Tumbler's cookie.
Bop.
Tumbler's toy.
And Magic Missile, DY. He'll fall. And then they'll go into, well, roll with the Boulder Smash. Kaka taking some damage here. Only 2 raises hit. PYW loses his life for this. They've got Lou this time fighting. They told him to get involved, and he'll do exactly that. The Requiem comes out, X-Nova. He's going to
Paparazzi.
drop. 2 for 2. Paparazzi looking likely to go down afterwards, and it's a triple kill for Somnus with that Sonic Wave, and Lou trying to fight back, but, well, Ghost is here too, so Lou this time, after being bottom and not getting involved, he dies just like Xtreme has been doing previously.
I love the old chat and all the spam. It's literally, yeah. I can feel this game turning into a pub slowly.
Dire's top
It was
tower has
a
fallen.
rotation that was necessary, I guess, from Lou. He goes in, he destroys the Tombstone with overpowering his ulti, but because of using that ulti, he is very easy to kite and kill off afterwards. You could see just how much the boars are doing, right? Like the boars slowing him down. Also, the Shadow Strike from Queen of Pain doing God's work. They already lost the tier 1 on the mid lane, and this is extremely dangerous when you're on an SF lineup, right? Like you're an SF, you don't have a BKB yet, and your tier 1 has fallen. But maybe they can sneak this rush. They can't sneak it. There's a Hawk. The only question is, can RNG get there fast enough?
Got Black Hole, so maybe they can use that and not have it be stopped. I will say, skirmishes aside, it's still just a 1k lead for RNG, but you know, we've said that too, where RNG, when they get the lead, they don't really give it back.
Oh, that's a good point. I wasn't even paying attention that the network wasn't swinging heavily in RNG's favor. I guess that's also because of the Ursa just continuing to farm instead of rotating in needlessly every single time.
Like this ping. Something explosive here.
Oh yeah, I've noticed it. Of course I
I
like
feel
it.
like that is legitimately just for techies.
That's what you always think, you know. You always feel that it's going to be used in one way. Earth Spirits roll in.
Roll missing, and he got the geomagnetic grip on a 2, so they had the silence. Ghost comes into the fight. The Mortar Viscus is used. Sonic Wave hits onto 5, I believe, as PYW is the first one to drop on the side of Xtreme Gaming. Old 11 standing forward. Magic Missile. Viscus Nasal Goo coming the way of this Enigma. Old 11 needs the TP out. He's taking some damage from that dagger, and maybe the Wave of Terror would have been enough to finish him off. But instead, Xtreme Gaming, they back away. They'll bring Roche on the side of RNG. It's down to half health, but can they take it? One of Primal Roar, they do have Swap, but a lot of the big abilities are missing for RNG if they want to try and make a move here on the side of Xtreme. Have to go right now. Won't find their opening.
Oh, the swap.
Instead, it's a swap on a Paparazzi. Taka gets hit with a roll. They'll take the Venge to start. Paparazzi with the raises, and they get the first life out of the hands of Ghost. So Lou right next to him, and they've got the Black Hole to line up. It's, well, and they just used as quickly as they got it, because they get the kill on a Ghost, but Ghost gets a kill on a DY in the process.
Sometimes Gaben takes your hand and says, "Come here, little buddy, I'll save you, I'll help you stay in the match." And this was, that centaur right there, his nickname is Gabe. The centaur next to the pit. Literally what happened, it was a good swap. Like, looking at the Venge and her play, that was perfect. Like, he swaps the SF, and he's about to stun him while SF is in the river, on the low ground. And then he dies, right? Because Magic Missile, it's quite a long of a stun, and you can follow up on that. But as he swaps the SF, there's a centaur who instantly stuns the Vengeful. So he can't use the stun until SF comes on the high ground. And that, no one controlled that. No one has Helm of Dominator. It was literally just a centaur walking up, saying, "Hi Vengeful, hi Kaka, I'm gonna stun you now."
Gonna say no, but has no way to speak centaur. 11 popping the Chalice solo. By the way, Primal Roar used in the midst of that, and he's going home with the Overlord. As it finished there for Chalice. Look concerning Paparazzi's net worth. Top lane, Chalice. Now on the run, X-Nova's going to die to Lou. He was up there as well.
Nice stun from Chalice.
Have a magnetize and roll in again. Lou starting to right-click away onto the Beastmaster. He'll hit the roll one more time, and PYW able to control these heroes and make sure that they get both kills.
Yeah, Lou is definitely stepping it up this game.
Needs to.
Overall, I'm not saying that he's playing poorly. Like, on the contrary, like, he's been on point for the longest time now, but usually he's playing more of a passive role, like this true win condition. This game, Ursa is their true win condition, sort of. SF kinda has a say in that, but it's mostly Ursa. And he's also making moves early on, so nicely done by him.
He got that defusal, and that's when he was feeling ready to fight. I believe he got something else flying out to him now.
Maybe Morbid Mask and a
Is
blink.
the blink, yeah. You look at Did you look at the courier? Are you cheating?
He had Morbid Mask queued up, and he had a lot of gold before, so that's it.
Ags now for that Bristle. That's really a jumping off point when you see these Bristlebacks in the 1 position, is that Ags, especially with this lineup. I feel like Xtreme's lineup is going to get pretty wrecked by the Ags, as it makes the Viscous Nasal Goo in AoE, and these heroes kind of get close from Xtreme.
So I disagree just a tiny little bit. Like, Aghanims is a huge power spike, but the true power spike is Axe plus BKB on Bristle.
Right. Well, I would say that's peaks and valleys. Top lane, Primal Roar, Lou pops the ult. They've got the Tombstone down. Lou's just going to try and TP out. Oh, whew.
When in doubt, just TP out.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Lou spanned the voice line twice. I was just going to go, wow. It was, all of a sudden, it didn't look like he was taking much damage, and then he went from like half to a third and almost died. Paparazzi? Paparazzi? He TP'd right into this. They've got the roll again, as well as the Geomagnetic Grip. They'll land the Requiem, but it's only onto the Venge to get the Konakaka, so they'll end up pushing them away from the Tier 1 tower. That was very risky. Paparazzi TP'd in quite forward.
He knew that they already used the Primal Roar, and they also used the swap, so there wasn't really any stuns remaining on the side of RNG.
I guess so. He also had the illusion, and that he tried to use that to his favor, but he got stunned immediately. Like, that could have been dangerous.
When you think
BKB soon, that's going to open his game up a little bit more too.
that's something that they're lacking on RNG, right? You have Roar and you have Magic Missile. That's it. Like,
Yeah,
not
that's
the greatest amount
your
of
only
stuns.
stun.
Yeah. There is a shard, however, picked up by the Vengeful Spirit. So not only one Magic Missile, they have 2. Unreliable, but they do have 2. I stand corrected.
Ooh. Get some gold. That's a cookie into the entire side of RNG. Blue now needing to run. He'll pop the ult again. They'll drop the Midnight Pulse as well as the Wraith Pack. That'll deter them from moving forward any further. Blue's gonna really want this BKB as quickly as possible. And also Paparazzi, he's going into a Shadow Blade. How do you feel about that pickup?
I think it's standard. Completely. Swap.
Swap used, and they'll get a kill on old 11. Easily done to take out the Enigma. No Black Hole available, no more Midnight Pulse, as well as the Wraith Pack that he offers for the team.
I think, back to your Shadow Blade point, it's so standard at this point, right? Like, on SF, you kind of always go for the Silver Edge because of the crit, because of the break versus Bristle this time around as well. Just a really good pickup once he gets there. By the way, do you feel that because Venge isn't played as much as she used to be, it almost feel like her initiation is guaranteed, like with good swaps? Teams are just not. I don't know. When a hero gets played a lot, every team starts playing a bit differently and a bit more cautiously, like depending on that hero's skill set.
You know, which old 11, he might be doing it again, where he's just playing out too far.
But this time he's
They're not
baiting.
used to being up against the swap.
Look at-
He's trying to bait, but initially he was there before the rest of his team.
Somnus,
BKB
BKB.
gets popped. Somnus, Sonic Wave immediately. That'll push back some of these heroes with the Magic Missile coming out of the PYW. They've got the Black Hole. It's on a Ghost away from the rest of the team. They'll go to the ult on the Undying. They land the Requiem. They'll take out the Bristleback, and they lose Kaka. PYW, the only one dead on the side of Xtreme to start this one off, is they'll chase X Nova, but maybe need to turn
Double
around
stun.
and go for Chalice. It's a double stun coming through. DY in trouble. He'll end up going down to Somnus. Now X Nova back into the fray, kind of throwing his body towards the side of Xtreme Gaming so they go off these other players, and that's exactly what they'll do. Somnus able to get away, and so is Chalice, but it's a win there for Xtreme Gaming, and they got Ghost killed off pretty quickly in that fight.
Yeah, that win right there, it doesn't come down to like some individual skills, individual plays. Like the Black Hole was easy, everything was very straightforward. It came off of a really good bait. It was a nice overall strategical move. You put your Enigma where you know there is danger, and then you just pincer around with the smoke with the other 4 heroes. It looks simple, but
See it again?
Hmm?
I was gonna say, let's see it again, and
Yeah.
because you're explaining it perfectly, like they did do that pincer move.
Yeah,
Or
I'm
do you
just
think,
watching
like,
it
he
in
got Ghost all by himself?
I was just in the game, so I didn't see the feed. But yeah, that's exactly it. Like he moved in a little bit too deep because he saw the Enigma. He wanted to actually commit on to that, but there was no stuns, no follow-up to break the black hole.
Scanning.
So, Roche back up. Who do you think has the advantage to get it if they went right now?
I guess the Lil Shredder Ursa team is really strong. On the other hand, you have Venge Beast and Bristleback. No matter who goes into the pit, if you're just talking about like taking Roche down fast, no matter who goes into the pit, Roche will be dead in 10 seconds. But overall, RNG do have an advantage at the moment because there's no black hole. So if you want to fight, it would be a good time to do so.
Who's getting a lot of gold from these, some of the Overlord creeps? Hitting on them a couple times. Ooh, he's got the shard on Beastmaster. I don't know if they were expecting that, that dive bomb hawk.
You can now put it on autocast as well, and it just goes like it just stuns the. Well, it doesn't stun anymore, right? It roots, I believe.
Hold on, roll in. They're gonna go here. Mortimer's Kiss is coming down towards these heroes on the side of RNG. They go to the Prem Roar. That's gonna land on a Lou with the BKB beam pop. They go to the Sonic Wave as well. The Magnetize dropped on a couple of these heroes on the side of RNG as they start to retreat. Nobody dead on either side, but they'll blink back in with Somnus. Roll away from PYW. This team is retreating. Another dive bomber.
That is literally the moment Bristleback got his BKB. He had to use it defensively. Unfortunate a bit for him, but at least he stayed alive. If he died there, it's Roche for Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, so it's a 2.5 second route.
Yep. It's still good though, because you don't have to worry about it anymore. You don't have to, like, basically what would happen before is you have this hawk. By the time you select her and stun, the hero can run out of fog, right? If you're not fast enough. Most of these players are, but if you aren't, you can miss a chance. But now you just autocast it and you do your own thing.
Got Eidolons in the pit, taking care of these hawks and boars. Good now for Somnus.
Who would you rather
Play
have as a pet?
BKB and Orchid. What, the hawk or the boar?
Yeah. Or the Beastmaster himself.
Himself. 10 times. Maybe the hawk. I feel like that would be cool.
Yeah.
Like saying the hawk.
Like the player? Yeah.
Yeah.
Dire are scanning.
Just it hit my brain and I made the connection. So I'm pretty sure everybody else in chat probably already made that connection already, and it's
Of
been
course.
done. But
Chat is
you know,
Giga
it's
Brain.
just-
Giga Chats,
Yeah.
Giga Brains.
Radiant's top tower
9k
is
You're not
MMR.
Roche.
There is a black
Eidolons
hole.
leading. A little bit slow. They go to the ult on X Nova, and there's the wave of terror with Mortimer's Kisses. Oh, the roll! Almost in time from
He's-
PYW, but he'll drop. He'll buy back immediately. The BKB was popped pretty early by Somnus, but they're still going to catch a second one. Old 11 not able to survive the onslaught coming out from RNG. As Ghost getting ripped apart here by Lou, forced to pop the BKB. He'll be soul ripped by X Nova. PYW, he just bought back. He's got to roll away. They've got the swap. It's on to Lou. Lou
Enigma buyback.
needs to try and survive. He'll go to the ulti. He'll use that BKB. They get the first life out of the hands of Ghost. The roll is hitting on Akaka on the side of this fight as though be right on top of Ghost.
Oh, the
The black
Orchid.
hole for a second. That might be enough. The Orchid was used to stop it, but they get the kill on a Ghost anyway. Bristleback ends up falling. Somnus doing a lot of damage. Paparazzi gets the kill on X Nova's Chalice takes out DY. Lou killing off this Beastmaster in the blink away from Somnus, trying to TP out.
Roll.
A roll! Oh,
Dire's
just a little
bottom
bit
tower is under
It
late.
was on point. Yeah, it was on point, but unfortunately, a little bit too late. Insane fight overall. The tombstone was way too difficult to run into, right? So they used the Morty's kisses from distance to try and just mess with them, but
Look at this roll.
the roll actually, he stole the shard, I believe. He didn't take ages, but he did get the shard. If there even was, I think there was a shard that he got. Who did it give it to? Let's see.
I would assume he gave it to the Ursa. Yeah, the Earth Shock
Yeah.
applies the 1.5 second enrage.
Yeah, exactly. He gave it to Lu. It was a nice black hole as well. He bought back for it. It wasn't that great, but I could see the idea.
He did enough.
Yeah, he moved far away from the bristleback, so he cannot get interrupted. But unfortunately for him, Queen of Pain, Somnus still on point, links to that right side, and you can see the way right now. You can see the way that he tries to position himself, but it just wasn't far enough. This time, however, next time might be, because he has a Psychic Headband as well. So he has Etherlance and Psychic Headband, so you can cast that black hole from the comfort of your home, really,
and
from
he's
the
got the
couch.
shard.
Yeah.
So he's got the Malphus.
Oh, that's
upgrade.
standard.
Would he go for would he go for the Ags as well and get that pull rate?
I don't think you go for Ags. I think you just buy the shard. Actually, I buy the shard on Enigma almost every single game now too. It's
That Malphus stun duration.
it's
increase.
extremely valuable. Yeah, like, it's a lot.
Throw that out there and try to make something happen. Mortimer's Kiss is pretty early. Roll comes out, doesn't land. Orchid onto Lu. Got the Wave of Terror as well. Now these kisses are starting to slam down onto these heroes. They get the Gun Chalice to start. They were thinking about going to the Sonic Wave with the VKB being popped by Lu, though. Oh, now they might need to re-engage as Ghost. He's thinking about going back in. The Magic Missile's going to bounce thanks to the shard on the Vengeful Spirit. Ghost over to the side, still using that Ags to get that AoE Viscous Nasal Goo onto a bunch of these heroes on the side of Xtreme Gaming. They'll corral over and out towards the top end of Roche and RNG away from Xtreme, but Xtreme, they want to cut them off at the pass if they come back into the jungle. They're going to get one step ahead of RNG. Roll in, and now the Orchid. Uh-oh, PYW. That might be a little bit too far. Viscous Nasal Goo and the Orchid Burn will get the kill. Somnus gets credit for that one, and he is godlike. Somnus with the BKB. He'll throw the Sonic Wave. That's going to push back Old 11, but the damage coming out from Lu will take away the spree that's on Somnus, too. So he's now godlike. Lu, he's 12-1-2. The look.
Oh, the bash. Insta.
First hit bash.
They hit them. They also hit them with the tick-tock, with the clock. Old 11 got pushed away just as his black hole was coming off cooldown. I was literally keeping my finger on the Enigma, counting down the black hole. 3, 2, 1, and then he gets Sonic Wave. Still worked out really damn well for XG. They didn't even have to use the black hole to win that fight.
So now they have it open for the next opportunity.
I feel like the power of Bristleback is diminishing, and the power of Ursa is just being increased as the game goes by. What's he going for? I think he bought a Swift Blink, right? Yeah, he has a Swift Blink now on Lu.
The net worth. Lu has really shown up this game.
Yeah, they were able to control him early on in the match, right? Like, he even made some of those early rotations that didn't pay off, didn't work out. But ever since he got that double kill on top lane, he's been pretty much unstoppable.
Got a big spree out of the hands of Somnus, too, who was like 11-1-10. Game kind of quiets up a little bit. No Aegis, but Roche for a while. We'll see if any team wants to fight each other. Double damage will be set up for by PYW to hold, and an easy kill on X Nova as he tried to come over.
Can they get more? They do see that someone is farming, well, that Ghost is farming the Ancients.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
How do you fight if you're RNG? This SF is massive.
With Blink, by the time you know what's coming your way, well, Lou gets the kill in a Kaka.
And you really needed that Venge. Like, to defend, you need to have the swap. It's probably the most dangerous thing that you have in your disposal, because SF, if he's playing into a Venge and he gets swapped deep, he can't just BKB. There's Roar, right?
Huh?
Lou!
Lou in far. Going after Chalice, the Magnetize is going to be dropped down. They'll look over at PYW. They get on top of his roll, so he's going to be killed off very quickly. They were dropping in the Mortimer's Kisses, and Magnetize runs out. They went in well too far. I've Smoke, RNG, looking to catch him on the retreat.
Radiant are
I've been
scanning.
just escaping here. See, Fiend again. Barati looking for the Satanic. It's for Ursa as well. There's a Satanic for him. It's on the way. What is Bristle going for? AC then Nullifier.
It just doesn't feel as impactful, right? No matter what you see, Bristleback queue up. I just can't see an item that changes the state of the game dramatically. Meanwhile, on Ursa, even this Abyssal that he's about to complete. Will he complete it, by the way, or did he switch up to a Nullifier?
It looks like he switched up to a Nullifier.
Like, even if he doesn't complete it, let me switch up the storyline, because it's so easy. Even if he doesn't complete it, the Basher is doing so much work that it doesn't matter that much, right?
He's got Gaben on his side right now. He's been first hit bashing quite often. Short Roach respawn timer, by the way, just 15 seconds. And they've got the Hawks in ready to spot this respawn. Who ends up getting this Aegis? It's probably going to dictate who gets this game.
First hit bash. That's one of the most memorable things that can happen to you in Dota. Someone should someone should put that on a shirt. First hit bash.
It would probably sell.
It definitely would, yeah.
Millions of copies. Team smoked up, 5v5. But RNG, they choose to go into Roche. She is right here.
That's so quick.
And they just miss out.
Late to the party, missed the bus, missed the party bus.
They missed each other like ships in the night because the smokes were so close to breaking on each other. But when they didn't break, RNG just snuck into the pit.
One big item that I see on RNG right now is the Hex on Queen of Pain. Like I don't see Bristleback's items being extremely impactful, right? Like he's gonna dish out damage no matter what, but they do need control on their side, and this Hex brings a tiny bit more of it. Double Roar as well from Chalice. Their Thresher Shard, so that can bait Old 11 perhaps into thinking that he has a Black Hole possibility, and then you pop Refresh on Beastmaster, you use another Primal Roar.
I'm surprised how timid that was from XG.
The fact that they didn't go into the pit, I think they were just unaware, really. It happened way too fast.
But they didn't even send an idol on it.
Yeah, that's why. It happened too fast.
Primal Roar going to be used on PYW to start this one off. Fire Snap Cookie to get some distance. He'll try to roll away. Does so successfully as Ghost tries to step forward, taking out that Wraith Pact.
Beast has no mana. I think perhaps you just back out of this. Yeah. If you're RNG, you back out, you get some mana on the Beast.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You take a better fight. How far is low? 1,000 gold from the Nullifier.
Trickster's Cloak for both teams. I feel like this is a really big item in this game.
You can even give it to Bristle, right? Do you care about the magic damage? Or how much do you care about it? I think you care enough to take the cloak. It's pretty damn solid on Bristleback. Like 20% evasion, 20% magic resistance.
Yeah,
You
he's
definitely
got
take
it. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
Those are some crazy numbers. I'm surprised Trickster's Cloak did not get changed.
Yeah. It's one of those items that kind of doesn't look like a carry will pick it up because, come on, it gives you no damage, right? But at the same time,
The evasion's really
yeah, the
beautiful.
evasion and the
Radiant's
magic
top
resistance
tower
is huge.
under attack.
That ward spotted vision of at least Chalice. Roll in, kick back, nullifier on him. Right click damage coming in from Lou. He's stunned up for a second. They get the kill on a Chalice. They end up trading PYW. They're over to the side. The tombstone is down. They need to kind of deal with this. Paparazzi, he's broken the Bristle back, and now they're going to try and get this kill out on a Ghost. But with the BKB of Popeye Somnus, he's going to push away these heroes on the side of Xtreme Gaming. Sonic Wave only hit on a 1. Ghost still going forward. They hit the magic missile on both Lou as well as Paparazzi. Paparazzi with a satanic, and they'll get the kill on a Ghost. But on the backlines, Somnus took out Old 11, who does have buyback. They go to the
Enigma bought
Requiem,
back.
and then they'll try to TP out. Paparazzi dusted up, but not in time to stop the TP away.
Look at Old 11. He bought back, but he's right under a Hawk. So,
Oh no.
Yeah, he'll be fine though. I don't think they will dive this. But he was forced to buy back, so that's kind of unfortunate for Xtreme Gaming. The way the fight went, basically, it was on Somnus to completely control the backlines, and he controlled them really damn well. He blinked behind, he Sonic Waved them, he just prevented Enigma from doing much in that whole fight, really. It started off so well as well. Like, Chalice just instantly got demolished, but they just couldn't find the right angle to continue fighting afterwards.
Right.
Like the Tombstone as well. If you, it's probably one of the most obnoxious things to play against. In my opinion, it's worse than Venomancer's wards, right? Like, you just, if you don't kill the, look at all these zombies. Like, if you don't kill the Tombstones, you can't fight because you can't move. They slow you.
We were definitely giving them a lot of trouble, but it seemed like Xtreme were getting the better exchange on that fight until just a little bit later. Especially the Sonic Wave only hitting on a 1. It was a little bit back and forth. Like, I thought Xtreme, maybe if they fully committed, they were able to go, but the fight was also pretty split, too. Actually, once they got that Aegis out of the hands of Ghost. Now he's going back for the Abyssal Blade, by the way.
Would you have liked that he completed perhaps the Basher Abyssal before the Nullifier, or?
No, I don't mind it.
Because I feel
I don't think the Abyssal's changing anything too drastically. Like, with the Swift Blink, you're almost guaranteed a bash.
I'm talking about Bristle, not...
Oh, Bristle, sorry.
Yeah.
I cut you off pretty early. Because they both have a similar build.
Yeah.
Maybe that might have helped Ghost a little bit more of sticking on these heroes, but he's also got the AoE Viscous Nasal Goo. He's surviving, but maybe that Abyssal Blade helps them focus one singular target.
At least
It's different to the Swift Blink. See, as he's just able to get a kill on X Nova, like, you Swift Blink on top of them, there's no way they get away.
Yeah. That's the thing, right? Like, I'm looking at Ghost, and he gets, let's say he gets on top of SF. SF pops BKB, that's it from the Bristle. He pops BKB Satanic, you can't take him down any longer. But there are so many opportunities in which he's hitting someone. If he had a Basher there, if he can at least like keep on top of them for 1 extra second, keep them controlled, that's a kill. Because on theirs, it's not like perhaps it's not the best build for the hero, but their squad, their whole lineup is lacking that bash. They're lacking some stuns, right?
Radiant are
They do
scanning.
have Ags now on Kaka too, so
Dire's
he
bottom
can go in,
tower
he can
is under
die,
attack.
and then he'll have another set of magic missile and, well, another life pretty much.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Which has been pretty important because of that shard, right? The magic missile, having that extra jump target, prioritizing heroes. That's a big chunk of extra lockdown.
For sure. smoke up.
Still have this refresher shard too on the Beastmaster.
Yep. Somnus getting really big too. After the Hex, the Shivas. A ton of control coming from him. I feel like there was an opportunity for Xtreme Gaming to kind of squeeze them tighter and control this game, like choke them out, but they missed it. And now it's anyone's game once again. 2k ahead only for XG.
Who can do here? Rest of his team, and he's looking, at least what they're circling is a pincer maneuver of some sort, where they'll send Lu out and up into the left, pincer them through mid.
Meanwhile, Chalice with the spearhead maneuver, just going straight in. Sending those hawks, giving himself vision, and just, you know, rushing, Zerg rushing so far. Do you think, like, usually whenever I see two lineups and they're going this late, like 45-minute plus, I tend to lean towards Enigma's side, right? Like, just a hero that wins late games. I'm not sure that's the case here, because you're playing into Avenge and Beast, so until he gets that Linken's, RNG should be fine. And they smoke up again, Kaka. Ooh, this time he doesn't swap.
Still on the run. He still needs to make sure he gets out of this one, but the team coming from behind.
Could be why.
Random slew of Mortimer's kisses.
He actually thought Enigma will be caught, so he started priming that up already.
He's a little bit scared of going in and committing completely. You know that like Roche is considered being up in just a moment, even though it's a minute and a half away. There's the roll as well as the BKB coming out from PYW. DY with the little shredder gets the kill, but they end up trading their supports. BKB's been popped by Ghost. They'll buy back on the Earth Spirit. They'll look over at Ghost, whose BKB is no longer active. Start to run, and now the roll is PYW comes back into the fight. The right click damage. They've got the swap coming out from Kaka to save this bristleback Sonic Wave. Somnus trying to do all he can, and he's going to be forced to blink away. They'll eat the cheese on Ghost. He will eat the cheese, and they'll go and try and chase these RNG heroes. Roll from PYW, the nullifier on Kaka. He'll end up losing his life, and the magic missile comes out onto 2 with the primal roar being popped onto PYW. He's still alive for the moment. They go to the Requiem with the roll, splitting the seams. That means PYW is just going to die here to Ghost. Over to the side, though, is Somnus. They've got the Orchid. They have the Silence onto this Ursa. Fire Snap Cookie away with the BKB pop by Paparazzi. The right click damage isn't going to be enough. Axe is thrown forward, and they'll start to retreat on the side of Xtreme Gaming with no Old 11 and no PYW.
Trickster's Cloak, Trickster's Cloak, Trickster's Cloak. There again. Just coming into play for Lu. Popping that big boy. I was just watching Dandy coach some 4-3 cares, you know, and he was like, invisibility, invulnerability.
Basically, at that level.
Yeah, it never changes, you know. If you kill the right targets, the right heroes that have detection, you can save yourself. The rush is up, and we might see another big brawl. Ursa and SF. They're ready to go in, but there's no Enigma, no Earth Spirit. 20 seconds is all that's needed for RNG. Like, they can go in.
They do it so fast.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no way.
Yep. Another one bites the dust. Cheese, Refresher, and Aghanim's.
Everything.
Who gets what?
I don't know, but it's on the ground for so long that if anybody was here for the side of Xtreme Gaming, they might have gotten a big bounty.
Yeah, like Chalice, I don't think he's gonna use the Sags. I think he just picked it up. I hope he doesn't. Oh wait, actually, I hope he does. Drums of Sloam. No, I forgot it's no longer the Axis. Drums of Sloam, what the hell does that do even? Beastmaster beats his drums with ever-increasing speed. Each strike deals damage to enemies around him, healing Beastmaster and units under his control for a portion of damage dealt.
Unfortunately, it went to the Quap.
Ah, no fun. Give me the drums of... Is it that bad that he doesn't even want to test it? Like, he's like, yeah, this looks awkward. Can he move while he's beating his drum? Or is he, like, stuck in a spot, I wonder?
I'm not entirely sure. I tried it out, and I drummed like a person without a metronome and no talent. No idea what I was doing.
Wait, do you have to like? Do you get like a button that you have to press like dum dum?
Yeah, it's a new ability. You have to. I don't know if you have to press it in. That's what. So, I'm gonna admit something. Everybody's gonna laugh, but that's what I did the first time. I was pressing the drum like you had to hit it on beat, and I was like, this is not working. I was like, this hero's stupid.
Good. I wouldn't
like,
expect
E,
anything
E,
less
E,
from
E.
you. You know, perfect.
Radiant's bottom tower.
The worst thing is, like, I'm actually questioning if that's true or not, like, if you actually have to press. But, yeah, I know you. I'm 90% sure you don't.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I'm 100% sure I did it.
Yeah. There's a...
It was bad.
There's an Octarine core on Beastmaster, though, so,
Ooh. Catch.
Dire are scanning.
There, they started to come back, and Xtreme, they're in the triangle.
I'm just waiting on that high ground. Setting things up. What's interesting is Old 11, he actually decided not to go for the Lincolns any longer. He's queuing up an Aeon disc instead. Which is pretty much admitting that your black hole will not be... Well, he knows it's not easy
UIW
to
being a
use.
ward. Oh, they're going to look through. They've got Ghost in their sights, and the Aegis is gone. They've done this a couple times to Ghost, where they're able to take the first life out of his hands immediately. They'll look to time the Requiem, and no, they've got the Hex. It's out onto Paparazzi. The Sonic Wave is actually going to hit them both. They have the Silence as well from the Orchid, as well as the Primal Roar coming out. That's through on a PYW. They get the kill on the X-Nova. They'll end up trading one apiece, but this time PYW doesn't have buyback, and X-Nova does. Lou in on this. The Lincolns is going to be popped, as well as the Hex going to be placed onto the Earth, so they've got the right-click damage coming in with the Mortimer's Kisses landing onto these heroes, and there's the Black Hole for only a split second. They have the stun. It lands on Old 11. The damage is coming out, and these heroes are getting really low on the side of Xtreme Gaming. They get the kill on a Lou, and they'll take him out. He's got buyback. They'll buyback on TY as well, as he fell afterwards, and so will Paparazzi. He's got buyback. But now it's a full team wipe for the side of RNG, and it sets them up to take game number 2 after a big fight that looked like it might have gone Xtreme's way had there not been that early Aegis, of course.
That looked just so well done by RNG, so well played. Everything was on point, even saving that second roar for the Enigma. Old 11 was careful, as careful that you can be. He was miles away from that fight. He just didn't want to get clipped by a Hawk Vision. He stood in his little ninja gear, smoked up, waiting patiently until he couldn't wait any longer as Lou was falling, right? Like, he needed to act, or Lou would have died, and then his black hole doesn't even matter. He jumps in at the bitter end of that fight, and his black hole instantly gets cancelled. Like, they need to start giving Gold 11 heroes that aren't countered completely by RNG. Just let Lou or Paparazzi be countered, and give Old 11 an easier game.
I'd love to see him play Brood Mother.
We have seen one Brood in the qualifier, actually. Maybe even two.
Yeah, it was mid.
Yeah.
I want to see Old 11 play the Brood in the offlane. He's the best Brood in my eyes in this region.
Yeah, just look at this replay and look where Enigma is. If you can see her on the mini-map, like there he is, then he moves back, and he never actually approaches the fight any longer. Look, he goes even to the river. He's so far away from everyone and everything. But
so crazy to be able to commit like that and just stay in the river and be away from this fight as much as he was.
It's just the fact that he understands how useless his black hole is. The moment he uses it, it's either gonna get swapped or like, primal roared. So he waits for the right moment, and look at that, split second.
Immediately stopped, yeah. And look at just from there, Lou, Old 11, UI, Paparazzi, they all fall in succession. It says, I feel like these heroes solo aren't as that strong. Like, when you lose one piece of this Xtreme Gaming puzzle, it kind of all collapses, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they need to stay alive too. Everyone is important, right? To try and help each other out. Like, you have this Force Staff and Fire Snap Cookie on Snapfire that really helps out
PYW with the rolls and everything and the geomagnetic grip. Like, if you lose Undying, I feel like that's okay for RNG. It's not going to tilt everything over. But for Xtreme, it feels a little bit different, where it's just like, okay, well, we fall, and then everything falls.
Yeah, X-Nova is literally just nuisance. As long as he pops that tombstone, he's done his work.
Have the vision on them yet? Nearby, so is the rest of the team, and see if they can find anything. If they could delay this game to 60 minutes, that's when the chaos starts, and then everything just by itself. With the BKB pop by PYW, they've got the swap that'll save this Beastmaster. He was silenced and on the run. The right-click damage on the Kaka, so they get the first life out of the hands of Bench. But again, it's always trading PYW. At least that seems to be the case. Ghost is away from his team, though. Use the Abyssal Blade. They've got the lockdown, but the Satanic's going to be popped, and Ghost will be back up to full health. Now Lu trying to run away. Maybe he's going to run out on Ghost, and these axes are flying forward from Chalice. They've got the Soul Rip on Akaka. That'll heal him up a little bit, but the right-click damage coming in from Lu, as well as Paparazzi takes out Chalice. And now two heroes there with buyback on the side of RNG.
They do have buyback, and like you said, and they do have the outpost that's nearby. Also, Rosh cannot respawn in the next 45 seconds. So this whole engagement might not matter way too much as long as they're not forced to use buyback. Perhaps Kaka should just be around the pit and start spamming Wave of Terror or something similar, just to give some vision for the Beastmaster, but yeah, it doesn't look like they're really worried that Rush will respawn anyway.
See if it's going to be a quick one. Xtreme haven't gotten Aegis yet.
Didn't they take one Rush at least?
I don't.
There have been so many. There's like 4 Roshans
There's
already,
been
right?
4.
Yeah.
I want to say they haven't. PYW rolled in to try and stop one.
Oh yeah, he stole
they,
the shard. That's all they got.
And then they had a couple just uncontested. I want to say the other 3 were pretty much uncontested.
And it's crazy considering they have SF, Lil, Shredder, and Ursa, right? Like, you'd actually expect this team to be able to take Rosh fights. Or Roshan even, maybe sneak one in.
Radiant are scanning.
Half minutes for Roche. Ninja Gear. So, first, Old 11 now building back into the Lincolns.
Yeah, that Aeon Disc is completed, right? All he needs to do is just unlock it in teamfight. And when you think about it, is there anything else that he can get?
Bliss. Full on Seth. Up the Dragonlance? I believe so.
He's a tower at this point. He's this massive tower that can be killed easily, but if he's allowed to stand and hit, he'll blow anyone up. Yeah, he'll blow anyone up.
Him at a crazy price, and he can hit. And they're going to hit Kaka. They've got the Primal Roar coming out on the PYW again in the roll, and it just seems like it's always just signaled to be straight towards his death. And they're going to be down numbers. Like, PYW has no gold to buy back. Push up in a minute 10, and at that time, they will have the Earth Spirit being back up, but Lude's going to go in. They've got the swap once again. That's going to be out on the Sonnet, so that's going to pull him back away from this Ursa. They land the stun into Paparazzi with the BKB pop by the SF. They'll start to retreat. No longer has that BKB. Old 11, blink, oh, black hole. It's on the 2, but the Primal Roar comes up for Chalice. It might give him enough time to get the kill here on a Ghost, but he gets the Satanic off, and Old 11's going to drop. It was a desperate move coming out from Xtreme Gaming to try and force something, but so far, so good for RNG. Paparazzi surrounded and killed off, gone for 2 minutes, and they only have 2 alive left for Xtreme, and it might just be 1 if TY doesn't make it out.
No first
He went for it all, got a black hole on 2, but it wasn't enough as Beastmaster was still there with the Primal Roar.
Of course. No first hit bash this time around, so DY at least he manages to get away. Ursa.
Oh, yeah.
He gets out. Okay. For now, he's safe. But I just love how they play the vision game on RNG and how they bait them out. Like, they literally force Old 11's hand. They forced him to go in. They forced him to try and get that black hole because you don't know if Rosh is up or not, right? Like,
Going tier force.
they're gonna go and try and end this. There's no SF.
Still 80 seconds with no SF. Blue goes in, Primal Roar used. He's got the Lotus Orb on him. That's going to send the magic missiles back and across the way of RNG. Damage on Alu isn't enough just yet. But PYW with the BKB, he's no longer got hit. He's trying to retreat back into the base. They've got the swap on Alu. Lu's in some trouble, but the Lincolns gets popped with the BKB being there for him. But, enrage as well as the BKB. Now they'll focus their attentions on the tier 4 towers. The throne's going to be exposed. It's looking like RNG's going to take game 2 with these. Somnus focuses the throne, but now they're going to go the other way, and Ghost will take it into going to RNG.
Just more precise. I think that's the way I would put it. Like, concise, precise movement and gameplay by RNG. It did fall out of their hands a little bit in that mid game when Lu got the defusal. He started just dominating the map, going one kill after another. And I feel like there was a chance for Xtreme Gaming to win if they managed to take one of those Roshans, one of those Aegises. But they never took an Aegis. They never capitalized on the advantage that Lu gave them in that mid game. It wasn't easy to capitalize on it because you're playing versus Avenge that just swaps you out, puts you out of position. And eventually RNG, they just farmed up and got everything they needed to strike back. Why is it like that? It's like that because the offlane on XG just never came into play. Like, the scoreboard doesn't really tell the true story. Old 11 is 5-9-15. It's not the worst, but like, you just never have that black hole. Just give me one good black hole in this game. It never happened. And it never happened because it couldn't happen. You're playing into Avenge and Beastmaster. I really feel like for the next game, for the next, like the third game of the series, that might be the last one for XG, I hope that they enable Old 11. Like, first two games, he was just completely countered.
Yeah, it feels like he doesn't really get to spread his wings and fly. You know, he's a peacock. You got to let him fly. You got to let him get out there. And it felt like desperation to go for that black hole, maybe a little bit overly forced at the end of that game. And it ultimately, I don't think that lost him the game, but it was one of those things where it's just like, now you have no SF. He's dead for so long, no buyback. And I don't know if they were entirely on the same page, but it's just such a hard game for him. It feels like Old 11, like you said, is just getting countered. And maybe there will be this opportunity in game 3 for him to fly and maybe he can believe he can fly and do something a little bit more. But for now, it's RNG with a 2-0 lead. They're about to qualify for TI with one more victory. Can Xtreme Gaming not only win game 3 and bring it back, or can they even reverse sweep? We'll have to find out when we return from a break. So we'll see you in just a moment. Stay tuned.
sap some of it.
Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed.
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
And welcome back to some more Chinese Dota here with the qualifiers. We are in the grand final where RNG have a 2-0 lead over Xtreme Gaming, and we are getting into game 3 pretty quickly, where it's going to be on the edge for Xtreme, but do they have a shot at bringing it back, winning 3 games in a row and qualifying straight into TI, or will they go to the last chance qualifiers with Vici? Vici, who kind of, shocked the world making it this far. I think IG and maybe even Aster Aries or eHome were ahead of them in a lot of people's lists, but focus right now is, of course, on the grand final, and we get into the draft. Blizzard, before we even start, I don't even want to talk about the fact that there's an Enigma first pick, and it's going to get ultra countered again, but I do want to talk about, did you think the series would go this way, and do you think Xtreme... Don't look at Game 3 draft yet. Do you think Xtreme Gaming can win and turn it around?
I think they can. I hope they can. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect the first phase Enigma. You can't just ban out all the BKB piercing abilities and Vengeful now, can you? I don't think so. So it will
try.
It will be countered.
I worry like it's the same draft, and I mean, I don't really think Enigma is this hero that is getting banned in these drafts that it needs to be first phase picked.
Right? That's how it felt to me as well before. Like, even heroes such as Undying got contested more. But hey, I said you can't just ban out Venge and Beastmaster. They banned out one of the two. I might be wrong.
Is Beastmaster the next ban? Let's see.
10 seconds remaining.
We'll have to wait for RNG to make their ban, but we'll also see on that too.
So what's helpful for Xtreme Gaming is RNG banned out the Void, right? So you don't have to actually waste at least that ban. If you ban the Beastmaster and the Vengeful and the Rubik, what else is there? Is there something else? There has to be. There's like a Silencer. There's definitely heroes that can deal with the Black Hole.
Who else would who can pierce?
10 seconds remaining.
What do you think Old 11's saying right now? Guys, if you don't ban Beastmaster, I'm gonna be really mad.
Radiant team pick.
They banned Ember, and they went to Lich. Okay. Oh, okay. That worries me a little bit.
What worries you? Tell me.
They're not banning the Beastmaster.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see if they're ready for it. Let's see. Beastmaster once again. Like, Beastmaster in that last match was actually really good. Not only because he countered the Enigma, he was decent in the lane against the Ursa, right? Like, with the Boars. Boars did a lot of work, the Hawk did a lot of work. But if you pick it this early on, like, Xtreme can answer with one of those... Well, they could answer with one of those illusion-based heroes, but then Bristleback has a good time too. Not sure. Does Sinister Gaze turn you? It does, right?
Yeah, it makes you face them.
Makes you face the eyes of the Lich. And Bristleback hates facing his problems. He likes to turn his back, run away.
Radiant team
So Lich might be a problem for that.
Back to the Queen of Pain.
RNG with the co-op. I wouldn't be surprised if XG went with Alina again. That would work all right. The matchup is decent Paparazzi Lina is also more than decent.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
See what they are. Warlock. Okay,
Warlock,
so this
there you
is
go.
something we were seeing a lot more of in the Chinese region during the season.
We saw a ton of Warlock. It was picked all the time.
Every game.
Every game ever since
10
Tangos got
seconds
nerfed and the
remaining.
healing and everything, right? Like Warlock came
5
into
seconds remaining.
the meta together with what? Like there's a Wyvern, Warlock, Witch Doctor sometimes, right? All these healers. But he was gone for a bit and resurrected by RNG in what might be the final game of the grand finals. That's hype. Like it does make Enigma kind of worthless again, because versus Warlock there is nothing you can buy.
Radiant
Nothing
team
helps.
ban.
You can't get Lincolns, you can't get BKB. At this point, I feel like if you are old 11, you have to just like face the fact that you will not be able to use the black hole, and unless Warlock is committing his golem before, which shouldn't be the case ever. One of
Now that brings PA into the question, right? You can just blow up the Warlock and then you have the opening.
Of course, that's what they have not only with the PA, that's something that they have with Earth Spirit as well. And these two heroes can
5 seconds
get
remaining.
on top of Warlock, silence him up, kill him off before he does anything. RNG, meanwhile, they did ban out the Lina that we mentioned earlier, so they won't have that chance on Xtreme Gaming to pick it up. I think the second ban that needs to go is probably... Well, Ember was banned out by XG, so I guess Kunkka is left. Right? Like, what else are you worried of? Like,
10 seconds remaining.
not much more, I suppose. It's the
5
Kunkka,
seconds
it's
remaining.
the Ember.
You just ban the Shadow Fiend just to get it out of the way.
SF is an option, yeah, with the Silver Edge versus Bristle. Like, that's an option. There's the puck has been banned already in the first stage, so that
Dire
can be
team
picked.
ban.
Oh, actually, okay, Invoker is also a decent one. Like we've seen some players really bring that Invoker back. Like Emo on IG, he made the Invoker look absolutely busted recently. But I still think it's gonna be
10
Kunkka.
seconds remaining.
Perhaps Kunkka is a bit slow when it comes to like
5
playmaking
seconds remaining.
for XG, but I feel like it could be decent. Do you think Timber is an option? Probably not, right?
Mid?
Yeah, it doesn't feel great. Like you'd get dominated in the lane, and then versus Bristle, it still wouldn't work.
I just don't think it's a paparazzi kind of thing.
Yeah. But
If it
Kunkka
was
is,
Tundra,
right?
I'd agree with you.
Yeah. Maybe if you're thinking out of the box, there are some different
Radiant
other
team
heroes,
pick.
right, on that mid lane that they could go for that aren't usually picked. Now that you mentioned Tundra is out of the box team, so I don't think they know box exists. Like
They were never in one.
they were never in a box. They're not contained by these
10 seconds
mortal
remaining.
instruments. RNG, meanwhile, we never talked about
5
them. What they
seconds
need
remaining.
is most likely an offlane. That's what XG has
Master.
banned out. Beast is still in the pool. I
Dire
think
team
that's a safe option. They go with the Necro instead.
Ooh.
Actually, Beast into
Okay.
PA. Would be that great, probably. They go with the Necro instead. There's a silence. There's a lot of nuke potential from Lich. A lot of these things that do go through Necro's Shroud.
10 seconds remaining.
Now, perhaps Kunkka isn't as...
5 seconds remaining.
He isn't... Like, you don't feel as comfortable picking him, because they could put Necro mid and Quap plus Marcy on the offlane. That would put you in a pickle. So... maybe you can't go for that instead. Maybe you should just go for something like Storm or Void Spirit and weather the Storm out on the mid lane, like for the laning stage, and be strong post laning stage. Is there anything else that you're seeing that's like eluding me. Maybe some sort of a vessel builder. I guess you could have that in Earth Spirit, right? Like versus the Necro.
Yeah.
And the SF, like that you mentioned earlier, SF would be still pretty damn solid.
It feels like SF's going to be what they go for. I'm trying to think of something else that they might take a chance with.
Did they win any of the SF games that we casted together? I don't think
I
they
don't
did.
think so.
Yeah. All the SF games kind of looked similar.
No, they won the one against IG.
Oh, Lil Man, hi.
Ooh.
He's back.
Okay. Okay.
It's like one of the best heroes against Necro. My dog agrees.
Very excited.
Not sure how the lane versus Quap will go. Haven't seen the matchup in a while, but there's definitely there are reasons why they picked it, and that's Necro. That's also Bristleback. The ward will be extremely annoying to deal with.
Do you think this is good enough? You think this is where Xtreme turn it around and they get their first victory?
I don't feel like this is like that full comfort zone that we wanted from them that turns. This more feels like the downward slope from them. It feels like RNG are on point. They're controlling the drafts, they're controlling the pace and the direction in which the game should go. But at the same time, PA looks really solid here. Like you get the break with a Fan of Knives, and then you can deal with the Bristle. You have Sinister Gaze as well to turn him around. Like, you didn't really have a lot of ways of dealing with the Bristle that last match. This time around you do. So perhaps that will be the winning combination for them to finally crawl back into the series, because I would actually hate if this series just ended 3 games in.
It's
need
always
more.
disappointing when it's a 3-0, especially in the Chinese region where you know these teams are very close. But I'll be honest, I say it's very close, and RNG have felt a step up. Like, I don't know if coming into this qualifier I would have put RNG at the top from this big of a margin. They look really good right now.
Well,
It's insane.
Everyone had high hopes for them at the Arlington Major as well, but obviously they did not have their carry to work with, so the synergy wasn't truly there. But going back into the qualifier, they just dominate. Let me do my predictions. Please take it away.
Who are you
it.
picking?
I'm not telling you.
The paparazzi with the first one?
Yeah, I actually went with paparazzi. How did you know?
Did you go 37-44 on the second one?
Yes, I did. How do you know?
Did you go Extreme Gaming on the third one?
I did.
Did you go Ghost with the fourth one?
Dude, are you reading my mind?
It's your screen.
He knows. Like he knows what I'm gonna pick. He knows what these teams are picking.
Oh, you're already hired. Come on, stop. Please.
This guy, man, he's insane. He's on fire. What do you mean I'm already hired? I'm praising you. I'm not praising myself.
Yeah, you flatter me. You're hired. Aka? Okay, just steps up and bounty, then the rebound. Feels like I'm talking about basketball at times. Goes up, gets the rebound. It's sports. All you basketball fans out there. Yes? Okay. So we'll see how this matchup goes. Like, you said it every game. Some it's paparazzi, classic player matchup. But what do you think about the matchup between heroes?
Which ones are we talking about?
Pugna against Quap.
Cop. Like, I'm not sure. Like I told you, we'll see. I think it's quite even in the lane. We don't really see this matchup quite a lot. I guess Pugna might suffer a bit from the Shadow Strikes and streams. But same goes for the Quap. Like, as a Pugna, you can blast 24/7, take down the tower early on. I think Pugna solves some other issues. It's not only the Quap on the mid lane. It's not about that matchup. Like, you get a way of dealing with the Necro as well later on. You get a way of sort of dealing with the Bristle, or at least some help you get from the Pugna with that. But the top lane is actually where it's at. Like, this is very interesting. This lane is super volatile. A ton of sticks will be used, a ton of baits will be made. Like, look, all of them, they have sticks. On one side, you have PA Lich.
Chalice?
There we go, Chalice, yep.
Set up via the rebound, and now they focus their attention on Akaka for a second, but he'll pop a salve on the Necro. Back and forth. Keep my eyes peeled here. All bottom just feels like Ghost is
It's
pretty
a
much
snooze
safe.
fest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bottom lane is such a snooze fest. Most likely that's where the kill will happen because it's such a snooze fest. But DY dropping low.
Yeah, getting chased here by Kaka, but again, they go after Chalice. They want to go and get this Necro. You just don't quite have the damage, and Lu has to abandon that plan to go and try and secure first blood on the Necrophos.
I just love this lane. This lane is so much fun. They're just hitting each other, like not even the same targets. Everyone is fighting his own battle. I'm not even sure who's stronger here, just because of the strength that Marcy brings into the lane. Like, she's one of the best laners at the moment.
Feels like Marcy, even with the changes to dispose and rebound, does so much. I almost want to say, like, the changes made Marcy better.
Yeah, I agree. I feel the same way. It feels more natural to come in with that stun off of the rebound and then dispose the target back, stun them, like block them up a little bit with body blocks. Lich, rebound does miss.
Dispose, though, over to the side away from the tower. Lu, not a lot of health to work with. DY now trying to hide in the trees. Nobody TPing over just yet.
He's
They've
gone.
got the pulse. They'll get the kill. They'll take out DY, and Chalice will secure first blood. But just afterwards, in the slower lane, Old 11 gets a kill on the Ghost.
That is not really a kill that I expected
Ooh,
to happen,
Chalice
but they
getting a
get the
double.
double.
They take out Lu.
There shall be shankers by the acre.
It's a really good necro pick.
Dire's top
lane-
tower is under attack.
Already feels rough for Lich and the PA.
Something they've done quite often is open up space for Lu. I'm wondering if this will be that kind of game, if he's even going to be able to do so.
So one of the things that he does, like in contrast to some other PA players, when he plays PA, he goes for the most naked Battle Fury, sometimes without boots, even sometimes with just the brown boots, to allow him to jump from one creep wave to another, creep camp to another, right? So, and because of that, even if the lane does go poorly, he will be completely AFK, just farming up, getting that Battle Fury around the 14-minute mark. So the laning stage, yeah, it does hurt him, but they can definitely come back with this rotation from PYW.
We'll see if he does that, though, because right now he's got the Ring of Health, and he does have Treads queued up with the Battle Fury. So, you know, early Ring of Health, obviously, going towards that Battle Fury, but if he goes the Treads and then the Battle Fury, he's going to slow it down a little bit. Won't just be those boosts. Ooh, Chalice. He's in trouble. Both supports up top, and they just don't have the damage to get this Necro. They focus on the Kaka, and still now rebound, and Lu is in too far. He's been disposed of. Oh, just jumping over. Whoa, that was close, but here's Somnus, not going to matter. Lu will be followed up with and killed off as they bring Somnus into the mix, and they might even get PYW. Roll, good job getting in front of the roll and making sure that they can lock down this Earth Spirit, and Somnus gets a double kill. He's going to come back to mid feeling way stronger.
Yeah, and the best thing about it is the lane wasn't pushed in, so Paparazzi couldn't really do a lot. The top rune is about to respawn, so Somnus might even get that. Let's see who's faster. It is Paparazzi in the end. Okay, he gets the region. But that rotation from Somnus completely on point. I felt like, obviously, it was so dangerous from low. Almost died.
Lane, roll, kick, under the tower. Ghost still got the heal from X-Nova, and they just cannot kill him bottom. That's unfortunate. Got that one kill on Ghost. That's the only kill they have so far.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, now that he has a Vanguard, do you think that he's even killable here until the Black Hole? I don't think so. Even if you use everything between Old 11 and Dirt Spirits.
It's back top. BY, he's going to die. Ominous on a killing spree, and this tier 1 tower does not look long for this world, so Lu is going to have to find somewhere else to go.
This might be the tower, like you said. Lu, my friend, use that blur and run away. That's all you can do. He's got a TP in 7 seconds, so perhaps he can... The problem is, like, where do you go? Pugna is TPing top.
Paparazzi wants to do something, and he's into the trees. Ooh, that ulti onto the Necro. He'll get the kill there, but the rebound hits on a Paparazzi. Somnus, he's got that ulti to work with. TP out from Kaka, but not going to be in time, so a double kill for Paparazzi.
They could not afford to lose this tower so early on. They needed this move so damn badly. Good job by Paparazzi to actually keep them in the game. I honestly feel if they lost this tier 1 tower, the game would almost be like done. Like your PA would have nowhere to farm. She can't go bottom because Bristol is already way too strong. He just stands his ground. He doesn't care about what you're bringing with your physical damage. Really nicely done by the Lich and the Pugna to rotate in, defend the tower.
Had to, like you said. But the problem now I'm seeing is, like, how long does that even save the tower for? Lu's just denying it.
It doesn't save it for way too long, but at least Lu is level 5.5 instead of level 4,
Blue.
moving back.
He threw like 10 right clicks to try and deny it, and Chalice just came in with one. Unfortunate. Woke up though. Paparazzi going back towards this Necro, and they might just get this. Kaka, he's got a way to jump out, but with Sinister Gaze, it'll lock him down enough for the life drain to finish him off. Paparazzi now on a killing spree. This Pugna's starting to get up there, and he is going to have that Aether Lens, I believe, getting delivered already for Paparazzi. So that's that extra bit. Oh, Reaper's Sight. UI gone. Chalice now running. Paparazzi's here. Life drain again, and has another blast. With Chalice, though, he won't be able to survive much longer with Boulder Smash. And another shot from Paparazzi to do the deed.
Yeah, there isn't really a lot that Necro can do against Pugna. Old 11 bottom lane.
Yeah,
He might black hole
in a
here.
couple. Yeah, he's got the black hole. It's on to 3. Sonus comes over, has the Sonic Wave to push him back. BYW also gets pushed away. They get the kill on Old 11. Hey, look over. Oh, they've got
Nice.
the Sinister Gaze. They got him. Ghost ends up dead. Somnus now has the ability to blink away, thanks to Sinister Gaze being on cooldown, but they still have the roll to try and catch up and get a second one on X Nova. And it's the Boulder Smash kill for PYW as Paparazzi constantly being a nuisance with the Decrepify, another blast in the life drain. That's how they killed Ghost so quickly.
Yeah, DY and Paparazzi, they're literally just winning this game. Well, not winning it, but bringing it back into the even territory for their team.
Lu have space and time to do what he can to get to that Battle Fury as quickly as possible. He didn't go boots Battle Fury. He went Shred so far, so Lu's going to need a little bit of extra time to get that Battle Fury online.
Yeah, that's fine too. It helps you out with farming. Like you put those boots on Agi. I guess it moves from 14-minute mark to 16, 17-minute mark, considering how poorly his laning stage went.
With the tower bottom, though, so, you know, things are starting to look the way of Xtreme Gaming just a little bit. Especially because of the performance from Paparazzi. He's going Octarine Core first item on this Pugna.
I think it's something that I see quite often, like on the Pugna. Well, I don't see it quite often because I don't see the hero quite often, but that's the build. What else can you go for? Like there's the Blink, there's the Ags, perhaps, but that's it. The Aghanim's Shard is not bad too. Like you.
Netherward cast range, 350 is quite a bit.
Yeah, you just plant the Nether Ward and then you can use the Suck on it instead of on the heroes, right? Like you just cast it on the Nether Ward.
Up 3 heroes.
Yeah, they're going for Lu.
For Lou, but there is an Earth Spirit nearby, maybe to react on this. Rebound and the Reaper Scythe. You may want to react, but there's no time to do so. However, Magnetize and Chalice with a TP attempt. Ooh, they stopped the TP on Kaka, I believe, and Chalice going to try and run. Old 11 is here. He doesn't have a black hole, not going to matter, as Paparazzi gets the kill of the Necrophos. Match Kaka won't even try for the roll.
There are some games where when you're playing Necro and you have a lane such as that one in which you're just completely crushing, dominating, right? No one can touch you after that laning stage because you're too big. And as a Necro, you have the skill set that can sometimes feel impossible to pierce through. But he is playing into a Pugna. This Pugna pick really made a ton of sense. And he's pretty much making Chalice's life hell. 6-0-1 on Paparazzi's Pugna. Stepping it up this time.
Does he maintain his strength, though, throughout the game?
Pugna? Or Necro?
The Pugna,
Yeah, they are,
given the right opportunity.
he can. There are definitely games in which Pugna feels like a glorified support after a while. But if you have a good start, like you can actually just maintain and keep on that power level really high.
Who just at the same spot as this Queen of Pain of Somnus. That Battle Fury and now just sitting about 1,000 gold away. See how quickly he can get that 1,000 gold. Should be about another minute and a half out. And from there, I think Battle Fury, you can open up space still. I think Paparazzi's having a good enough game, right, to open up even more space for Lou than he has already. And I know Lou died top, and there was that Reaper Scythe, but at the same time, it's like he's still on an okay pace. It's nothing too crazy. He's obviously the least farmed core, but considering the lane, I don't think his progression's bad at all.
No, it isn't. Like maybe even a faster Battle Fury than I said. Like prior to 16-minute mark, he doesn't have Orb of Corrosion. I guess that's one of the reasons why. But like you said, he's doing a good job. They didn't even make any stacks for him. This is the first stack that he's farming, and he made it himself. So, Lou, how behind is he? He's what 400 gold behind the enemy carries.
Chalice?
In a decent spot.
All will be off the mark. Actually gets in between them both, and an immediate Reaper Scythe. PYW is going to die very quickly. We've seen that storyline before, where he jumps in with this roll and dies immediately after.
He's again in a game in which there are no other initiators. Like they're giving Chalice all these heroes such as Enigma, right? And Old 11, and because of that, PYW usually ends up on a Nerd Spirit that needs to roll in first, that needs to initiate, that needs to give vision. That's a lot of work for one man. And he is extremely talented, but it puts you in places in which you most likely will die.
Not an initiator like we saw Kaka have in game one, right? Where he's allowed to do it from a distance. You have to be in when you're playing the Earth Spirit. And then, like you said, Old 11, he's playing these heroes that don't want to initiate first. We're not seeing, say, a Beastmaster for him, or even an Axe-style hero where you jump forward, or Mars.
Yeah, can I actually take that back? It's not only about Old 11. It's Old 11 in combination with their mid lane. Because what was Paparazzi playing? Like, just name the heroes. It's been Lina, SF, now Pugna.
Yeah.
None of these heroes are really playmakers in a sense that they're jumping in and making stuff happen.
16-minute Battle Fury, not bad considering everything he had to go through. And he should be able to surpass these cores on the side of RNG pretty quickly after, especially with how close he is to the Crystal and the Queen of Pain up to this point. Hasn't fallen too far behind, and we'll see how quickly Luke can kind of get started on that next item and work towards potentially having that opportunity to come and fight with Xtreme Gaming for the rest of his team.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
So far, though, Bristle going for that Ags, of course, and has the early Orchid this time around. Force Staff being built for the Necrophos after the Spirit Vessel. BKB from Marcy first, which we've seen a lot. And that lets you unleash and just jump in. Magnetize, Kaka. He's going to unleash. They'll go to the Reaper site. That'll hit PYW, not get the kill. They'll roll away. So he'll find himself an escape. Paparazzi, though, he's in too far. He'll not survive the onslaught that comes out from RNG. Sinister Gaze isn't going to matter. DY is the next to drop. Somnus on a mega kill streak. And somehow, I mean, Paparazzi was in the middle of all those heroes. And it looks like Old 11's going to die too. Xtreme. They finally find themselves a bit of a lead in this game, and they just kind of going too far.
Yeah, throw it back towards RNG. Yeah, they are creating space for Lu, I guess. That's something. He's getting closer to the BKB. If you look at the way the lineups are shaped, as long as the Warlock has Golem, I think even when he doesn't have it, it's very difficult to take a straight-on 4v4 or 4-on-5 fight for Xtreme Gaming. They're much better equipped to make these small little pickoffs, right? Like Earth Spirit gets in, Pugna blows you up. It's much easier to do that because there is no protection for the Pugna. Like when you look at Paparazzi, he has a ton of farm, right? But he's still a Pugna. He doesn't have a Mars or, I don't know, a Beast or Sand King, something that goes in front and just tanks the whole duration, right? He doesn't have that frontliner. Besides the Earth Spirit, which just doesn't cut it, really.
You know, Sand King, that's a hero I'd love to see back in the mix.
Yeah, I think I mentioned Sand King just for the sake of mentioning him, that's it.
Yeah, but it makes me wish for more Sand King days. Is that hero still viable at all? Or they're just better offlane?
I think he's dead, as that can be.
Really? What has turned him dead?
When's the last time you saw him?
I don't know, but I still feel like he's a strong hero. There was a point in time where he was being picked up a decent amount. And
yeah, that was 5 years ago.
No. Top lane, Kaka, magnetized, disposing of PYW, trying to get away. As the magnetize on him for another 2 seconds, and by then he'll fall. This is a kill for Old 11, who's looking for the BKB early on.
Did you enjoy when he disposed him over while trying to roll? That looked nice.
Going for first, he's going into the BKB shard and then Nullifier. So wanting to get that BKB for safety, wanting to get the shard for the bristle, and then going into the Nullifier to feel that much stronger.
He's slowly getting there, at least, right? Like they're playing this normal style of Xtreme Gaming in which Lu is having all the free time and the free space. The lane was difficult, but post-laning stage was really free for him. He is, like maybe 1,000 gold away from the BKB to complete that. Once that happens, once they get the BKB, they might be able to start getting these fights off. I'm still worried about the same thing. I feel that Pugna in this game is very vulnerable. Like they can get on top of him very easily. There's nothing to protect.
Well, Dota Plus doesn't agree with you.
Okay.
Just saying.
Yeah.
High percentage for Xtreme Gaming. They're hitting a BKB timing though, right? Like BKB is out for the Enigma. If Lu gets his pretty quickly, they should kind of line up together.
I'm just worried about the Pugna being susceptible to these jumps.
He's almost got a BKB too. BKB Black Hole coming through on it too, but there's the chaotic offering going to be used. They get the kill to DY. Chain Frost bouncing around, magnetizes in with a Boulder Smash on the Ghost. He'll look over at PYW and take a second, but Reaper Sight to stop the TP of the Pugna. It's not to get that kill, but it is to make sure that they can secure it afterwards. As Paparazzi, Spirit Vessel on him, trying to use that ult to survive. Maybe somebody would come over, but it's just buying time for the inevitable, which is his death.
Yeah, there's an Axe on Ghost. This was the perfect time to fight anyway. They go straight back into the pit. Enigma did manage to TP out. Like, he didn't die, which is very interesting considering everything was dropped on top of him. But Paparazzi was late to the party, and by the time he came, all of his friends left. They started a fight and they abandoned him. So, is there a BKB on Blue? Yeah, there is. They want to take this fight.
If they can get in on this one. Lou's gonna pop the BKB, now focuses his attention on Akaka. He's used a couple seconds of this BKB, not sure who he wants to go for, goes back over to Kaka, and the whole BKB, he's really only gonna throw like 1 or 2 right clicks. So he was super indecisive, and that's gonna cause DY and Old 11 to die, and then giving up the Aegis for a net negative. Like, Lou, he had no idea where he wanted to go after popping that BKB.
Oh, he just wanted to go. He just wanted to prevent them from taking Rosh. If he was a bit luckier, if he went there a little bit later when Rosh was about to fall, then perhaps Bristle doesn't have an option to run away, right? Like, he needs to stand there, he needs to hit Rosh, and then perhaps it's a bit better for Lou. But as Rosh wasn't really that low, Ghost just starts joking him, goes back. Upheaval did a ton of work too. That's level 3 Upheaval from the Warlock, just slowing everything down. So Lou was kind of pretty much strung between 2 targets, between Kaka and the Bristle and the Rosh pit. What would really have changed? PYW mid? It's getting low, but should survive, right? Yeah, he's fine. So what really would have made the difference in that pit would be a shard on PA, right? Like, the shard would definitely help, but they just fought a little bit too early. PA was sitting on BKB and 600 gold. If he completed that shard and then fought, he'd be able to take down the Bristle.
Unable to do so, but now has the shard flying out, so the Fan of Knives will be available for Lou. The question now has become, have they missed this Paparazzi timing? He was what, 6-0, and now he's 6-2. Chain Frost, Ice Spire, all right, they got the break on the Bristle. They should be able to take the first life out of his hands, but can they get anything more? Doesn't look like it, and it looks like they honestly just want to leave, so Spire gets taken away, and the rest of Xtreme Gaming will disperse from this engagement.
Yeah, at this point, you don't really have enough damage to kill the Bristle without Lich's ulti. Or at least if you had a couple of more allies there, but they didn't. They didn't have the Paparazzi Pugna, they didn't have PYW. So, just let him go and fight again. At least you took the Aegis. The problem is, the next time they fight, Bristle should have a BKB.
So I wonder if they can eat out this BKB, kite it around, and then go in, but it's been a tough sell for them.
Maybe
Wimbo get these fights going.
Maybe PYW will listen to you and he'll attempt just that. Perhaps he's the one that can, you know, just roll in mindlessly on top of Bristle and bluff out that he has everyone with him, so that BKB is popped. It's a possible play. Also, you do have BKB piercing Black Hole, but for that to happen, you need to deal with X-Nova first. Hello? Straight onto the... Hello and goodbye.
Maybe beating them forward. Ghost does want to kind of go. They drop the Ice Spire down, but nobody coming. Towards bottom and continue to work on his item build, which was the Nullifier. Still is the Nullifier. I've been trying to get a Blink Dagger, so maybe a little bit annoyed that Lou just comes over and takes the lane.
It's fine, he gets the triangle, right? Like, they share. As long as everyone gets a little bit of farm. Do you like the Nullifier? I guess on PA it's amazing, right? Like, it's one of those heroes that can literally build it, like, third item after Battle Fury and BKB. It's decent versus Necro because of the Ghost Shroud.
For the double damage, and yeah, I mean, they should be able to get on the Chalice, Ghost Shroud, Nullifier, and then all of a sudden, like, I don't know if Chalice is immediately your target, like you were saying, X-Nova kind of needs to be one of the priorities, and Bristleback, just so they have the opportunity to go in with the black hole.
He doesn't have to be your prime target.
It will help
Somnus.
him, help kill him at some point. Somnus
No
could be
crits.
forced.
Tower is under attack.
He didn't.
He is not getting many crits.
Yeah, he didn't pray to RNGs before the game started.
Structures are fortified.
Sorry, to Gaben.
15% chance, and he is just not hitting any numbers.
What's his battle pass number? Let me see. I'll tell you straight away why he's not critting. Yep, battle pass level's not high enough.
And actually look at his battle pass numbers. I don't see them.
His battle
I
pass
went to
level
look.
is 900, by the way, and that's
Yeah.
definitely not high enough. You need at least 1,000.
Not even an Aegis? Come on.
No. You need 1,000. After you get to level 1,000, you unlock 10% more crits on all these. 10% more crit on PA. Level 1,500 is 18% bash chance on Spirit Breaker.
How it always works.
1% for Spirit Breaker basically means 100%, by the way, increase. So it goes to 34% from 70. Which
Who has the Sacred Relic? But you think the nullifier time is going to be all right for them?
Yeah, of course. It's quite fast. The only question is like how impactful will it be? Like your crits, let's say if he had the Sacred Relic when he jumped a quap, that's a
Dire's
kill.
bottom tower is under attack. Dire's
What ups their
structures are
percentage more? A level 1,000 battle pass or that?
Of course, 1,000 battle pass. There's no question about it, no doubt about it.
Dire's bottom
Battle
tower
pass
is
trumps
under
everything. Because there's just so many different things that you get. Like the runes that spawn are more favorable for you. You don't get any shitty illusion runes. It's always double damages and hastes.
Oh, they're setting up so close. Saw the smoke right next to them.
PYW breaking everything. Oh, the courier was. Oh, they moved the courier. It almost scouted him. They just didn't touch
Oh,
the
his
courier.
smoke broken.
Man, if they just
I
didn't
don't
touch
know where
the
he
courier.
is. Ice Fire. Roll. It's out. Ow. Looked like that was going to be
Paparazzi,
close.
BKB.
Popped by Paparazzi as the rebound was going to come in and stun him. From behind, though, is PYW.
Hold
coming to
11,
control as
black
well as
hole.
Magnetize. They're in. They've got the black hole down. It's going to be through out onto Somnus, but not going to be enough damage to get the kill on the Queen of Pain. They'll drop the chaotic offering. They get the kill on the PYW. They lose X-Nova. The Reaper Scythe on Olu, and the follow-up damage to get the kill here out onto the Phantom Assassin. The Chain Frost bouncing around over to the Ice Spire. The Sonic Wave hits on a Paparazzi who just TPs out in time, but they lose old 11. Even with the proper positioning, Xtreme Gaming can't win the fight. They had a black hole full duration, I believe, on Somnus, and that still wasn't enough.
Yeah, Somnus just completely baited, and the way he baited us to look at him, he baited everyone else on the side of Xtreme Gaming to focus him. Meanwhile, Lu was separated on the other side of the fight. Like, he wasted his complete BKB. His teammates were nowhere around. Well, the important ones, the Pugna and the Enigma, they were just focusing the BKB to Queen of Pain. And through that BKB, you can't really kill her without physical damage, which they don't have.
Tier 2 tower mid's gonna go down.
Has fallen.
Just never really looking good for this Enigma side of Xtreme in this game. Spire. Early BKB from Paparazzi, and then boom, Black Hole comes out. Full duration, just not enough damage on Somnus, and he just blinks away. Chaotic Offering, they kill PYW. And 4 heroes together, Reaper Scythe cuts in to lose health, and the Chain Frost doesn't do anything, and just cannot
Dire are
win
scanning.
these fights. Turned into an 8,000, 9,000 net worth lead.
I still
Pretty
feel
much
like,
insane.
yeah, I still feel like even though that fight was as bad
Stifling
as it
dagger.
started. Yeah, he jumps in.
Double fire. Oh, whoa,
A crit, finally.
got one.
Yeah,
1,500.
for me, it doesn't feel like RNG are in complete control at all.
Roll. Ghost, BKB. You don't think RNG are in complete control yet?
Nope. Like, they are winning some fights, but they're outplaying XG as well. I feel like if Lu gets a chance to actually hit heroes, he can easily take down any single one of these on the side of RNG, even the Bristleback. I don't think that he's that invincible Bristleback that usually plagues our games.
6K. After I just said it was a 9K lead, it did drop down quite a bit.
It's basically that one necro kill, right? And a bit of farm.
Yeah. Doesn't exactly give him the roach opportunity that they probably wanted as long on time. Lu in and BKB one crit, but nothing more. Okay, Lu.
That was, yeah. He jumped in to farm. Put himself out of position, forced the BKB on his own. It's a 6-second now, so it doesn't matter. But the cooldowns are important. Because look, Rush will respawn in 30 seconds. He will not have the BKB by that time.
They dance around.
Why is Old 11 building Lincolns? Is it to just cast it on Lu, I guess, right?
Hey, it's not bad utility, I guess.
Okay.
Up the Reaper scythe, maybe?
Yeah, exactly. Like, you take that Lincoln's, you can toss it. I mean, you can keep it on yourself, prevent Orchid, prevent Reaper Sight. You can also use it on Lu to prevent the Reaper Sight. Okay, yeah, makes sense.
Roche is up, Aegis Shard, and Deso now finished here for Phantom Assassin. Weird progression. Battle Fury, BKB, Nullifier, then back to the Desolate.
I just wonder what he's gonna buy next. Will it be an item that tanks him up like a Satanic? Or will it be a Basher? I wouldn't mind seeing a Satanic now next on him. But either works, really.
Available for Lu, so going into this Roche fight, everything is there.
Hopefully a smoke first, not just a rush fight. They smoke up, they need to take a proper fight. Like Xtreme Gaming, they lost a couple of games off of going into the pit too early.
Get the right opening.
How far they're circling around. There's an arcane rune as well that can be picked up. Yeah, but this is always dangerous, right?
Give the bottle over to the Phantom Assassin and get it into the bottle and use this potentially. Get more Phantom Knives out there, stifling daggers, the jumps. Ooh, quick Orchid on the PYW, so he's unable to get the roll in. They've got another ward out. PYW is going to roll back and away. They use the Sinister Gaze. Kaka comes in, unleashes, and will try to survive with the Chain Frost bouncing around. They get the kill on a DY. Sinus is in really deep with the BKB. PYW getting low, but he's going to go over and roll into the pit. They'll buy back on Kaka. They'll buy back on PYW. They got the kill onto the Lich. They'll buy back as well. The Reaper Scythe on an old 11, and he never gets a black hole off. He's got buyback too. There's a gem down on the ground, passed over to the Marcy. The life drain for Paparazzi. They just don't have the damage to get the kill on the Chalice just yet. They're going to buy back on old 11. Now they'll look over. They'll take out this Necro. No! Chaotic Offering comes in, and they're unable to get the damage out. PYW just died. He'll fall again. 70 seconds without his Earth Spirit. They'll jump in with the rebound, but the Sinister Gaze comes out from DY. You got to remember, he bought back earlier as well. The Ice Fire is down, but it's not doing enough. Life drain on the Lu, who's getting pushed away. Old 11, he still has that black hole. There's going to be a moment eventually where he can throw it. But is it going to be the right moment? Ball pack on these heroes in Xtreme Gaming. They don't have anything that's going to go their way anymore.
They don't, but they can
back away.
Yeah, they do back away, but I think this might be an option for them to go into the pit and actually force a fight. They have Black Hole and there's no Golem on the other side. You have Black Hole and you have BKB on Enigma. Even though it looks pretty bad at the moment, it doesn't necessarily have to be that way. They bought back 2 heroes, meanwhile Kaka bought back on the other side. Actually 3 heroes, DY did use his buyback as well.
Yeah. So they're in Roche on RNG. No initiator in POIW. They're just going to have to take a guess. They're just going to have to go, and it Doesn't look like it's happening. So Aegis again into the hands of RNG. They must have had a dozen at this point throughout the series. I truthfully don't even know if Xtreme have gotten an Aegis this entire series yet.
I don't remember. I don't recall it happening as well.
This
Yeah,
is pretty insane.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I expected them maybe to play that a bit riskier and go for the rush pit fight. Maybe something that dissuades you from doing that is the fact that you have a PA. Eventually, she will carry this game if you get her late enough, right? So maybe you're banking on that instead of making any crazy moves. And crazy moves have bit them so far.
There's a gaze. Right clicks. This has been the storyline, Aegis for like a minute.
They have Black Hole, but there's no blink on Enigma.
It's on cooldown, 1 second left. He'll have the blink in just a moment.
Fatal Bonds. Yeah.
Yeah, Fatal Bond stopping him from getting in. They get the Aegis out of the hands of Ghost, though. This happens so many times.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like every single rush so far, I feel like Ghost gets it and then he loses the Aegis. One good thing, like I'm Mr. Silver Lining, I guess, for Xtreme Gaming. I'm like that because it's Grand Finals and they're 2 games down, right? So I'm biased a bit. I want to see more games. However, at the same time, something good for them is they didn't waste anything taking down that first life of Bristleback. Aegis fell without a black hole or anything like that, so they still have it to fight, but they missed the timing again. Chaotic Offering is back up.
Yeah, this has been the way that they've deterred this Enigma. They really haven't gotten X-Nova out of these fights too quickly. Towards top on the side of Xtreme Gaming. Of RNG, they're over bottom. They won't connect at any point just yet.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Just separating the map in half, right? Like we farm this side, you farm that one. A bit better for XG as they do have a tower to take down, an objective to kill.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Wonder if RNG is going to try and cross over the top of mid and go all the way out and around.
I feel like if you're RNG, you keep this high ground, you have decent wards,
Dire's bottom tower is
you
under
set it
attack.
up.
You gotta assume that they're there though, right?
Yeah, they know. Both of these teams are very well aware of it, of the positionings. And the moment PA shows herself, like you can't keep the high ground, the Dire jungle high ground anymore on XG, so they have to move back and then reset the moves, perhaps with the smoke or just moving out after they see someone.
They're trying to use Old 11 and the Ninja Gear to get into the position that they want to go for this. But again, he's getting into a position to potentially just get hit with a Chaotic Offering. They need to handle X-Nova first. Old 11, we've seen it throughout the series when he's been playing the Enigma. His positioning has been all right to, skirt and move around, but it's just never found the right black hole.
Game 2, it was impossible. It wasn't really on him. It literally felt impossible because
Like
it had Beast
that
and
meme.
Bench. Yeah.
Black Hole Impossible Edition. This is more Black Hole Hard Edition.
Yeah, this one, there are ways. Like, at least you can find a Warlock, if nothing else. But you don't really want to use the Black Hole on him. If you don't find it, perhaps Earth Spirit or PA can. So there are definitely ways of getting a decent fight. There's, like you mentioned, there's an Abyssal on Lu. With that Abyssal, whoever you jump can be blown up really in that one go. Smoke
What do you
up.
think's next for the PA, by the way?
Satanic, perhaps. He's actually just full. He's pretty much 6-slotted at this point, right?
Ag's ever worth it here?
It
For a
is.
Phantom Assassin?
No, of course it is. I think Axe is a pretty decent item on PA. Like you can see a lot of PA players actually build the Aghanims before like a Nullifier or Abyssal. They go BKB, Battle Fury, Axe. Or Battle Fury, Dazo, Axe.
And smoke from RNG. Hold the high ground in the jungle, though, is the dire side. Ulu's actually out in front. Oh, boy. Jumps to the creep wave. They're going to look to rebound. Goes the wrong direction. Stifling daggers come out across the board. They'll roll over. They'll find themselves the Marcy, but Marcy's going to be able to survive with the Lotus Orb. The Chain Frost is going to bounce around. I believe the Chain Frost might have even been reflected. It was. Taka got the kill on a DY with that Reaper Scythe ripping apart Lu in half. He's dead for 100 seconds. Paparazzi with the TP, but the right click from Somnus. 4 heroes dead, no
Is this just
buyback.
game?
It might be.
They can they just go Throne? At this point, they have creeps, right? Yeah, the one creep that didn't go on a ward. Like he's marching towards them. Okay, probably not going to be the Throne. Let's see just how disciplined RNG are.
I don't know. Brits
There's
hits
Black
real
Hole, right?
hard, real quick, and they've got chaotic offering. You never needed to use it.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower.
They look. Yeah, they're going for Throne. That's it.
You're gonna go
Lich with-
throw and they'll buy back on the Lich to try and push them away. Maybe think that they've got the buyback. Now they've got it on Paparazzi, but they just don't have it on Lu.
Look at old 11.
Secure has been killed. Dire's middle barracks.
Yeah.
He's mid. He's cutting the creep wave. That makes a decent amount of sense.
Okay, so they
Up
decide
again.
not to go. They decide not to go for the full game. They go for 2 sides.
I always forget that you get the glyph back now
Radiant's
after the
bottom
first tower of each phase.
Yeah, same.
Dire's bottom
So I saw the glyph and I was like, I don't know if they've got this.
They don't have creeps anymore. They might not even. Okay, so they actually end
I
up.
don't even get the second set.
Yeah, and the bottom lane pushed in. Look at that. A lot of gold for
Ow.
Ghost, but the tower took like almost half of its HP.
The fact in that last fight, Taka survives on Marcy with a sliver of health again, gets the Lotus
Lotus,
Orb on him from Necro, and then reflects back the Chain Frost, doing so much damage.
Yeah, the biggest problem there is a PA using Lu, using all of his BKB just to kill Marcy. I think the Chain Frost, yeah, it's a problem, obviously, when it gets reflected like that. But the main issue is, like, your PA didn't manage to get in, get a quick pick off, and then move on to the next target. Instead, by the time PA finished Marcy, the BKB was out, and then they could start spamming her, and it's so easy to kill her off with that Reaper sight afterwards. Lincoln's, which was not purchased by Enigma, cannot be used on her, so you don't really have that option or play.
Roche in 50 seconds. We'll see if Xtreme Gaming can get
Radiant are
their
scanning.
first Roche for the game.
Decent vision from them.
Yeah, they're going to go in with the BKB being used. They'll go after Ghost. Can they get any of these crits? Nothing too crazy just yet. The damage is going to be enough on Ghost. They're going to rebound and look away. Now Xtreme really need to get the hell out of there. Chain Frost bouncing around, but it's not doing enough damage. DY gets the Sinister Gaze off out of the Necrophos, but they've got the damage coming out from Ghost to get the kill on a DY. They'll take him out for 70 seconds. No buyback. This is looking rough. Old 11, Spirit Vessel on him, and again, no chaotic offering has ever come down. It's only used for the black hole, and it really is only needed for the black hole. Xtreme Gaming, their BKBs are on cooldown, so getting into this to fight and push RNG away from Roche is going to be difficult as it is up now.
Yeah, you can see even that Lu is building towards a refresher. That's what he's trying to build into, at least. But will they go? Old 11. He's smoked up. X-Nova is in a really good position,
Got
though.
the Ninja Gear. Definitely Dagger again. He's got the upheaval inside. Roll, roll, roll! No! He can't get it again. PYW tried, but the Reaper Sight comes down and it will kill off the Earth Spirit. Did he pick up anything in that? I
I don't think so.
he
No.
did. And
Enigma.
they're going to find Old 11, but he gets into the trees, goes for the TP, and he's out.
the Hex is there to prevent Quap from just running after anyone else, but at this point the game is just creeping completely out of control. They're just unable to find the black hole, and that's truly what it is. Like, it was the same in game 2. I'm surprised they went with the first phase Enigma in game 3. I was quite critical about it during the draft, and I was waiting to be proven wrong, but so far I haven't been.
No, not at all. Pain Frost, Sinister Gaze, Ghost taking a lot of damage. Blue maybe even able to jump in there and get a Fan of Knives out, but that's not going to happen. Pressure charge on Queen of Pain. The Hex as well.
Top lane. Look at the top lane. Look at the creeps. Like, you have to go back actually to defend against that. That was a massive wave.
Enigma is looking for the refresher, but it's crazy that Xnova. Ow, I didn't know
He
it was
has
going to be
it.
this ridiculous.
Yeah.
Only died twice. That was the stat I was looking at. They're going to go double damage on Ghost. They need to run Paparazzi even with the BKB. I don't think he's safe. They're going to go through with this. They've got the Sonic Wave. They should have a refresher to
He's
throw another
baiting
one.
the black
wall in
hole.
As well as the black hole. They might be able to get this. They finally get a kill on a Kaka, but they'll take out Paparazzi. There's nothing more coming their way. Chalice just working the damage out. Lou's going to drop here. He's got buyback. So does Ult 11, but it's not looking like it's worth anything.
Xnova
All
boss,
they
man.
got is Kaka.
All they got is Kaka because Xnova is such a boss, man, right there. He gets the refresher orb, he pops the chaotic offering. He did it on purpose, just to bait the Enigma black hole. The black hole gets used, and then he refreshes, he cancels it immediately with another golem. Old 11 had no clue what was waiting for him. They just end this game pretty much in style.
And they try to defend. Again, it's just Ghost focusing the throne while they focus Lou. Lou's been hexed up, silenced, and on the run from Somnus. Somnus is going to stick with him. The roll comes out. It's going to stop Somnus for a second. They get the kill on Old 11. The call GG and RNG. Maybe not the favorites coming into this, not the favorites to go to TI earlier in the year, but with Ghost behind them, they will go to TI as they have won 3-0 over Xtreme Gaming in absolute dominating fashion. I mean, that was one-sided the entire time. Way cleaner than that first series in the upper bracket final. RNG looked perfect. That was the best Dota they've ever played. And that includes their God King stint.
Okay.
Like, that was nuts.
Yeah, that was really good. Like, the way they handled Xtreme Gaming, I feel like they knew everything. Like you said, it's also about Kaka, right? Like, they knew everything that these boys on the side of Xtreme Gaming are doing even before they think of it. Like, Xnova, right there, it's a perfect example. I feel like every single game is exactly like that. If you are making a play on the side of XG, it's because RNG have already prepared the antidote for that. The refresher orb in the end, baiting out the black hole. But look, all this said, like, we have seen just how strong Xtreme Gaming can be when they get a good draft against RNG. Like yesterday, they just completely demolished them in one of the games. Let's not forget that. And I believe that they still could do it if they put Old 11 on a hero that can actually play. Like, he is just stuck on these completely countered offlaners. Like, 3 games in a row.
It doesn't really make sense to me. And I mean, if you're Blink, like, how do you continue to draft Old 11 the Enigma first phase like that? That just, it seems so counterintuitive to put one of your best players on a hero that's not able to do anything if you pick it early like that.
All of them are the best, right? Like, all of them are. Like, I don't think I can separate one from the other when it comes to the talent and what they bring to the table. Maybe another issue that they had is, like, you get Old 11 on this offlane Enigma, right? But because of that, you know that he won't be the first one initiating. Enigma's, like, this hero, yeah, he has an initiation. He builds a blink, but he's usually second to jump in. Someone else needs to go, and then when stuff happens, you follow up. PYW, it's sort of enough, but not really. If you had some sort of a spirit on Paparazzi to jump in there, perhaps, and make a mess, get on top of Xnova, force him to either die or use his ulti, then perhaps that would work. But they also didn't have that 3 games in a row. They would have what, Lina, SF, and a Pagna. All heroes that want to be on the outskirts of fights. None of them want to actually initiate and go in first. And all of them, the worst part is, all of them made so much sense in the drafting stage. Like, this was a perfect Pagna pick. You pick it, Necro just doesn't have a game, and then suddenly you're like, okay, Necro doesn't have a game, but our whole team doesn't really mash well together. Like, we can't really make plays.
Yeah. It felt like the drafts were kind of off kilter for Xtreme. Like you said, we know how strong they are. I think better drafting can certainly lead them to go out of last chance qualifiers, and like they're still going to LCQ, but it's got to look better. They can't just have they pigeonholed themselves a lot in these drafts, and it's just that's something that they need to learn from. Like, that has to be what you take from this is, if we draft differently, if we can draft where Old 11's able to do something, or maybe we're picking differing mids, like I think that it would feel pretty different for you. So it'll be interesting to see what Xtreme do, but it's all about RNG right now. And I think we've got an interview ready with the winners. So it'll be interesting to see what they say now that they're going to TI. So joined by X Nova of all players. So it should be a fun one. And X Nova, obviously, I'm sure there's a lot of emotions going through right now. You beat XG 3-0. What's the mindset in the room right now? How excited is everybody?
Congrats, man. Congrats on getting to TI. How did it feel? Tell me, how did it feel to get that refresher orb and bait out the black hole? Bam! The other golem just sealed the deal. Yeah, yeah.
Did you find that the Xtreme Gaming were drafting in a specific way that you guys knew you could counter, even though if their lanes went well towards the back end, you guys felt comfortable?
Can you unmute yourself on vMix as well, Xnova? Please. Yeah, all good. I think so. Not sure. I hope. Yeah, because the only time they won against you is when they crushed you completely on all 3 lanes yesterday, right? Like, you guys usually manage to completely claw back in that like mid-game part. Like, you just fight better than them. Is that true? Like, that's how it looked to us, at least. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like you guys as a team have kind of like, it seems like you're just communicating on another
Yeah.
level. Like, you guys have grown completely since the DPC season.
Yeah.
You got like, who do you think's the biggest factor in that?
I'll translate, even though we don't need translation. For some reason, no one is hearing Xnova. So he says that I'm the most handsome caster, and that I should be invited to all the TIs and all the events. Thank you, Xnova. That's great. Also, on serious note, that Kaka is one of the main aspects of their like recent run and wins. I don't know if they can fix it. I think they can't be cop, so we should probably close it.
And so, yeah, I think we're just having a little bit of technical difficulties with the VMix, but I don't know if it's coming out. I'll just say one last congratulations. I can't wait to see you guys how you do at TI, and thanks for joining us for a quick interview. But get your voice back, celebrate in the morning, or whatever. Maybe celebrate tonight or every day until TI. But I think you guys are going to do great, and I'm really happy to see you.
Congrats. Yeah.
So yeah, it's exciting. Just
should
to
we
see,
should we like just say everything that he said? Basically, TLDR guys, TL didn't listen, I guess. TLDL.
TLDL?
TLDL. Yeah, he said that yesterday they lost to XG just because they got completely outdrafted, that the games were rough because of that. But today they just came back, had decent drafts with some damage output, so it was much easier for them to take the games. Also, that Kaka is the driving force of the team, which isn't really that surprising. He also said that the golem was literally the moment he knew. The double golem is the moment he knew that the game was over because they couldn't lose the team fight any longer.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the bracket, just get one more last look at the runs that these teams had. Obviously, we've got RNG and Xtreme Gaming. They went to the finals, but RNG goes to TI, XG goes to LCQ, and so does Vici. Vici probably the standouts there, as they made a improbable run against Fusion, YBB, CDEC, who were kind of dominating and looked really clean. Then they beat IG2O, and unfortunately they went down to Xtreme Gaming and they go to the LCQ, but so does Xtreme. And RNG, they dropped one game, and that was to Xtreme, and they seem to have figured it out. They lost that one game and won 5 in a row against Xtreme Gaming. Like, that is some high tier Dota, truthfully. Really, really ridiculous.
Like, if you even talk to the Arlington team, if you talk to the Arlington teams before it all went out, right? Like, most of them were thinking that RNG are the favorites, and it probably came down to the scrims that happened before and how they played in the scrims. RNG looked extremely dominating now that they're back in their full squad. I can't wait to see them match up properly with all of their players in Singapore.
Yeah, they're looking strong. Kaka, as he said, like, brings a lot to the team, so it's exciting to see them. Hopefully they hold on to Kaka real tight. Don't let him go. They don't want to go the ways of Keen Gaming, IG, and Newbie. And then they look really strong. Like, thinking about the field of TI at the moment, I could see them going real far. And this would be one of those teams that I honestly, I could see do it. Like, there's some obstacles that I think there may be teams that out level them in a little bit, but if they play like this,
you can see them pick up the ages.
You get the lift, everybody gets excited, and it could be interesting. I don't know. I think this team is really strong. When you're coming out of the China qualifiers, this is a region with a lot of depth, so it's an accomplishment just to get through this alone. What do you think?
No, it's an accomplishment to get through this, and with such conviction as well. It just sets them apart from a lot of teams. Like, you had to win versus Vici Gaming, versus Aster Aries, versus IG. All of these teams are considered top tier, or at least were considered top tier in the last year. So RNG, they didn't have an easy road to get to the TI, but no one has. So I'm just looking forward to the games that they have. I'm not gonna say that they're that strong, that they're like top contenders, but they'll make things very interesting. It's not only going to be PSG, LGD, and Aster from the Chinese region that are those big dogs that everyone looks after. RNG probably is in the mix as well.
Yeah, so I think hopefully if you're a team that's also going to TI, you'll watch this a little bit, because this is this is the best RNG I think we've seen. I think this is what you're definitely going to get come TI. I think this is, if they play like this, they're going to look really good. So congratulations to RNG. They take the 3-0 over XG. And I guess you got to say congratulations to XG and Vici. They're also going to the last chance qualifiers. We'll see who makes it out of that, obviously, at a later date. And then we've got 2 more qualifiers that are going to be coming up after this one, and North America settle. It's a lot of Dota still yet to come, but we appreciate you guys for coming to watch. We'll see you guys soon. Have a good night.